A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane's 18-year-old niece Betty, who came to town to live with the Aces, has developed a crush on Marge's boyfriend, Neil Williams. At first, Marge took it laughingly, but last night when Betty came home accompanied by Neil, quite an argument ensued involving everybody. Our scene now is the following evening in the living room of the Aces' apartment. We find Jane and Mr. Ace alone. Listen.
What a house, what a house. I'll never forget this day if I live to be as old as McCutcheon. Now, dear, you're going to have to help me figure this out. Put your paper down and listen to me.
Well, what is it, Jane? I'm thankful to have a little quiet here tonight.
I am, too. That's why you've got to help me figure out what's going on here.
You know as well as I do what's going on. Betty's trying to steal Neil away from Marge, and Marge is mad because
Well, that's just it. Who is Marge mad at? Who is Neil mad at? Who am I mad at? Eccentric.
Yes, very.
Beg pardon?
I say the whole thing's a little too eccentric to suit me, and if you don't mind, I've got my own worries with this new job I've taken.
No, now you've got to help me. I'm all ready now with this pencil and paper.
Ready for what?
I've got to make a list of what's going on here.
A list?
Yes, I can't make heads or shoulders of anything. All I know is that Marge isn't speaking to Betty, Betty isn't speaking to me, I'm not speaking to Neil, Neil isn't speaking to Betty, Marge isn't speaking to Neil.
Sold to the American Tobacco Company.
What?
I say it's 2-1, you don't know what you're talking about.
I know I don't. That's why I want to get everything straightened out. Now, come on, help me.
Help you what?
Figure out how everybody stands and what we can do about it.
Well, what we can do about it is nothing.
Nothing? Oh, no, I'm going to do something. I can't just sit here toddling my thumbs and let my only friend and my best niece get into such an argument all on account of a fancy passing.
On account of a fancy passing?
Yeah, that's all it is, a fancy passing.
Oh, you think Betty will get over it?
Oh, sure. All girls her age have fancy passings like that. Look at me.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I mean, look at me when I was 18. Didn't I get over Ronald Coleman?
Oh, did you?
Why, sure. Oh, you know I did there. Didn't I marry you instead?
Oh, second choice, was I?
Third, there was Conrad Nagel ahead of that.
Oh, third choice, was I? Well, now...
Oh, now, don't you start getting mad at me. That's all I need now. Everything around here is topsy-eve as it is.
Well, all right. Come on, tell Uncle Tom all about it.
Who?
Go ahead. What is it?
Now, that's better. Now, let me see. First, I'll write down Marge. And then under that, all the people she's not speaking to. Who is it now? Betty.
Yes, and Neil.
Yes. Who else?
How about you?
Well, she talks to me, but only words of one cylinder, like no and maybe.
Oh, and maybe. Then you're all right, and she's talking to me.
She did? What'd she say?
I'll thank you to stay out of this.
Oh, come on, tell me.
Well, that's it.
What? I'll thank you to stay out of
That's
this?
what she said this morning when I drove her down to work. I tried to tell her that I believed Neil's story when he came in last night with Betty.
You did? You believed it?
I think so. Why not? It's plausible.
Well, it's not plausible to me. He can't make me believe that Betty just sat in his office for 2 hours and then he had to bring her home because she wouldn't let him alone.
Well, that was Neil's story.
Well, that's his story, and he's stung with it.
Well, it sounds very logical. Betty's the type that would do a thing like that. She made up her mind that Neil's the man for her, and she's going after him.
Why, he's 9 years older than she is, going on 10.
I know. That's why I believe it. He's got more sense than that.
Yes, but you heard Betty say that Neil took her to dinner and to a picture show
Yes,
after.
I heard her.
Dear, then you think she's L-I-N-G?
Yes, especially N-G. I certainly prefer to take Neil's word against hers any day. I believe what he told me. Betty went over to his office after work while he was working and just sat there pestering him to take her out to dinner or somewhere. And finally, to get rid of her, he brought her here. And when he tried to get Betty to back up his story, well, she deliberately said they'd been out together to dinner. Just a young girl's idea of getting even with Marge. She's just a spoiled brat. No wonder her mother couldn't find any boys for her back home. They were hiding.
Well, wait till she sees what I wrote about her.
Oh, you finally wrote your sister about her. Well, it's about time. When she gets the letter, she'll send for this kid to come home.
Oh, she won't get the letter.
Who won't?
My sister. I can't write her about this terrible thing. What does she think?
But you just said you wrote her a letter.
I did, but I'm not sending it.
Well, what did you mean, wait till she reads it?
I mean, wait till Betty reads it. I wrote it and laid it carelessly on her dresser.
carelessly on Betty's dresser.
Yes, it'll be the second thing she'll see when she comes home tonight.
What'll be first?
Herself in the mirror,
Oh.
and she'll kind of look down there.
I get it now. Then there will be the letter you wrote her mother.
Yeah, cute, isn't it?
Mm-hmm, awfully cute. And then she'll read it and tear it up.
Sure, that's why I didn't put a stamp on it.
Well, why go to all the trouble?
Because I want Betty to see what we think about her. As long as she's not speaking to me and terra firma, it's the only way. And that reminds me, I've got to finish this list. Next is Neil. He certainly played hammock with everybody. I'm not speaking to him, and Marge isn't speaking to him. Are you?
Oh, I'm speaking to everybody.
Yes, that's one thing about you, dear. I've got to give you credit. You're so repulsive.
Yeah.
Now, let me see. Who else is unspeakable? How about Neil and Marge? He's speaking to her, even if she isn't speaking to him, but she won't let him speak to her.
Oh, that's the point I tried to make to her this morning. I said if she'd only let him explain, she would
Oh,
see.
the telephone. Excuse me, my dear.
Oh, that's quite all right, Jane.
You're welcome.
Mm.
Hello? You want to speak to Marge? Who is this? Hold the... Oh, it's Neil.
Oh, he wants Marge?
Yes, but what I just did, I spoke to him.
So what? Tell him Marge isn't here.
Oh.
But, Jane, she isn't here. You've got to talk... Oh, give me that phone.
Now, you can talk to him. You're talking to everybody. You tell
If
him.
you are... Hello, Neil. How are you? No, she isn't here. No, I'm not. She's not home. She stayed downtown this evening. Didn't even come to dinner. What's stalling? Jane wasn't stalling. No, you didn't hear her talking to somebody. She was talking to me. No, I'm not giving you the runaround. Oh, who switched over to her side? I tell you... Hello? Hello? Jane, you can put me down on that list, too.
All right. Under whose name?
Under Neil.
Under Neil. All right. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, now we're getting into a sort of a civil war.
Well, you don't call him civil the way he just talked to you.
Well, you can hardly blame Neil. He feels pretty low about the whole mess. After all, Marge is treating him rather shabbily.
Yes, we have to do something. Oh, I wish somebody would come home.
Who?
Oh, anybody. What difference does it make as long as we're not speaking anyhow?
Yeah, well, you got your wish.
I wonder who it is.
Well, it won't take long to find out. Oh, good evening, young lady.
Hello, Uncle Abe.
Been working late tonight?
Working? Not me. I was stepping out again.
Oh, really? Who with?
Who do you think?
Oh, not Neil again.
Nobody else. He just brought me home.
Oh, yeah?
Did you speak to me?
Dear, tell her, oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
Mm.
And what'll Marge do about that, I wonder?
Well,
Tell her she won't do anything about it because...
I'm so sorry, Uncle Abe, but I'm so tired tonight. Do you mind if I retire?
Tired?
Good night.
well, there you are. If that doesn't convince you, she was out with Neil. I knew Neil was telling the truth last night.
Why, that little sliver...
Sliver?
Yes, imagine telling a lie like that. I ought to go in there and... Oh, no, I won't. Now, just wait till she reads the letter I wrote her mother. That'll be worse than a spanking.
I bet.
Well, it will. You just wait and see. Wait till she comes to that part where I said she ought to be ashamed of herself.
Jane, you didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
Oh, but Jane, after
Well,
all...
I couldn't help it. I was mad. I believe when you have to say a spade, you say a spade.
I double.
What?
Here comes the next person you're not talking to.
Oh, do you think it's Marge? She speaks to me, but
Oh,
only...
I know. Only words of one cylinder. I'll go see Jane.
Now, don't tell her what Betty said about being out with Neil.
Why not? That'll convince her that Neil hasn't been seeing... Well, look who's here.
Hello, Uncle Abe.
Hello there, young man.
Cokie, is that Cokie?
In the flush. Come here.
Cokie.
Hello, Mother.
Well, of all people, how are you, Cokie?
Fine, Mother. How are you?
Just fine. Well, if you're not a sight with sore eyes, gee, I'm glad to see you.
I thought you'd be glad to see this overcoat.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
See the belt back there?
Yeah, quite a garment. Did you get a baseball bat with it?
No, I didn't. I asked the man about it.
Oh, you did ask him, though.
Yeah, but he said they don't give him anything anymore, especially when you buy them on time.
Oh, you bought it on time.
Only $2, and I haven't missed one payment till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow. What happens to...
Well, you see, I don't get paid till Saturday, and I won't have
They
the
get
money.
paid? Where are you working?
Oh, didn't you know I was working?
Oh, Cokie, where?
I'm a bouncer in a dance hall.
A bouncer in a dance hall.
A bouncer, isn't that? What's that?
Well, sort of like a policeman. You know, kind of walk around and see that everybody behaves themselves.
A bouncer, why, Cokie.
Yeah.
Well, how is the bouncing business these days?
Oh, fine. I bounced 4 fellas last week.
4.
Isn't that cute, Cokie working?
Yes, as a bouncer. That's so sweet.
Yeah. And you see, I don't get paid till Saturday, and And tomorrow I have to pay $2 on this coat, and I'd like to borrow $2 till payday.
Oh, I see. Well, I think that can be arranged if you're going to be sure to pay it back.
Oh, sure.
What does he want there, $2?
Yeah, and you understand, Cokie, that I want to be sure to get this back. You know, things haven't been going so well with us lately.
Yeah, I saw Neil. He told me you lost all your money.
Yes, we did, Cokie.
Gee, that's too bad, old-timer.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks, my friend. Here you are, $2.
Thanks. I'll sure pay you this back the first thing Saturday morning.
Jane, I took the trouble of sealing this letter and putting a stamp on for you.
What?
I found this letter lying on my dresser. I read it before I knew it wasn't meant for me. I sealed it for you and put a stamp on it. Do you want me to mail it?
Mail it? Oh, you've got it all wrong, Betty. You're not supposed
Betty, we have a visitor here. I don't think you should discuss this in front of him.
Who's he?
He's Cokie.
I'm not asking for a criticism. I'm asking for an introduction.
Oh, Betty, this is Cokie. This is Jane's niece, Betty Taylor.
Oh, boy.
But who is he?
He's our son, if you want to know.
Well, we sort of halfway adopted him about a year or so ago. He was in an orphanage, but he's on his own now and doing quite well.
Pleased to meet your acquaintance.
How do you do? Well, good night. I just thought I'd remind you of the letter, Aunt Jane.
But, Betty, I thought you'd read it and then you'd... Oh.
Well, there goes your little plan, Jane.
If she isn't the most obsolete child I ever saw.
Gee, she's beautiful.
What?
She's beautiful.
You think she's... Cokie, I've got an idea, dear.
Oh, no, now that won't work, and there's no... You saw the way she passed him by just now.
Yes, but look at Cokie. It's love at first sight.
At first sight.
Yes, it certainly is.
Well, it looks as if Cokie is going to have to step in and bring peace back to the Ace household and Marge and Neil. But just how Jane's plan works, we'll learn when next we meet the East.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer. Open the door, Richard. Open the door, Richard.
Hey, what's wrong with you, Mr. Marvin?
Huh?
There ain't no door to open. You're already inside.
Why, Ethelbert, haven't you heard that song?
You mean that is the name of a song?
Certainly. Haven't you heard it on the radio?
You know, Mr. Marvin, I never get a chance to listen to the radio. What I mostly hear is anchor hawking is...
That's right. Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation is the world's largest makers of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, 20-Minute Alibi. Late afternoon, in the office of the Acme Insurance Company. A telephone rings on the desk of Mr. Edward Phillips.
Acme Insurance, Phillips speaking.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes?
This is Mr. Prescott. Travis Prescott. I've got to talk to you about my life insurance policy.
Yes, Mr. Prescott.
I've been having trouble raising the money for the premium. How much more time have I got?
Well, I sent you a final notice sometime last week.
Yes, you did, but what'll happen if I can't meet the payment?
Why, after today, I'm afraid the policy will have to lapse, Mr. Prescott.
Lapse?
Yes. In other words, you won't be insured after today.
What time? What time is it now?
Why, 5:15.
And I have until midnight to pay the premium?
That's right, sir.
But if anything happened to me before, the policy is still good now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to know.
Just a moment, Mr. Prescott. Prescott? What happened? Mr. Prescott? Mr. Prescott!
Well, congratulations, Ethelbert. When did all this happen, anyway? Last night, Casey. The bartenders were just having their regular monthly meeting, and they elected me.
What do you know?
course, I still think the reason so many people come in here is because they like to hear Herman Chittison play the piano.
Boy, you got a point there.
Like my sister Edna says, quote, eat, drink, and be merry because tomorrow you don't have to work. That is, if it's Saturday night. Unquote. But you know Edna.
Yeah, I know Edna.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Good night. Oh, hello, Miss Williams.
Hi, Annie. Pull up a stool, you crazy. What do you have, huh?
Not now, Casey. We got a job.
Hi? Well, where? What's up?
Man got killed over at the Milton Hotel, shot in the head with his own revolver.
Suicide?
That's what Captain Logan's men seem to think. We better get over there right away.
Well, what's the rush?
Because I know you, Casey. If Logan says it's suicide, you're going to think it's murder.
Come on, Annie. We're going to have to shoulder our way through this. Gosh, there's enough cops in this hall to launch a battle.
Here, where are you going?
Press, Commissioner. Gentlemen of the press.
Her too.
No, officer, I'm a lady.
It's all right, Dolan. They can come in.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Logan. Well, old boy, it's awfully decent of you to let me solve this case for you.
Now, don't start masterminding, Casey. This is a very simple job, and all you have to do is take pictures.
Oh? The murderer's confessed, has he?
The murderer has not confessed. There isn't any murderer, understand? This is a simple case of suicide, and let's keep it that way.
Okay. I didn't say anything.
Maybe not, but you're thinking.
Well, one of us has to think. Now, look.
What?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Captain. He just got up on the right side of bed this morning.
Well, he won't get up at all tomorrow if he doesn't watch his...
Well, come on. Where's the body, Captain?
Over here, behind the sofa, right next to the telephone stand.
That's where you found him?
I didn't find him, Casey. My men found him.
What's his name?
Prescott. Travis Prescott.
You live here in this hotel?
Oh, he was a salesman, lived uptown, and used this room as a sort of downtown office.
Watch it, Logan.
What's the matter?
Just taking a picture. Don't get scared. Now, you can put your clodhoppers anywhere you want.
Thank you.
Say, what makes you think it's suicide, Logan?
Oh, just a wild hunch. Prescott was found with a gun in his hand and a bullet hole through his right temple. Powder burns on the face proved that the gun was fired at close range, and a neat little suicide note was found in the carriage of his typewriter. Is that enough of a hint, Mr. Casey?
No.
Then now let's speak to Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Captain Logan.
Will you please tell this gentleman that Mr. Prescott called you up at 4:45 this afternoon, that he didn't have enough money to pay the premium on his life insurance policy, and that you heard him shoot himself while you were on the phone?
Now, wait a minute, Logan. You can't hear a man shoot himself. You got to see it.
Well, this is practically the same thing. Mr. Phillips was still on the wire when the shot was fired.
That doesn't mean anything. The murderer could have phonied up the whole setup to make it look like suicide.
Use your head, Casey. If you wanted a murder to look like suicide, would you kill a man while he was still on the phone?
He's got you there, partner.
Okay, Mastermind. You go to your church and I'll go to mine.
Now, just a second, Logan. Has anything in this room been moved since Prescott's body was discovered?
You know better than that. Not when my tech men get finished.
Then it's murder, my friend. Good old premeditated homicide.
What do you mean?
Look at the telephone, Logan. Didn't you say Mr. Phillips here heard the shot over the wire?
Well, I did hear.
Well, then if Mr. Prescott committed suicide, how did the receiver get back on the hook? Only one person could have hung up that phone after Prescott was dead, Logan, and that's the murderer.
Now, wait a minute, Casey. I thought of that, too. It's just probable that Prescott put it back himself.
Well, after he'd been shot through the head.
But it's possible, isn't it? He could have staggered and dropped it back into place as he fell to the floor.
Sure. He could have played a violin concerto on the way down.
So will you shut up?
It doesn't make sense, Captain. Casey's right about this being murder, and you know it.
I don't know anything of the kind yet. Mr. Phillips, tell me, did you hear the phone click after the shot was fired?
Why, now that I think about it, Yes, I am sure I heard it click, as though the receiver had been placed back on the hook.
Funny you're remembering it now. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Just passing the time of day until Captain Logan decides to start looking for some suspects.
Yeah, how about that, Captain? Doesn't this Mr. Prescott have any friends or relatives?
He's got a wife.
Yeah? Why isn't she here?
Yeah, she probably will be any minute. I sent word to her just before you came in.
What was her reaction to the news, Captain?
I don't know. I wasn't the one who broke it to her.
Can't go in there.
That sounds like her now.
Hey, lady.
Let go of me, please.
It's all right, Dolan. She can come in. We were expecting her.
Yes, sir.
Where is the officer? What have you done with him?
No. Just a minute, please.
Is he dead? Is he really dead? Tell me, how did it happen?
Please. Now, you got...
Oh, the name of heaven, officer. Why are you keeping me from him? Why don't you let me see him? Travis!
No. You mustn't do it.
For Pete's sake, would you take her away from him?
No. I love him.
I know how you feel, but you've got to pull yourself together now.
Let me stay with him just a little while. Don't you understand? I love him.
more than anything in the world.
I'm terribly sorry. I know it's a shock to you.
It's all right. Only I can't understand why anybody would want it. Who killed him, Mother? Who killed him?
Why, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure he was killed.
Captain Logan thinks he might have committed suicide.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. He had everything to live for. He told me so this afternoon.
You saw your husband this afternoon, Mrs. Prescott?
Husband?
Yeah. Aren't you his wife?
Why, no. I'm Evelyn Warner. I'm Mr. Prescott's secretary.
Day after tomorrow is Washington's birthday, and I'm sure you'll want to observe at least one good old tradition. So how about serving a delicious home-baked cherry pie for dinner? You'll find mouth-watering recipes in any good cookbook. But to make those recipes turn out right, to ensure flaky crust, evenly and lightly browned with no danger of scorching, be sure to use a Fire King oven glass pie plate. You see, Fire King oven glass absorbs oven heat so uniformly that it practically ensures baking results. Now, you'll find a wide selection of Fire King oven glass at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, separate pie plates in different sizes, as well as casseroles with pie plate covers, and smaller pieces for baking individual deep dish cherry pies. Fire King oven glass prices are unbelievably low, and each piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Ask for Fire King oven glass by name, another product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You've got your nerve, Casey, walking right up to Mrs. Prescott's apartment and ringing the bell. What do you expect to find out from her anyway?
Somebody's coming.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me. I thought this was Mrs. Prescott's apartment.
It is. I'm her father. Lane is my name.
How do you do, Mr. Lane? Is Mrs. Prescott in?
Yes, but if you're a reporter...
Oh, we won't stay very long, Mr. Lane. We just want to ask a few questions.
Well, I appreciate that it's your job, of course, but really we've been hounded by so many reporters this evening. Can't you come back at us some other time instead of bothering Mrs. Prescott again tonight? She's been through so much.
We'll miss the morning edition.
Yes, I know, but couldn't I answer your question for you? After all, the police have been here, and the whole terrible shock of Mr. Prescott's death.
It's all right, Father. You can let them in.
But, Helen, I'm sure
It's all right, Father. What's the use of pretending I'm upset about Travis's death? Everybody knows how he's treated me.
Helen, I think it's a mistake.
Oh, come in. Come in, won't you? Let's get these press interviews over once and for all.
Well, we'll make this a short one, Mrs. Prescott.
Thank you.
Helen, I think you're giving these people the wrong impression.
What's the good of keeping up appearances? It's all over now. Once I can really act the way I feel.
You sound as if you were almost glad your husband is dead, Mrs. Prescott.
Don't say that. I'm not glad. But I'm not sorry either. Yeah, I've been hurt so much these past few years. I'm just sort of numb about it. Does that seem very cold to you? Well, frankly, a little. Well, maybe it is. Then you didn't know Travis. You didn't know the pain or the heartache he could bring to those who tried to love him.
He was a scoundrel. Really he was. I hate to say so now, but he treated Mrs. Prescott abominably when he was alive.
In what way, Mr. Lane?
In every way. He drank, gambled, spent my daughter's money.
Spent it on other women. Women like that secretary of his.
Oh, you know about her?
Yes. She wasn't the only one. A little fool. He didn't care any more about her than he did about me. You think she might have killed him? If she was in love with him. Anybody who was in love with him might have killed him.
Including you?
I wasn't in love with him.
Well, it doesn't really matter very much. The police think he committed suicide.
Who, Travis? Not in a million years.
My father's right. Travis wouldn't take his own life. He was much too fond of living. Then you think that he was murdered? I'm sure of it.
By whom? Any ideas?
That's something for the police to figure out.
look, try to remember, will you? After all, you're the doorman here. You ought to know what time Mrs. Prescott came home this afternoon.
Well, I do remember, but I don't know that I can pass that information along to you. I've already passed it along to the police.
But we're practically policemen. Show me your press badge, Casey.
And will you stay off my side? We're confusing the
I'm not confused. I know when Mrs. Prescott came home.
Oh, yeah? When?
About 5:15.
5:15, huh? It's just a half hour after her husband was killed.
She could have done it, Casey. Only takes about 20 minutes to get here from the Milton Hotel. 25 at the outside if she came right over.
It's just what I was thinking. Say, tell me, Mac, did she come home in a cab?
Yes, I believe she did.
Alone, or was she with her father?
Oh, no. She wasn't with her father. Mr. Lane came home at least half hour earlier.
About 5:45.
No, just about. Maybe a few minutes before.
Well, that lets him out, but it doesn't make it any too cozy for her. Well, thanks for the tip, old man. Here's one for you.
Much obliged to you, sir.
Come on, Annie. We got work to do.
Well, wait a minute. You don't have to yank me off my feet. Where are we going?
Back to the car first.
Gee.
And we're going to drive down to... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Quick. Get up against the side of the building. I got a flash of that dame in the lobby. She's coming out.
What dame? Who's coming out?
Mrs. Prescott. There she is now. Look how she's dolled up.
A nice time for her to be gadding about. Where do you suppose she's going?
Keep your eye on her, Annie. You may have to tail her.
Look. Getting into that parked car in the corner.
For Pete's sake, get ready, kid. We're going to follow that car.
Why? Whose is it?
Don't you recognize the guy behind the wheel? That's Mr. Phillips, the insurance agent.
Casey, we'll both be killed if you keep driving this way.
Don't worry, Annie. I've still got 2 wheels on the ground.
Well, let one of the others down anyway.
Right, we're coming down for a landing now. Stopping up ahead.
I wonder why. Everything looks closed up around here. Where are we?
Downtown. Near River Street. These are all office buildings.
Wait. They're going inside that gray one on the corner.
Well, don't give them a chance to get away. Come on, Annie. We got to find out what they're up to.
Not so fast, Casey. I got high heels on.
No time to call attention to your legs. We're in a hurry.
Oh, don't be so manly. We'll catch up with them.
If we don't get a move on.
Well, there they are. Going in that side door off the lobby, see?
I hope they're not trying to give us a slip. That's what I hope.
No, it looks like some sort of office on the first floor.
Hey, it is an office. Oh. That's the insurance company. I'm going to find out what they're up to.
Easy now. Mr. Phillips might be back there with a gun.
Come on, we'll take a chance.
Don't tell me you're going to hold my hand.
Just across the threshold. There. Now you're on your own. Hey, what's that?
Take it easy, Casey.
Logan, what?
Captain Logan.
What are you doing here?
Minding my own business? What are you doing?
Now, look, Logan, don't be like that. We've been following that Phillips guy and Mrs. Prescott. They came in here a second ago. Didn't you see them?
Yes, I saw them. I sent for them.
You what?
I sent for them, Miss Williams.
Well, it's about time you got wise to yourself, Logan. Are they in this thing together?
Did they cook up some kind of scheme to kill Prescott and collect his insurance?
Well, not exactly.
Not exactly. Well, what do you mean? Come on, give. What have you got on them?
I just asked them to come down here so I could have a look at Mr. Prescott's insurance policy.
Aha! Good boy, Logan. That dame is suspect number 1 on my list.
Mine, too. She had motive and an opportunity to commit the crime.
When? Tell me about it.
At 4:45. When Travis Prescott was murdered, too. And she didn't get back to her apartment until 1/2 an hour later.
So you figure she was with her husband at the time of his death, don't you? Well, as a matter of fact, she wasn't.
Oh.
She's got an alibi, I suppose.
You said it, Casey, an airtight one. At 4:45, she was at a bridge party uptown with over a dozen witnesses, so she couldn't have killed her husband.
No, I guess not.
Then who did?
I don't know yet. I've still got an idea it was suicide, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Suicide or not, Logan, if you let that woman put one over on you, you're a sap. She has everything to gain by her husband's death, including that nice fat insurance policy.
Well, the policy may be fat, but it won't do her any good.
Why not?
Because she's not the beneficiary. Mr. Prescott left the money to Evelyn Warner, his secretary.
What do you want, Mr. Casey?
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Warner, if you'll just take your foot away from the door and let us come in.
No, please. I'm awfully busy right now. Can't you two come back some other time?
And find you gone?
No, of course not. What makes you think I was going anywhere? Don't you dare come in here.
Why? What are you hiding?
Nothing.
Nothing but a half-packed suitcase. I can see that from here.
Go away.
I will in a minute, Miss Warner. Come on in, Annie.
Like you are.
Big idea, sister. But you know it's bad news to run away at a time like this. It's practically an admission of guilt.
I don't care what it is.
You mean you killed Mr. Prescott?
No.
According to what Logan tells me, you were at the office with him this afternoon.
Of course I was. I was his secretary, wasn't I? I was there until 4 o'clock.
And where were you after 4 o'clock?
Mr. Prescott sent me out on an errand.
And why are you so anxious to get away now?
Because I know what'll happen. They'll send me to the chair for something I didn't do.
If you didn't do it, you got nothing to worry about, Miss Warner.
But all the evidence points to me. The insurance policy, the fact that I worked for him, even the fact that I was in love with him.
There's only one fact that really counts. Can you prove you were not with Mr. Prescott at 4:45 this afternoon?
No. The only man who could prove it for me won't help me.
Who's that?
Mrs. Prescott's father, Mr. Elaine. He knows I wasn't at the office at 4:45 this afternoon, but he'll never tell the police that.
Why not?
Because he hates me. I'm sure he does. Any man would hate me for breaking up his daughter's marriage.
But he wouldn't send you to the chair for it. Besides, Mr. Lane doesn't strike me as the kind of a guy who'd blame you for what happened.
He would. I know he would. I can't take a chance.
You can't take a chance because you killed Travis Prescott.
No!
You'll have a hard time convincing him.
Stand back.
Hey, what are you
Look
doing
out,
there with that?
He's got a gun.
Stand back, both of you. I know how to use it, and I will if you get in my way.
Don't be an idiot. You can't get away with this.
We'll see about that. Close my bag. Quick! Now, put it on the floor and stand back.
You're a chump to walk out of here with that gun in your hand.
I'm not asking your advice, Mr. Casey. Just don't move a muscle till I'm outside the door. Stand just where you are.
I'll take that gun if you please.
Mr. Lane!
What's the meaning of this, Miss Warner? I was just about to ring your bell.
Hold her, Mr. Lane. I'll take care of that gun.
Let me go, you stupid fool. Let go of me.
Thank you, Miss Warner. You might hurt somebody with that thing.
What's the matter here? What has she done?
Plenty, Mr. Lane. Murdered your son-in-law and tried to make it look like suicide. She just gave us a cock and bull story about you being able to fix her up with an alibi.
I don't understand. Didn't Mr. Prescott die at 4:45 this afternoon?
That's right.
Then how could Miss Warner have killed him?
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Warner dropped some mail off for me at the apartment this afternoon. I was with her at almost exactly 4:45.
Say, Casey, you've been sitting there for the last 15 minutes without opening your mouth. What's the matter with him, Miss Williams?
To put it in simple language, Ethelbert, Casey is what we might call stuck.
Does that expression on your face, Casey, mean that you're thinking?
Yeah. Give me another cup of that coffee, Ethelbert. Awful stuff.
Oh, Walter, bring Casey another coffee. I told you it was awful. You know Walter can't make coffee.
You're telling me. Annie, I give up. As far as I can make out, nobody was at Mr. Prescott's office at 4:45 this afternoon.
Well, at least Mr. Prescott was there.
I'm beginning to wonder. Boy, if he was alive, he'd probably have an alibi, too.
Maybe Logan was right. Maybe it was suicide.
Certainly beginning to look that way. Only there's something awful fishy about that phone call.
You think Mr. Phillips is lying?
I don't know. He's got plenty of witnesses from his office. But there might have been some shenanigans at the other end of the line. Oh, say, Ethelbert, if that's for me, you know what to tell him.
Right, Casey. You know me. Excuse me, folks. Hello, Blue Note. Ethelbert speaking.
Deposit 5 cents, please.
Yeah, wait. I'll have to get... Hey, wait a minute. I just picked up the phone.
If you'll give me your name and address, we'll return your nickel.
But I didn't put in a nickel.
You should deposit 5 cents before you dial. Please hang up and dial again.
Hey, look, lady. Hello? Hello? Goodbye. Must have been a wrong number. Blue Note, Ethelbert speaking.
Wrong number. Excuse it, please.
I thought so. Oh, dear, these telephone operators. I have more trouble.
Hey, wait a minute, Ethelbert. Wait a minute. You give me a hunch.
Huh?
That telephone operator, Annie. That's who I want to talk to. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the Hotel Milton. I want to talk to the operator at the switchboard.
Hilton Hotel. Just a moment, please. Now,
What were you saying, Mr. Casey?
Well, we wanted to have a look at the call sheet, miss. You keep a record of all outgoing calls, don't you?
That's right. Are you from the telephone company?
No, not exactly. But, look, if you'll do this little job for us, we can get your picture in the paper.
He's got his camera and everything.
Yeah, here it is.
Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, just how many calls Mr. Prescott made from his room this afternoon between 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
4:30 and 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm, that's it. Did he make any other calls besides the one to the Acme Insurance Company?
Between 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Gee, that's funny. According to your sheet, Mr. Prescott didn't use the phone at all during that time. Last call he made was at 4 o'clock.
Let me see that, will you?
Sure.
Casey, what's it mean?
It means we're dealing with a pretty slick murderer. That phone call Mr. Phillips got wasn't made from this hotel.
So?
What's more, Prescott didn't even make it. His voice was impersonated by somebody else's after the murder was committed.
Yes, but
Here, hold on to this sheet, Annie.
Okay.
We've got to get in touch with Logan right away. Operator, will you call headquarters, please? Hey, who turned off those lights?
I don't know, but somebody stepped into this room, Casey. I saw the door close just as... Oh, Casey, help me! Somebody grabbed the call sheet out of my hand. He's got the list of calls.
Don't worry, I've got him. Quick, turn on the lights while I hold him down.
I'll find the switch, Mr. Casey.
Now we'll see who murdered Travis Prescott.
Mr. Lane.
All right, Mr. Casey. I will try to get away. Go ahead and call the police.
Okay, Mr. Lane. So you killed your son-in-law?
Yes. I had every reason in the world for killing him. After the way he treated my daughter, he didn't deserve to live. I made up my mind to kill him when he tried to borrow money from me to meet his insurance policy. Policy that would only benefit that secretary.
After you shot Prescott, you went back to your apartment and called up Mr. Phillips, the insurance man. You impersonated your son-in-law's voice, and while Mr. Phillips was still on the wire, you fired a shot for him to hear over the phone.
Yes. I tried to make it look as if Prescott had died at 4:45, because I was already at home at that time, with a perfect alibi.
When did you kill Prescott, Mr. Lane?
At exactly 25 minutes after 4.
That gave you a perfect alibi, all right. The only trouble is it gave everybody else one, too. Okay, Annie, call up Logan.
Back in the 1920s, the average grocery carried only a few hundred items. Today, big food markets sell literally thousands of different products, different grades and different brands. If it weren't for glass containers, marketing would indeed be a very perplexing problem. But thanks to transparent glass, marketing is not only simple and easy, but it's also fascinating. For glass lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. It lets you decide immediately whether the product is what you want or not. Yes, the colorful array of gleaming glass-packed foods on your market shelves is exciting and stimulating. It makes shopping a pleasure. And when you're in a hurry, when you aren't sure what to buy, what brand, what quality, what size, play safe and buy foods packed in crystal clear sanitary Anchor glass containers, protected by tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Well, you see, Ethelbert, it was a perfect alibi.
I don't see how it's so perfect if the guy got caught.
Well, he wouldn't have been caught if it hadn't been for our man Casey.
Oh, I don't know about that, Annie. Logan was onto that call sheet long before I was. He had a photostatic copy of it the whole time.
Well, then why didn't he do something with it? If this Lane guy hadn't followed you to the hotel and made that pass in the dark, he'd have been a free man.
Oh, not necessarily. No, Logan was playing the whole thing cozy, letting it pass for suicide and keeping an eye on all the suspects all the time.
Well, if I ever commit a murder, I'm not going to make it fancy.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see what happened to this Lane guy. He should have known you can't commit a murder and make it look like suicide.
Why?
Because any man that commits a murder is committing suicide at the same time.
Crime Photographer, starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Deep. Tonight's episode was written by Robert Sloan. The original music was by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. If you are a young woman between the ages of 18 and 35, here's a way in which you can serve yourself and your nation. America needs student nurses to study for a high-paid professional career. Ask your local hospital for complete information. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In service, starting mileage 9458, 9458.
Control 1 to 56, in service, mileage 9458, 9458. 56, 1019. The watch commander is in his office now. 6:10 p.m. Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
Well, we almost made it to the corner. What was that all about? I've been waiting to see the lieutenant, Don. He's got some information on a narcotics investigation for us.
Oh, by the way, this is Don Reed, a police recorder. At the moment, you're writing in Detective Unit 56. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins contacting Control 1 by radio. Now, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 56, already on assignment in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Into the station.
I'm going to check with the captain.
Keeper. Let's see what's cooking at the booking desk.
This is the first time in the Culver City jail, yeah? Would you give me a cigarette? How long were you incarcerated the first time? What do you mean, incarcerated? What happened tonight?
Subject being booked for plain drunk.
Will you give me a cigarette? Please, I'm Mississippi. Give me a cigarette. Will you do that? Are you a man or are you a mouse? Will you give me a cigarette?
Wearing a raccoon hat with a tail hanging over his eyes. Sort of a miniature Daniel Boone.
When you sober up a little bit, we'll allow you to make a phone call. You're in no condition to be phoning or talking to anyone. Okay?
I'll sprain myself tomorrow. May I have a cigarette?
You have them, smoke them.
Well, I had some in the car. Will you give me one, please? I'll do some for you.
Smoke it now. When you go into the jail, you can't take it with you.
Okay, I want to smoke it now. I'll hit my own mother.
Okay, Captain. Don? Yeah.
He's on her, what time can I talk to my sister? I'm all wild.
What's that fellow raising all the fuss about?
He wants to make a phone call.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing except the party he wants to talk to is in Mississippi. What's the deal with the captain?
Well, we got a fellow here in the interrogation room. Claims he knows where some narcotics are being sold. One of the uniformed cars picked him up a few minutes ago hiding in the back of a store. He's been held now on suspicion of burglary. You remember him. He's the one that always wore a striped coat with a sailor hat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we booked him for disturbing the peace just recently, I remember.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Perkins. Sorry, sit still. Why don't you tell me now?
Are they gentlemen?
They're gentlemen. Every one of them.
I have a reason to believe, Mr. Perkins, that somebody is using drugs.
Whereabouts are they using them?
Right at my house.
At your house? What makes you think they're using narcotics at your house? Excuse me.
You find out.
Just a minute. Perkins. Yeah. Yeah, can we call you back a little bit? Okay. What makes you think that they're using them down there?
No, I've been out in China. I know all of them. I'm an alcoholic. But drugs I never used. I'm sure those boys is using drugs.
Are they down at your house now?
Haven't you found out?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm asking you.
Who's this gentleman over here?
That's Don Reed.
God, I'm awful drunk, but... Mr. Perkins, can't you help me?
Yes, I'm trying to help you. I want some information, though.
You got it.
Because all I've got is that you think there's some narcotics down at your house.
Not at my house.
And not at your house?
No.
Whereabouts?
There's something you must know, Mr.
Well,
Perkins.
tell me. That's what I'm sitting here for. I'm waiting to listen to it.
Would you drive me down the corner and I'll show you?
What are you going to show me?
Well, you gotta pick up this boy, Mr. Perkins. You gotta be...
What are you going to pick him up for? Narcotics?
Well, you find out.
I'm not going down just pick up any person on the street or in somebody's house unless I have reason to believe that they committed a crime.
I know that there's something wrong there, Mr. Perkins.
Well, what? Where is the house? What's the boy's name? What's the location? We'll look into it.
I'll take you there. You know who I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Mr. Perkins, this is something you should know about.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm asking these questions. You keep telling me it's something that I should find out about. Well, tell me. What is it?
Something about... I'm sure, Mr. Perkins, I'm sure that these boys is using drugs.
Can you point the house out to me?
Yeah.
Like
Just get in the car. Yeah. Look, you meet this boy you need to get a hold of. You know I'm an alcoholic, don't you? And I never used drugs in my life or anything like that. But I'm sure, I'm almost sure that there's something wrong there.
Can you point the house out to me?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. You want to?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Perkins.
We're en route to the location where the suspect claims he can point out the house where narcotics are being pushed. This is a new part of town. I'm not too familiar with it. Whether the suspect is taking us for a joyride or not, it's hard to tell. But you can't take anything for granted in this business.
What makes you think this boy is using narcotics? By his actions?
Mr. Perkins, if I'm wrong, you come and tell me. I'm sure that there's something... I'm sure
Am I absolutely sure?
What makes you so sure? Their actions?
Yes, of course.
What do they do that's so unusual? How do they act?
Unusual.
You can't just go around accusing a person using narcotics unless you've got good reason for it. Get yourself in trouble doing that. We appreciate information, but we want the right information.
You got it.
I don't know whether we have or not. You haven't told me anything yet, except that a boy uses narcotics.
Well, you better find out, Mr. Perkins.
Turn right, Mr. Perkins. Right.
You only have to pull up in back of this car.
Right here?
That's right.
Okay. Now what? Which is the place?
Right there.
This place right here with the picket fence?
Just a minute. Who's going to get this boy?
Nobody's going to get him until we know what it's all about.
Checking the building the suspect is pointing out. It's pitch dark and covered by trees. I can't see anything from here.
No, you're not going to get him. That's the place. Okay. Let's go back to the station.
Why?
Present time, you're under arrest. You know that. You're a prisoner. Okay.
Guiding the suspect into the station. Turning him over now to the desk, Sergeant.
Sit down there. One in the other straight over that court for a minute. Sit down there. George, you want to put this fellow in the detention room pending further investigation?
Right, okay. You want to come with me?
You think we got a mental case here, Sergeant?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Let's go over to his house and talk to his wife. Hear her side of the story.
Okay. We're sitting in the kitchen of the suspect's home. Now, this is an average American place. Very comfortable, but small. And the suspect's wife is just finishing up the dishes. And now is putting them aside and just coming over and to sit down now and discuss the case with Sergeant Perkins.
I picked up your husband, and he'd been drinking pretty heavily. In fact, I took a bottle away from him.
Mm-hmm.
He has quite a story he's been telling us about narcotics.
Yes.
Do you know anything about that? We're trying to get something out of it.
It is simply terrible that any father would sort of start a story like that. This is not true. In the past, in drinking, for instance, he usually said that his wife was in a hospital, very sick, and he was so worried about her. That was not true.
Mm-hmm.
His brother had broken his leg, was in a hospital. The brother never heard of such a thing. All that is not true. And so I think that he wants to talk. He likes to have people pay attention to him. He wants to talk, and he'll say almost anything just to get attention.
How long have you been married?
25 years.
25 years.
I got a divorce 2 days before Christmas. I think he definitely needs mental care, and he spent 30 years in the Navy, and during that time he was in the mental ward several times. His Navy record would show that anything that I have to say like that is true. And I've tried for years to have him voluntarily go and commit himself.
We're a little bit worried about his condition, and especially in the past history we've had with him here.
What type of condition? Do you mean the drinking or his physical?
Well, the combination of the drinking, possibly the mental.
Yes, I don't see how it could help but have some effect upon a person's mentality.
We're afraid that he just might do something dangerous out here and be a menace to society. And if we do it, it's going to be necessary to book him through with the charges here, whereas if we can get you to do it, or if they'll accept you, we'll assist you in it, and it'll save putting that on his record.
Something has to be done. It has to be done.
Well, if that's what you want us to do, we'll go ahead and do it.
That is what I want you to do.
And as far as any narcotics or any of these boys that he's talking about, do you feel that...
I think I'm positive that it's a sad thing that a father should say such a thing. I feel that a mother or father should protect their child and not go spreading something like that around the neighborhood. Every neighborhood we've ever lived in, I've gone through this humiliation of his foolish talking and drunkenness. And...
Okay,
all right, now he will be taken down to the county hospital, and Monday morning I'll call and make a see if...
Right. If you will, please.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
If you do, look into that.
We'll check it out. We have to check it out, yes.
Let's get back to our car. Sure rough on her, isn't it?
Yeah.
Five 6 to 1, clear on our code 6. And will you notify the Detective Bureau that there's nothing on this narcotics deal? Suspect's a mental case. Will you make arrangements to transport him to LA Psycho Ward for treatment?
Control 1 to 5-6, clear. Will do.
You know, Pert, one part of this deal I don't get.
What's that?
How come we didn't check out that home where narcotics were supposed to be pushed?
There's a good reason. You know the building that he pointed out?
Yeah?
That's the public library.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
Control 1 to all units in the vicinity, and cars 5-3 and 5-4 at 2205 Overhill, 2205 Overhill. Possible mental case throwing bottles in the bar, code 2.
5 6 to 1, we're right on top of this. Will you advise the other units? We'll come in from the rear and cover the back.
Control 1 to 5 6 and 10-4.
Well, not more than 10 minutes ago, we answered a call of a possible mental case breaking up a bar just down the street from this address. However, he was GOA, gone on arrival. We talked to several witnesses, and apparently the suspect was under the influence of narcotics. Now, whether our present call is the same one, of course, remains to be seen. Things almost too similar to be a coincidence. Matter of another block or so, and we'll flip around the corner, head up the alley to the rear. Matter of fact, the bar's just over on our left-hand side. Just a second now, we'll find this alley. We're going to flip in here. Hold on. Down the alley. Oh, I've seen smoother roads in my day. There's the red light of the uniform car already in the parking lot. It's pitch dark. In the headlights, the suspect here, he is swinging punches. One officer's down. There's quite a struggle going on. Get over there. He's a big fellow, well over 6 feet, strong. He's ready to lead the battle.
Thank God! 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 Thank God!
Says he ain't going. That's a matter of opinion. Perkins getting into the hassle. It's a wrestling match to get the cuffs on. They'll have to cinch up tight to control him, otherwise somebody's going to get hurt.
Get emotional. Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God!
down.
Trying to get the suspect into our car.
I ain't gone.
One of the victims over here. Blood trickling from an eye wound.
What's he been doing?
He's all hopped up, and I was down there at the bar helping this woman bartend. I've been drinking, yes. But,
You been blasting?
yeah, he's been blasting everything, start throwing beer bottles out the door, and he start throwing them through the windows. And I stopped him from throwing through the windows and everything. And I came down here to try to get in the car. And after that...
Where's his car?
Huh? He ain't in no car right now.
Are you going to get your car or what?
No, I'm in this truck right over here.
In your truck?
Yes, sir. I'm,
Stand by a minute.
Okay.
Officer Chuck Sarlo over here. Looks like he's been in the death storm.
Let's get him in and strip him down completely. Let's find out for once. Let's get this guy behind bars where he belongs.
Okay.
Because this guy says he's been blasting marijuana. We've been looking for him for a long time. So we get him in there. We'll take him back in, strip him down.
Something, boy. He's wild.
We'll follow you right back in. Right on. We'll do that.
Let's move back to our car. Shoes being removed. Prevent injury in case of kicking.
We'll ride up front.
It's killing me. Honest, it's killing me. This one and this right hand. Honest, it's on my...
Handcuffs are tight. Keep his mind on that instead of kicking the police car apart.
I can't. Cutting off my circulation, honest.
Well, you have to calm down until you get to the station. You know
Will you let him loose a little bit, please? Please, officer, please.
Long, slender hands.
Please, look at
Any
him.
loser needs slip out of them. Studying the suspect's face. Strong indication, use of marijuana. No eye reaction. Pupils pinpointed. Irrational. Repetitious.
Please, come on.
Constantly repeating himself.
No. Please, get this off, will you? Please. Just get a key and it's... No, please. Look at this. Let me look. Look at this. It's too tight.
You're not too tight.
Oh, it is!
Sarlo, ride back. Guard the prisoner. Let's get to the station.
You hear me? Hey, do you hear me? You know I don't give you bad time, so move over. Come on. When did you get on? I know, man. You swear. Right? Okay. So we're buddies, aren't we? Now, just move over. I'm not going to give you bad time. Yeah? What are you doing? Blasting tonight? Blasty, snasty. What do you mean? Blasty, snasty. Yes, blasty, snasty. Why don't you get down the light? One guy tapped out over there. Oh, get your hands off me! Why don't you get out of there? Get your hands off me!
When's the last time you got a hunter farm?
There, get your hands off me! I got her! You hear me? I got her! Let's see, I can loosen your cuffs up a little. Face over that way, back up. It's right. What I do wrong tonight? What am I doing right now? What am I doing, huh? What am I on?
You were 214, Stearns of Peace, and...
Under the influence of... The old line. Alcohol, disturbance of peace. And someone said I was black. And someone said I was under needle. Naturally, they're all saying I'm under needle. I'm smoking opium too, man. These still lay happenings. I'm smoking opium. I'm disturbing the peace now. Disturbing the peace.
A couple of more blocks to the station.
You know what you are? You're a parasite. You're a political parasite. Yeah, man. Blam. Political parasite. What's that mean? You know what a parasite is? No. Well, you know when a shark is in the ocean?
Yeah.
There's always a couple of parasites stuck onto him. The shark's a killer. You follow behind.
Apparently he thinks he's the shark. We're the parasites.
Political. Well, if you would get there...
Let's get out this way.
I can't get out. I know where you're going to drag me out. That's all, because this cuffs are too tight.
Well, we don't want to have to drag it in jail. Let's go.
Open the door!
Well, here's the door's open on this side.
I ain't going to do it. Don't.
Get out the front on the other side. Come on.
Oh, sir.
6 feet of handcuffs, uncoiling stubbornly.
I'm barefooted.
get to your fuse, though.
He's going to the detention cell, Chuck. We'll shake him down good in there.
We'll go through his clothing now. See if we can find enough evidence to book him on a marijuana charge.
What's this line from here? Working?
Checking his arms for needle marks.
Take your pants off.
Suspect shaking his head. Tears down his face. But he's still taking his pants off.
Yeah, your shirt, too. Come over a second, will you?
Yeah.
Hold this flashlight for me.
Okay.
His pants. Let's try his shirt.
Not yet.
We could only find one marijuana seed.
Nothing in his shirt either.
Not anything. Not gonna do it. 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 I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Apparently he's not going to do something.
Blast him, man.
Blasting. What do you think I am? Ha, boy?
I don't know. I asked you a question. You haven't answered it.
Well, that's that guy.
You haven't answered my question yet.
Smoking. You think the only thing in the whole world is smoking?
Somebody says you were blasting tonight.
Somebody says I'm blasting. Somebody says this. Somebody says I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Somebody says this. Somebody says that. Somebody says schmack.
Where'd you buy the stuff you smoked tonight?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to do it. I'm asking to go to jail.
Yeah, well, we're happy to oblige. Chuck, take him over to the window and book him disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Come on down, let's go.
Helper? He's sure about blasting marijuana. That guy's hiring a kite.
Yeah, but you know it, and I know it. And the witness knows it. That doesn't prove it in the court.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. For their disposition, we return you to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's tour of duty on the night watch is a good example of the diversified problems encountered in police work. In the case of the suspect suffering delusions and claiming knowledge of narcotics, it was his wife's desire he be committed to a mental institution for treatment of alcoholism. My department concurred in this opinion and assisted in obtaining the placement. In the final case of the suspect breaking up a bar, as you noted, there was considerable suspicion that he was under the influence of marijuana. However, he was booked for disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Some people may voice the question, why wasn't the suspect booked for suspicion of the use of narcotics? The answer is one of the big problems in police work today. What you suspect and what you can prove are two different things. This very principle is the cornerstone of our American way of life. Regardless of the suspicious circumstances, a case must be backed up with physical evidence and proved beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. There are countries who don't agree with this procedure, but it's our way, the American way. To help you appreciate and understand this is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described.
Hey, Danny.
You'll never be a sailor, Joey.
Why not?
Sailors don't say hey, they say ahoy.
Okay, so I ain't a sailor. I'm just a deckhand on a ferry boat anyhow, so who cares if I ain't nautical?
What's the matter, Joey? Lonesome down there on deck?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
How can I be lonesome? It's 3 a.m. There ain't a soul on board except you and me and the captain. But why should I be lonesome? I got life preservers to talk to. There's a couple of chains that ain't doing nothing either. I'm having a wonderful day. Hey.
What's the matter, Joey?
Danny, quick. Come down here on deck fast.
Okay, I'm coming.
How do you like that?
You sound like you just stumbled on $1 million. What's the matter?
Holy mackerel. That's a body, Danny. A dead body. I looked when you was coming down.
Guess you wanted something to happen on this run, Joey. But you certainly didn't want this.
Oh, no more than that guy wanted it. Yeah, I wonder how it got here.
When's the last time you passed this part of deck?
Why, I ain't been here at all tonight till just now.
It could have been for hours.
What do you see, Danny? What?
Nothing we didn't know. He's dead. Probably been shot. Oh. We got a report to give the cops when we pull in.
Hey, he's wearing a double-breasted blue suit. That's brand new, I'd say, wouldn't you, Danny?
Yeah. His black shoes are new, too.
And that shirt and that blue tie. All brand new.
Yeah.
Now, what would anybody expecting to be killed wear a brand new outfit for?
Maybe he wasn't expecting to be killed.
Well, maybe.
Hey, take a look at those socks he's wearing.
What's the matter, Danny? The stiff got you so you forgot your talk? You said, hey. You meant ahoy, didn't you?
What's the difference? His corpse is wearing brown woolen socks. Argyle socks. The kind your wife knits for you if she can knit, which mine can't.
So what? So he's wearing brown Argyle socks.
So you don't wear brown socks with a blue suit?
Oh, he wasn't a dude. What do you figure?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Not figuring anything. That's for the homicide department. The district attorney and the DA's friend, Philo Vance, to do.
We've seen everything you wanted to in the morgue, haven't we, Vance?
Yes, I suppose so, Markham. Let's get out of here.
All right. We've examined the body and the man's clothes, Vance. What do you make of the situation?
I'm not sure yet. I believe the man was killed by somebody who thought we could never identify his victim, though.
In other words, the suit, the shoes, the tie, and the shirt were purchased so that the original clothes belonging to the dead man could be destroyed.
And identification by that means made impossible.
Now, what about the socks, Vance?
Could be the murderer forgot to buy new socks, and that the ones the victim was wearing were his own.
That's fine. That gives us a lot to go on.
It gives us a great deal.
Hmm?
For instance, I'll tell you this. The dead man habitually wore tweeds, Scotch-grain shoes, woolen ties. And I think I know where to pick up his trail.
Vance, you're making all of this up. Nobody has been reported missing in this town that even remotely resembles the individual you described.
I think the murderer knew nobody would report his victim missing.
Here we go again.
Certainly looks that way, doesn't it?
Let me understand something.
Yes?
You've built the clothes the dead man wore, the tweed, the woolen tie, merely from the fact that he wore woolen socks. Now, let me point out
But I
that...
didn't mark them.
You didn't?
No. Did you notice the tie clasp that was on the blue silk tie he was wearing?
Yes. And except for the fact that it was about to slip off the tie, I noticed nothing unusual about it.
It's an ordinary clip. Could be bought in any of 1,000 stores. But it was about to slip off the silk tie. Now, what does that mean?
That the victim almost lost his tie clasp. How do I know what it means?
I think it means that the dead man usually wore woolen ties. He spread the clasp. Consequently, it couldn't hold a silk tie securely.
Oh, I see. I'll grant you a combination of woolen tie and woolen socks would mean tweeds and possibly Scotch-grain shoes. But what's your clue to his identity?
Did you look on the inside of the socks, Markham?
No.
I did. And I found something on the inside of the socks that will take me directly to the inside of this case.
All right, it is. Hold it. Yeah, it's tough
tough work, isn't it?
Oh, they never taught me this in dramatic school, Mr. Starr. Is it okay if I put this sword down? It's heavy.
Well, we can rest for a while, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean, all right. You know, it's just my luck that after I knock myself out learning this part, John Stanley will come back.
Oh, that's possible, but I doubt it.
Yeah, you never know.
He's always been threatening to leave show business. And this time he's done it, I guess.
I hope so. All this rehearsing for nothing if he hasn't.
You ready to start again?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
But why couldn't we have been putting on something by Noel Coward instead of this big Roman tragedy?
Huh?
Then all I'd have to learn would be to drink tea.
Oh.
This sword business just isn't for me. All right, I'm ready, Mr. Starr.
All right, here we go. Arms of men, spoiler of my home, may the gods guide home my sword.
Hold on your guards, fool. It is on my arm that you...
Oh, go on, Eddie. What's the matter? Do you forget your lines?
All that noise out the stage door.
Well, I'll soon find out.
Quite a racket.
Mike! Where is that doorman?
Mr. Starr, I'm sorry indeed I am, but this gentleman insists on...
On seeing the owner of this company. Would that be you, Mr. Starr?
That is right.
May I talk to you alone? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I guess so, Vance. Okay, Eddie, relax somewhere. Mike will run back to the door.
Yes, sir, Mr. Starr.
Well, Vance, I've heard about you, of course.
That's very flattering.
Well, what do you want with me? Thinking of going in for dramatics?
Hardly. What male member of your company is missing?
Missing?
You know, not here anymore, can't be found. Missing.
Oh, missing.
Yes.
Oh. Well, that would be John Stanley. I imagine he quit show business. Always said he wanted to.
Tall man, well-built, chestnut hair, wore tweed suits.
Yes, that would be Stanley.
He's been murdered.
You don't say.
I could have sworn I did.
Is that the man found on the ferry boat dressed in brand new clothes?
Yes. It hasn't been in the newspapers, Mr. Starr.
Hasn't it?
No.
Well, I must have heard it on the radio. What made you think he might belong to this company, Vance? In other words, what brought you here?
I'll keep that to myself. In other words, mind your own business.
I'd like to. But you remember, you interrupted me. I was just teaching a young fellow Stanley's lines and the action of the play.
Mr. Starr, somebody went to a great deal of trouble to prevent our identifying the victim.
So?
I have no doubt that Stanley's murderer intended to throw him off the ferry and into the water. But he found he couldn't without being seen.
Go ahead, Vance. I once played a private investigator like you in a play. Only I did it better.
Oh, of course.
More conviction. Oh, your last speech, for instance. I have no doubt that Stanley's murderer intended to throw him off the ferry. You see what I mean?
Who'd want to?
Oh.
Mr. Starr, the murderer of John Stanley wanted two things. He wanted to make it difficult for anybody to identify the dead man, and he wanted to avoid being caught.
Oh, why tell that to me?
Oh, you might pass the word along.
Huh?
I want the killer to be a little bit nervous. And he will be when he finds out what I know.
All right, Vance. I'll see the people in show business know what a genius you are.
Do that. And Starr.
Yes.
Don't forget what I said.
About spreading the word around?
About wanting the killer to be nervous. Oh, allow me, Mr. Starr. You dropped your cigarette. Coming.
Hello, Mr. Vance. I'm Marla Martin. That's my stage name. May I come in? Thank you. Thank you very much. So kind of you.
Don't you sit down, Miss...
Martin, that's my stage name, Marla Martin. I'd like to sit here on this red chair, may I?
Oh, bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're wondering who I am and why I'm here, aren't you, Mr.
Well,
Vance?
yes,
Do you mind if I knit? I always knit, even when I talk. I talk much better when I knit. You'd be surprised how much better.
It would take quite a shock to surprise me more than I am
Oh,
at this
you
moment.
mustn't mind me. I'm Lila Martin. That's
your
my
stage name, yes.
Yes.
Why did you come here, Miss Martin?
Come where?
Here to my apartment. I'm Philo Vance.
Oh,
you
how
came
nice.
here, don't you remember?
Oh, so I did. Oh, no, I'm afraid I must be going. Thank you.
Wait a moment.
Don't scream at me, Mr. Vance. I came to do you a favor. You see, I was backstage when you were talking to Roger Starr today at the theater. I'm in the play. I play a Roman handmaiden. John got me the job.
John
here,
Stanley?
Of course. What other John would get me a job? He liked me, Mr. Vance, and I liked him. Now he's dead.
Yes, he is, and I
Poor
want to
John.
find out who killed him.
Well, that's what I came up to tell you, but you screamed at me, and now I don't know whether to tell you or not. You see, maybe the next time you won't scream at somebody.
Miss Martin, stop it.
What?
Stop it at once.
My knitting? You want me to stop knitting?
Stop
I
that
can't. I
babbling.
like-
Now, what do you know about John Stanley's death?
I know who killed him.
Who?
First say you're sorry you screamed at me.
Who killed John Stanley?
You're doing it again. Oh, Ryan, you look like such a nice man. You have such nice red chairs. Red is my favorite color.
I'll find you an Indian.
Thank
Now,
you.
who is it that you think killed him?
Think?
Yes, think.
I don't know. I don't think I know. It was Milton Talbot, of course. Do you know where I could get a red chair
Milton
like
Talbot?
this? It's lovely. I told you what you wanted to know. We were talking about this chair.
Who
I
is
like
Milton
it.
Talbot?
He's the editor of Talbot's Tidbits. It's a newspaper.
What is?
Oh, yes. It prints everything about everybody in show business. What size socks do you wear, Mr. Vance? If you don't scream at me, I'll knit you a pair of
I'm sorry
lovely
about the screaming. Miss
The
Martin,
loveliest-
do you know why Talbot killed Stanley?
I don't know everything, Mr. Vance, only that Talbot did it. Because they had a great big quarrel, and Talbot said he was going to do
What
it.
was the quarrel about?
Money? What do men generally quarrel about? Money, you know.
Money or women?
Of course.
What was the connection between Talbot and... Wait a minute.
Huh?
I know that paper he puts out. He runs a lot of scandal which performers can keep out of print if they take an advertisement in his paper.
Well, you still haven't told me what size socks you wear.
So
How
the
can I
dead
knit
man
you a
and
pair?
Talbot had an argument, eh? Perhaps Mr. Stanley found out something about the blackmailing publisher of Talbot's Tidbits.
You look like about a size 9, I suppose.
Thank you for coming here, Miss Martin.
Oh?
I'm going to see Mr. Talbot. I'm going to find out if he took time out from putting items in his paper to put a bullet in John Stanley's heart.
Talbot speaking.
This is Dolores Williams. You called me.
Oh, yes, I did.
Well, I just wondered.
Let me see now, Miss Williams. You have a film contract, haven't you?
Why, yes. I leave for the coast in a month.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Let me read you a story I'm publishing in the next issue of my paper.
Well, now,
Dolores Williams has been signed by Acme Studio for the mother role in their new production, So High the Tide.
yes.
Acme believes Miss Williams is the typical American mother and will start an extensive campaign on her when she arrives in California next month.
Oh, that's very nice of you to print that, Mr. Talbot.
The second paragraph is much nicer.
Well, that's...
For me.
Oh.
It says, wonder if Acme knows that Miss Williams is really Mrs. Bessie Doyle, who deserted her husband and 3 children when they were infants and is still wanted on a charge of shoplifting in her native city.
How did you find out about that?
It's my business to find out things, Miss Williams. Now, it's very possible my paper would be so crowded by advertisements that the second paragraph doesn't get in.
Well, I haven't any money. And isn't this blackmail?
Is it?
Well, it certainly is.
What have I asked you for?
Oh, nothing. How much is a full-page ad?
I don't know if I want an ad from you.
Oh, please, Mr. Talbot, I'll get the money somewhere. You've got to take it.
Wait a minute, Miss
Please.
Williams. Who are you?
My name is Vance. There was nobody in your outer office, so I came right in. I hope I'm not intruding.
Be right with you.
Certainly.
Miss Williams,
Yes?
I'll call you back. You're sure you want to put an ad in my paper?
You know I do.
I'll be speaking to you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, Vance?
You talk quite loud, Talbot. I heard most of your conversation with that Miss Williams.
People just beg to put ads in my paper. I don't know why.
Oh, yes, you do. If I weren't working on a murder case, I'd blast that racket of yours wide open.
You'd what?
And don't leave papers like that little notation on Roger Starr lying around on your desk. Very revealing.
You're going to blast my racket, huh? Who are you going to get to help you, Silver?
I don't need any help to break your racket or you.
People do talk.
I'm glad you did that. It's illegal to start a fight, but this is self-defense and a great... Oh. Put that in your newspaper, Talbot. While you're at it, why don't you insert an advertisement under Help Wanted? Just those 2 words, Help Wanted. Sign it with your name.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Argyle murder case opened with the finding of the body of a man dressed in brand new clothing, with the exception of a pair of Argyle socks. Vance, with only this meager clue to work on, has identified the body and has managed to interview 3 people. Roger Starr, owner and featured performer in the theater company, Lila Martin, an actress, and Milton Talbot, publisher of a theatrical newspaper. Vance is now in my office, and we'll discuss.
All right, Markham, I'll tell you.
Thanks, Vance. Inasmuch as you're certain that the Argyle socks John Stanley was wearing put you on the trail of his murderer, I think I'm entitled to know.
It's relatively simple.
For you mean?
We'll see what you think after I explain.
All right.
As you know, I'm working on the assumption that Stanley's clothing was taken from him.
Yes.
That he was garbed in brand new clothing by his killer.
The killer intended to throw the body from the ferry, but found he couldn't. So he let it lie on the boat to be found. I go along with that.
Good. Now, when the murderer bought the new clothes, he forgot to buy socks. And he thought nothing of leaving Stanley's own socks on the body, believing they couldn't be traced.
But you traced them?
No.
What do you mean, no? You told me the socks sent you to the theater where that Roger Starr company was rehearsing a Roman play.
That I did, but it wasn't the socks themselves.
Wasn't?
It was a smear of makeup I found inside the socks.
Makeup inside a pair of socks?
Yes.
Well, what would makeup be doing inside a pair of socks?
My answer to that seemed logical. If the dead man were an actor, and if he were appearing in a play that called for bare legs, like a Greek or Roman drama, he'd have makeup on his legs.
Oh. There was only one such drama in town, Roger Starr's production. You went there and found John Stanley was missing. I see now.
I'm glad. And there's something I'd like to see.
And that is?
My way clear to a solution of this case.
I refuse to believe you have no idea who killed Stanley.
I refuse to believe I can't prove my idea. And so I will.
When?
That is something only the murderer can tell you.
The murderer?
The Stanley killing was for profit, Markham. But his slayer is going to give himself away.
I'm glad you sent for me, Mr. Talbot. John always talked about you, and I wanted to meet you. And isn't it funny that now that he's dead, here I am in your office? You don't mind if I admit I always
don't
admit
mind
I
if you do
love
anything, provided you stop talking.
Oh, I've got to talk. If a person has something to say, a person has to talk. Else how would anybody know what it is she has to say? I used to hear you and John talking all the time.
All
the time.
right. Now, look, Lila.
Lila Martin. It's my stage name. It's lovely.
Lila,
isn't it?
listen to me.
But I am listening.
All right. You know that John and I had a business arrangement.
Of course I know. Do you always touch wood when you're talking business like that?
Yes, it's a
That's
habit.
very strange.
Say, you aren't as eccentric as you seem, are you?
Me? I don't think I'm eccentric. Other people do, but I'm not responsible for them. Why don't you keep talking, Talbot?
Well, that's better. Lila, you and that wacky act you put on are accepted in a lot of places I can't get to. You can get me a lot of information, like your friend John Stanley used to do. I pay for information. Do you understand?
Enough to keep listening.
That's all there is. Get me some dope on stage, people, that they won't want to see published, and I'll see that...
There you are, Talbot.
What?
Who's this? Talbot, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I'm Dolores Williams. You have a story about me. I can't afford to take the ad we talked about. And I can't afford to have you print the story. So I'm going to kill you.
The woman with the gun says she's going to kill you, Mr. Talbot. I don't think she will.
Look, Miss Williams, put down that gun. Let's be reasonable.
Reasonable? There's only one kind of reason you understand, and it's death. I knocked her on the pole. Talbot. No, you don't.
You still got the gun.
Well, pretty good slugging with my handbag, don't you think, Talbot? I guess I rate an assist.
Yes. Yes, you certainly do. If she comes through, I'll cart her out of here. Thanks for your help.
Uh-huh.
Lila, we ought to understand each other better. You know John Stanley was tired of you.
Of course.
I just wanted to make sure. Now, where were we?
In the middle of a business proposition.
Oh, that's right. I'm going to give you a phone number. Here's my pencil. I'll write it down.
I've got a pencil.
I want my gold pencil. There's my gold pencil. I've got to have my pencil.
Now you're talking like me. There's a gold pencil underneath that letter.
Oh, yes, thank you. Got to have it when I write something that has to do with my business. Now, here's the phone number. Use it when you hear anything I can print.
Okay.
And tell me something. When are you faking? When you're talking normally like now, or when you're babbling?
To tell you the truth, Talbot, I've been doing that babbling act so long, I don't know which is the real me.
Now, look here, Mr. Vance. The last time you were backstage here talking to Mr. Starr, there was trouble. Maybe you better go away.
I will, Mike, but I'm expecting a friend of mine to meet me here, Mr. Markham.
Meet him outside. Mr. Starr says if you got here again, I should throw you out.
Now, Mike, please.
He said get the stage hands to help me.
That, of course, is different.
What's the problem, Mike?
No problem that you can solve, my friend. Say, I remember you.
Really?
You were rehearsing a duel with Mr. Starr when I was here last.
That's right.
You were taking John Stanley's place.
So?
So you must have known Stanley.
I still say so.
So, if you wanted his job badly enough...
What? Wait a minute. He didn't kill John Stanley. Eddie here had a job with the company. He's always had it. He comes from Mr. Starr's hometown.
Oh, he does, eh, Mike?
Sure.
Eddie.
Yeah?
I've got some information on Mr. Starr. Some trouble he got in back home.
So?
What year was that?
That was a long time ago. How did you find out?
I saw a memorandum on the desk of a man named Talbot when I went to see him. I imagine John Stanley knew about Mr. Starr's trouble.
I made the mistake of telling Stanley one night.
Oh, and...
Is that Vance's voice I hear up there, Mike? Yes, Mr. Starr. Get him out of here. I don't want him near the theater. Get him out.
Mr. Vance?
I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to leave yet. I have...
Joey! Frankie! Sam! Mr. Starr wants the guy thrown out.
Come on, Vance. You better move.
Reinforcements arriving, eh? Well, I still think
Okay,
I'm going
fellas, rush him. Hey, open the door, Frankie.
Stop that, Butch. Stop it. This isn't the subway.
Subway or no subway, this is where you get off.
Oh.
Nothing like leaving a place of your own free will, is there, Vance?
Oh, Markham, you arrived just in time to be too late. The two of us might have given the five of them a little action.
Only five of them? Well, let's go back in, eh?
It's a luxury I can't afford right now. Markham, I want you to have Roger Starr, owner of this company, in my apartment in an hour.
Uh-oh. It sounds like we're nearing the end of this case. I'll do it, Vance, but why?
Because he had a motive for killing John Stanley. So did a man named Talbot I'd like you to have there, too. And likewise, a girl named Lila Martin. That's her stage name.
That shouldn't be too much trouble. The showdown, Vance?
I think so, if you can get all three to show up.
While we're waiting for Mr. Vance to get here, I think I'll sit in the same chair I sat in when I was here before, the red one. All right with you, Mr. Starr?
Certainly, Lila.
Well, then get up. You're sitting in it. If I want to knit, I always knit when I'm sitting around it. I've
Cut
nothing
that
else to do.
out,
I love
Lila.
it.
Losing your temper, Talbot.
Just my patience, Markham. What's the big idea of getting us three here?
I'm sure Vance
will explain everything now that he is here.
About time.
Mr. Vance, if you'll only tell me what size socks you wear, I'll
Vance,
gladly
what's
knit you a
going on
lovely
here?
pair of
I'm
socks.
sorry I kept you waiting. I had to stop at a stationery store. I have in my hand 3 pads and 3 sets of pencils.
What are we going to do, play school?
Yes, but I'm the only one who's going to learn anything.
Was that so?
1 set of pencils and a pad for you, Miss Martin.
Lila Martin,
It's
it's my-
your stage name. 1 set of pencils and a pad for you, Mr. Starr.
I suppose I should say thank you.
Perhaps I'll have occasion to thank you.
Really?
Your set, Mr. Talbot.
Just what I always wanted. A pad and 3 pencils, each of a different color.
Gee, what do we do with these?
Each of you take your green pencil and write the word green on the pad. Now go on, do it.
Oh, brother.
G-R...
To yourself, please.
Now what? The next pencil is the red one. Take it and write the word red on the pad. Now do the same thing with the black pencil, writing the word black.
What's this going to prove, Vance?
You'll see, Martin. All ready?
Yes.
Of course. Good. Your pad, Miss Martin.
Oh, here, here.
Green, red, black. Yours, Mr. Talbot.
Here.
Green, red, black. Mr. Starr.
Here you are.
Thank you. Green, red, black. Take a look at these 3 slips, Markham.
I am looking. Everyone seemed to write what you told them to.
Except Mr. Starr.
Now, what's going on here? I wrote green, red, black, didn't I?
Certainly, but you used the wrong pencil.
Blah.
You used the black pencil to write green and reversed the other 2 also.
Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? What's it supposed to prove?
Nothing very much. Just that you killed John Stanley.
Please, Vance.
Very well. You have a confession from Roger Starr, but you want to know how I discovered he was the killer from that red, green, and black test.
That is it exactly.
Well, let's go back to the Argyle socks, Mark.
All right.
The brown Argyle socks that were on the legs of the dead John Stanley.
I'm back to them.
I told you that the killer, in reclothing the body, had forgotten to buy socks.
Yes.
A simple error of which he thought nothing.
But he left the corpse wearing a blue outfit, suit and tie, and brown socks with black shoes. I'm beginning to understand that.
You're beginning to understand correctly, too.
Good.
Roger Starr saw nothing wrong in leaving Stanley's own socks on the body because he didn't know they were brown.
Uh-huh.
He was colorblind, as my test proved.
You knew the murderer had to be colorblind, or he'd never have left so obvious a clue that the dead body had been reclothed.
Exactly. When Starr couldn't tell what color pencil he had in his hand, I knew he was colorblind. I knew his motive, of course. Desire to keep John Stanley from selling information about his past to Talbot. He didn't know Stanley had already told the blackmailing editor.
Against whom I have already prepared an indictment.
Good.
Well, it'll be the end of this blackmailing paper, believe me, Vance.
Just as this is the end of the Argyle murder case, Markham.
Calling all detectives. An unidentified body, 2 quarts of milk, and a bet. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Take a tip from me, Jerry Browning, private detective. The next time you hear somebody say, dead men tell no tales, don't believe it. I stood alongside Lieutenant Dawson. Both of us peered down into the dead face on the morgue slab. I nodded. That's Turk Turon, all right. The morgue attendant rolled the body back out of sight. Dawson sighed. Thanks for the identification, Jerry. You go on. I've got other business here. Yeah? Like what? I've got an unidentified corpse problem. Nothing you can help me on. Dawson, don't hint. If you want me to look at the body, say so. Dawson grinned weakly. Just take a quick look at it, will you, Jerry? The body could have been anybody. Height, 5'8", weight around 150. No scars, no marks, except a neat bullet hole in the chest. Harbor Patrol fished him out last night. Absolutely no clues to identity. What about clothes, wallet, papers? Dawson shook his head. Where you see him now is where they found him. Jerry, here's one man can't be identified. That's ridiculous. Anybody can be identified. I could identify him in 24 hours. Bet your hat you're talking through your hat. I got mad at that. You give me 24 hours and every resource of the police department, and I'll not only give you this man's name, but his killer's name as well. I let Lieutenant Dawson needle me into a bet that I could identify and name the killer of a man on a slab in the morgue, all in 24 hours. It took me about 15 minutes to pick up Doc Eaton from the medical examiner's office and Jack Wilson from the crime lab. They both protested violently.
Browning, there's no need to see that body in the morgue again. I've already given Dawson a full report in my findings.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I've got to have the answers to a few questions.
All right. What are the questions?
I don't know yet, but we'll find them at the morgue. When Doc Eaton and Jack Wilson worked as a team, they were really something to watch. They analyzed the scrapings from the dead man's fingernails. They typed his blood, calipered his head, photographed hair strands, x-rayed teeth, probed the gunshot wound, tested stomach contents. And their findings were...
blood type D, age about 50, head shape, dolichocephalic, slight baldness at temples, teeth remarkably free of caries, no nicotine staining, Last meal, ham, bread, apple, and an extraordinary amount of casein and other milk solids. Prior to death, this man must have consumed at least 2 quarts of milk. Overdeveloped muscle in right forearm. Body immersed in fresh water for approximately 5 hours subsequent to death. Cause of death, .38 caliber bullet. Name of man, unknown.
That was absolutely every bit of what I had to work with. After I drove the Doc and Wilson back to their offices, I went on to the district headquarters of the Public Health Service.
You, say the man had consumed large quantities of milk?
Could be a painter, Mr. Browning.
We strongly recommend milk as a preventive for lead poisoning. Painter's colic, it was formerly called.
My next stop was the headquarters of the Painters Union. Yes, I think I can get to that information, Mr. Browning. This way, please. The union official introduced me to a nice-looking blonde and explained what I needed to know. Mr. Browning would like to find out whether any of our local members have been reported absent from a job within the past 48 hours. It took a couple of extra hours to get the information. But I did learn that 3 men had failed to show up on various assigned painting jobs around town. 2 of them didn't tally with a description of my man, but the third, that sounds like the one. You say he was on an industrial job at 1040 Water Street? Had been working overtime? I see. Thanks a million. I made a quick phone call. Hello, Dawson. This is Jerry. Got half your problem solved. The guy's name is Lawson. Lawson. Eric Lawson. No, I'm not kidding. Well, I can't stop to tell you how I found out. Meet me in half an hour at 1040 Water Street. The address was a big loft building with a sign that read Baker and Arden, Import-Export. I made fast time getting there, but Dawson made even faster. He was sitting in a police car waiting for me. Jerry, how on earth did you get the lead to this place? We suspected funny business here, but we had no proof. I'm sure surprised. If Dawson was surprised, I was astonished. Wait a second, Dawson. You mean to say this Baker and Arden outfit is not legit? Dawson stared at me uneasily. You and I are not talking about the same thing, Jerry. Mr. Baker died a couple of days ago, bad fall. We weren't satisfied with the explanation of his death. We're still investigating it. And I thought you'd uncovered something about that. Dawson, I think maybe we've got 2 murders to solve. Come on. It was late, but Mr. Arden was still in his office, and the place smelled freshly painted. Arden wasn't happy about our visit.
Gentlemen, I've already explained my partner's death was an accident. There is nothing more I can tell you.
Maybe not. But we'd like to make a search of these premises, with your permission.
This is an outrage. I will not give permission.
That's what I thought you'd say, Mr. Arden. Dawson, go get a search warrant. Well, we got the warrant. And found hidden behind some crates what I'd hoped we'd find. A painter's white overalls, cap, stained shirt, paint-encrusted shoes. The missing clothes of the man in the morgue. We put Arden under arrest for the murder of the painter. And after that, he confessed his partner's murder, too. Arden killed his partner first, then shot the painter, who, working overtime, had been an accidental witness to the crime. You see, Dawson, the man's lack of clothing was the first clue. It suggested a distinctive outfit, something that might be a clue to his occupation. From that, everything else followed step by step. No smoking because of working with inflammable paints, the heavy milk consumption, the overdeveloped forearm, and the rest of it. And by the way, Dawson, I wear only the very best hats. Fork over another $10. And that's all there was to it. Like I said, there's no such thing as a nobody. What you do is a sure giveaway to who you are. But don't try to test me by getting in the way of .38 caliber bullets. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This started with a terrified woman lost in a maze of memories she couldn't explain. And waiting for her outside an open window was death.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Open Window.
California's a year-round kind of place, where each day blends into the next with a sort of sunny indifference. But the one just passed has been a little special. It was the cool, crisp autumn weather that reminded you of the East, where autumn meant kicking your way through knee-deep drifts of brown and yellow leaves, along a rutted country road that hinted at adventure at every turn. Yeah, that's the kind of a day it had been. But now, at a little past 8, as I stood at the window of my third-floor apartment, and stared out over enough improved Los Angeles real estate to house maybe 500,000 people that tonight I wanted no part of, because the world was out there minding everybody else's business, while I was in here minding my own. In here, everything was in order and cozy. I could read if I want to, write a letter if I want to, or just relax with... Oh, no.
Is your name Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, why?
Because I had that name and this address written here on this card. I think I was supposed to see you. Do you know me?
Well, no, frankly, I don't. What were you supposed to see me about?
Who are you, Mr. Marlowe? I mean, what sort of business?
I'm a private detective.
Private detective?
Wait a minute. It's not that bad a racket. Oh, now, look. Why don't you come in and we'll talk this over, huh? Come on.
Thank you.
There. Sit down, won't you? You look like you can use a drink. Do you want one?
No, thank you. I just need to rest a moment.
Oh.
I've been walking for hours.
Well, now, tell me, what is it?
A man, I think. Someone's been following me. I was followed here, I'm sure. I don't know why.
Really?
This is Los Angeles, California, isn't it?
Yeah.
I keep thinking... That is, I feel as though it should be Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh?
I don't know how I got here or why I want to see you, but I've walked until I'm nearly exhausted, and I found that I'd written your name and address on this card here, so I decided to come and try to find out.
Well, now tell me, do you know who you are?
No, I don't know who I am.
Mm-hmm. This man you're afraid of, do you know him?
No. But I believe he knew me. He reminded me of Vancouver, and that frightened me. I seem to remember I saw him a year ago. Maybe it was just the day before yesterday. See how crazy that sounds. But I can't help it. I can't remember.
Yeah, take it easy. Now, you better lie down on the divan. That's it. Come on. Atta girl. Now, look, I think we ought to call a hospital and see it. Stay where you are. It's company in the hall. Maybe for us. Now, just take it easy.
Hey, you, hold it. Hold it up there.
Oh, great.
Who was it, Mr. Marlowe?
I couldn't see. Don't let it bother you now, honey. It's probably just one of my clumsy neighbors. He never watches where he's going. You know, the other night...
Stop, please.
All right.
Whoever was out there was looking for me. I know he was. I know it.
Now, look, honey. Isn't there something you can tell me? Don't you remember anything?
No, I don't know. Here, look in my purse. There are things in it I don't understand. Maybe there'll be some help.
Key. Address on a piece of brown paper. 8400 North Virgil, Tompkins. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Little snapshot album with one of the pictures missing.
Wait a minute. remember now. It was stolen.
Good.
But I don't remember what the picture was. Oh, please try to find out who I am and why I'm being followed. Please try to find out why I'm afraid.
All right, baby. Now, you stay here till I get back, huh?
I won't bother anything. I'll wait right here. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
I figured what she needed most was rest, and she was getting that fast, so I dropped the items from her purse into my pocket, snapped the lock on my apartment door, and left. My first stop was the phone downstairs in the lobby, where I found out that the Missing Persons Bureau had no one on file answering her description. My next stop was 8400 North Virgil. A half hour later, I found it. A crumbling stucco rooming house in a welter of knobby hills, huddled with other ramshackle houses that years ago had abandoned any hope of beauty in the face of the leaky, bobbing oil wells that had invaded the neighborhood like a horde of huge, greasy grasshoppers. I walked past one of the creaking monsters in the front yard, then down a grimy hall to a door marked Manager, Jacob Philpotts, below which some neighborhood wag had penciled Sphinx. Wasn't funny. But neither was Jake Philpotts.
Yeah. What is this? Speak up, Sporty. I'm very busy killing a soldier. What's on your mind besides your hat?
Okay, comic, I want to see Tompkins.
Oh, you want to see Tompkins?
That's what I said.
Well, you're too late, Sporty. He's gone. Blew. Flew the coop. Took the 500 berries and shoved off 2 hours ago.
For where?
Well, for his hometown, I guess. Vancouver. It's way up in Canada. Which is a long walk, Sporty, so you better get started. Bye.
Wait a minute, Jake.
Huh?
Where did Tompkins get the 500?
Where'd he get? Well, some classy guy gave it to him.
Classy guy. And why?
Well, to get out of town and stay out. So he does.
Uh-huh.
But first he pays back all his back rent and buys me a bottle besides. Wasn't that sweet of him?
That stuff over there?
Yeah.
Must have hated you. Who was the classy guy? Why do you want Tompkins out of town?
Why do you want Tompkins? Well, how do I know? What am I, an encyclopedia? Hey, look, Nosy, my whiskey's getting cold, so why don't you run along?
I want to know who the guy was, and I want it now.
Oh, so you're going to stop pushing, huh? You want to fight, huh? Okay, put him up. Come on.
Take it easy,
Buster.
Take it easy. You'll beat yourself to death. Now, let's negotiate.
Huh?
Prop up against the wall, and I'll talk to you. What about a price for another bottle of that stuff?
I wouldn't like to see another bottle?
That's what I said.
Oh, well, that's different. That's really nice of you, Sporty.
Not really, kid. I'm trying to poison you. Now, what was Tompkins' racket?
Oh, gardener, carpenter, handyman. Nothing much. What else?
Who was the classy guy that bought him off?
Let's see. I had his name right on the tip of my tongue a minute ago. It was red-headed, flashy dress, so had a sort of a... Palmer.
Atta boy.
Yeah, that's it. Palmerlin.
Very good. Now, one more. Where can I find him?
Well, he said something about running the pearls. You got it?
Yeah, it's a dive on Highland. Thanks, Philpotts.
Oh, but don't thank me, Sporty. You bought it, remember? This brand comes to $7.50 with tax.
Don't kid an old kid, Jake. You can squeeze that junk out of sour potatoes. Here's
sour
a tin.
Potatoes?
And have a happy hangover. Outside, the smell of the oil well as I passed it was welcome by comparison to Jake, which made it tough to reconcile anything I'd seen at 8400 North Virgil with the girl asleep on the divan in my apartment. As I drove back to Hollywood, then down Highland Avenue, the night was still strangely quiet. Everything seemed to come in whispers. Even the hunch I had that the vanishing Mr. Tompkins had sold out dirt cheap to the boss of the Pearls. Near 3rd Street, I spotted the place, parked a ways beyond it, and walked back. It was one of those dumps that dealt in bad bar whiskey. Second-rate buck and a lot of darkness. I shook off a brace of lost weekenders on my way through. Made it up the stairs to the offices where a block of orange light on the floor and a two-tone conversation told me to stop, look, and listen.
Time, baby.
Alan, as they say in Missouri.
Have to show you, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right, Norma, I will. You're not easy to get over. I still love you, and I've missed you. So when you dropped me for your stuffy broker friend, I did a little checking up, and I found out plenty.
About Cooper?
About Cooper Gerard.
I don't believe you.
Oh, but you should, honey. You see, Norma, it's not about him specifically, but about a woman. A woman who's all wrong, who spells trouble this deep, and I can prove it. I went to work on it tonight, and things are going to be different from now on.
Buddy, I wanted you
Get
to
out of
tell
here,
me
get out of here. Go on.
Now, wait a minute. All I want to know is
I said beat it, and I meant... Never mind, Buster. It doesn't matter anymore. My presence is now known.
Come on in, Junior. You can hear better inside.
I doubt it. I'll inhibit the performers. But thanks anyway.
Buddy, all I want to know
Try
is...
the end of the hall, then left. It's usually there.
Okay, thanks. That's all I want to know. Hello.
Hello.
What do you want, mister? Make it snappy.
Okay. Why'd you pay Tompkins to leave town tonight?
Tompkins? Who are you?
Marlowe, going to answer the question, Parmalee?
Why, certainly. I didn't pay him to leave town. I paid him for some work, carpenter work. Why?
What's the matter, Alan? Feel the whip handle slipping?
Not a bit, baby. Look, why don't you run along now? I'll call you later. Oh, here's your cigarette case.
My cigarette case?
Yeah. Take it with you. We'll get in touch later.
Okay, Alan. Good night, Marlowe.
Good night, Miss,
Picasso. Not that it'll do you any good.
That's a cute kid. Smart, too.
All right. Why are you interested in Tompkins?
There's a certain lady's interested.
And the lady's name?
None of your business.
Okay. Go on.
Miss Key. What door does it fit, Parmalee?
How should I know? Have you got anything else?
Isn't that enough?
Not enough to worry about, Marlowe, so I suggest that you leave. And in case you have any doubts, this thing goes off awful easy.
I see your point.
Yeah. And I'd just as soon shoot his knot, so start down those stairs and don't look back. I bust for a couple of the boys. They'll be at the bottom. They help you out the front door. Oh, and Marlowe, take some advice. I don't like your type, so don't come back.
Boys escorted me politely as far as the sidewalk and gave me a send-off that piled me into the gutter. It's my own fault for letting Parmalee get the drop on me, but he was farther ahead of me than I figured. In fact, I was lucky all I got was the bounce. I limped back to my car, got in, and started home, but something about the trio of Norma Lacasso, Parmalee, and a broker named Gerard was off-center. And Gerard's connections were too strong to pass up. So I decided to let the pale woman asleep in my apartment go right on sleeping while I stopped at a phone booth. Found only one Cooper Gerard listed, and he had 8112 North Orange Drive. It was a lonely house up in the Hollywood Hills. I tried the bell and got no answer. But I knew he was there. I slipped the enigmatic key out of my pocket and listened to the music coming from inside. I stuck it in the lock. I turned, just as the footsteps inside, so I pulled it out fast and let the party on the other side of the door do the honors. What is it? You're Mr. Gerard?
Yes, I'm Cooper Gerard. What is it?
I'd like to come in and talk to you. My name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective. I've got a key that fits your front door, plus a little photo album full of a girl. Here.
Why, that's Margaret's album and her key. You found her. Where is she? What's happened to her?
She's safe.
Come in the other room.
Right. So her name's Margaret, huh? Margaret what?
Vesey. Margaret Vesey. But where is she? I've been frantic. I just called the police. She left the house this morning and didn't come back. It's late now, and in her condition, I'm afraid that
What is Margaret's condition, Mr. Gerard?
She was injured in an auto accident a year ago last July, up near Vancouver. It affected her mind. Oh, but please, where is she?
Just a minute. There are some questions that I'd like answered first. Exactly what is Margaret Vesey to you?
Well, until July 9th, 1948, when that horrible accident happened, nothing. Merely a hitchhiker. My wife and I were motoring back from a vacation in Canada. We picked Miss Vesey up on the road. In the accident, Grace, my wife, was killed. Miss Vesey seriously injured. All I knew about her was that she was alone in the world, so there was no one to help her. Well, since I was driving the car, I assumed that responsibility. It was the least I could do. I stayed with her in Vancouver until she'd partially recovered and then brought her here. She's been with me ever since. Now, will you please take me to her?
But the story doesn't end there.
What do you mean?
Margaret Vesey's in trouble and she's scared. What do you know about a man named Tompkins, for instance?
Why? Nothing. I don't know any Tompkins.
You do know a Norma Lacasso, don't you?
Norma? Of course. Miss Lacasso and I are quite good friends.
Mm-hmm. What about Alan Parmalee?
Heard of him. He runs a nightclub, I believe.
That's right. Now tell me, can you tell me why a third picture is missing in the album?
What's that? Let me see. This is very strange. Margaret cherishes every picture in this album.
She thinks that one was stolen. Any idea what the picture was?
No. I can't imagine why it was stolen. All the pictures were simple, harmless snapshots. I can't remember the one that's missing, but... Marlowe, what does all this mean? What's it all about?
Well, as near as I can tell, there's some kind of nasty shakedown brewing. I don't know how or why, but Alan Parmalee's behind it, and Margaret Vesey's caught in the middle, so it involves you, too. Come on, let's go get her. She's asleep in my place.
You didn't leave her alone.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Couldn't you tell from her mental state that she isn't responsible? For 2 days she's been moody. She's been talking about suicide. She might... Marlowe, if
Save
anything's
it.
happened...
Come on, Gerard, let's travel.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, by the time you've listened to Johnny Dollar, Philip Marlowe, Gangbusters, and Escape in the CBS All-Star Saturday Night lineup, you may be for some sleuthing of your own. So try it with Sing It Again and the Phantom Voice. Don't always let the other guy or gal solve the mystery. Try it yourself with Sing It Again on most of these same CBS stations every Saturday night.
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all.
Listen carefully.
Here's the address. It's CBS.
Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Open Window.
It took 10 minutes to get from Gerard's house to my place. I knew because he reminded me of each one as it passed. But when we turned onto Franklin where we could see my apartment house, the word hurry stuck in his throat. An ambulance was pulling away from a tight knot of people standing on the concrete driveway beside the building. And 3 floors above them, glowing like a single ugly, unblinking eye, was the window of my own apartment wide open. Even before I could stop the car, Gerard was out and running toward the crowd.
Who was in that ambulance? A woman, mister. It was terrible.
She fell out of that open window up there.
Did you see it?
No, nobody saw it happen.
Yeah, it's bad, brother. They say she'd been laying here on the concrete for at least a half hour before anybody got to her.
It's been so quiet around here tonight. I'm
Wait,
surprised
tell me, was she dead?
Just about. They don't give her a chance.
Come on, Gerard, let's go upstairs.
The police are up there now. They're trying to find out...
You say the woman came here to your apartment, Mr. Marlowe, and asked you for help. Is that right?
That's right, officer. She was frightened and exhausted. When I left, she was asleep on the divan there.
Was the door locked, Marlowe?
Yeah, it's got a nightlight, Gerard. I snapped it myself.
And you left her alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, take a look around, will you? See if you can find anything to indicate that an outsider came in while you were gone.
What makes you think there was an outsider here?
Because I don't think she fell.
Margaret was in mental turmoil, officer. She's been despondent. It's possible that she jumped.
Yeah? How many people have you heard of that jumped out of a window backwards, mister? I think she was pushed.
Pushed?
Yeah. Come here, both of you. I want to show you something.
He went over to the window and pointed at 5 scratches where fingernails had clawed the paint off the casing. The one that had to be made by her thumb was the lowest. It was true. She'd gone out backwards. As the officer explained that to Gerard, I stared down at the dwindling knot of people 3 stories below. Then up again at the 5 jagged scars ripped deep by a terrified woman's nails. Stared at them until they screamed at me as a sick mind must have screamed when she fell.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, what about this cigarette stub with lipstick on it?
Cigarette stub? Hey, that's exactly what I'd like to know. Gerard, where does Norma live?
Why, the Hillcrest Apartments on Sunset. But surely...
Never mind what I think. You go to the hospital and find out about Margaret. I'm going to pay a call on Norma Lacasso right now. She's the type to be jealous enough to...
Marlowe, listen. You're making a mistake. That cigarette stub must be Margaret's because Norma doesn't smoke.
What? Norma doesn't smoke. What about the cigarette case? Hey, Buster, you better check with Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide. I'll see you later.
Hey, come back here, Marlowe.
The Hillcrest Apartments fit Norma Lacasso to a T. They were sleek, soft tones of burnished wood, streamlined in glass, and just enough chrome around for glitter. And when she answered a door in glossy green lounging pajamas edged in gold, smiled and tossed a head of hair that was almost burgundy back from her face, I knew what Alan Parmalee meant. Loving Norma Lacasso would be hard to get over.
Hello, Junior. Don't tell me you're joining the league, too. It's fast, you know.
Skip it, baby. I'm coming in. Do you mind?
No. Would it do any good?
Mm-mm.
Get comfortable. I'll mix you a drink or something.
Hey, Norma, you know Margaret Vesey, don't you?
That peculiar girl that stays at Gerard's place? Yeah, I met her once.
A little while ago, she dropped 3 floors from an open window to a slab of concrete.
Oh.
Lay there over 30 minutes before she was found.
Oh, Marlowe, that's dreadful. I'm sorry. Don't look at me like that. I mean it. I like Margaret.
So do I. What's more, she didn't fall. She was pushed.
Oh.
Got a cigarette?
Sure. Here. Catch.
Thanks. Oh, just one cigarette toss like that? Your manners are lousy. You're supposed to pass the kiss and let the guest help himself.
Marlowe, you're hurting.
I'm going to keep right on twisting until that solid gold cigarette case drops.
That's what I adore about men. They're fools.
That's better.
Rilla. All right, to help yourself, the picture's there under the bottom layer of cigarettes. But why it's important is beyond me.
It's important to Parmalee, baby. He had you smuggled out of his office, so I couldn't find it. Ah. Margaret and Gerard at some little amusement park. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Near Vancouver, probably. Told me how he used to take her out while she was recovering from that accident. So what? Even the autographs ought to make no sense to me. Yeah, this one's hers.
Yeah, we had fun this day. This must be his, even the hottest day in Vancouver's history.
Now, that's it, Muscles, all of it. Now, will you apologize for these welts on my arm?
I don't get it. The whole deal's screwy. The only way it would make any sense is it... Norma, where's your phone book?
Over there under the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What have you got, Marlowe?
Just an idea so far. Stick around. Let's see, U.S. government. War assets, Weather Bureau. Climatological records, yeah. Mutual 64421.
Weather Bureau records.
Hello, listen, can you tell me what the hottest day on record in Vancouver has been? I mean the date. You have that information?
British Columbia?
Yeah.
Yes, we've got it here, I'm pretty sure. Just a minute.
What's that supposed to prove, Bob?
I'm not sure yet.
Yes, we've got it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
The book says the hottest day up there was on July 3, 1948, when the temperature reached 92 degrees. Some heat record, huh? That's a nice place, Vancouver. I was up there one year.
Yeah, thanks, friend. The Weather Bureau just lifted a cloud from a lady's mind. Hope you did it in time. So long.
You found out something big, didn't you?
The works. Well, aren't you going to pull a gun? They always do about here.
Not me. I've got concealed weapons.
You've also got dollar bills in your bloodstream instead of corpuscles. Mm-hmm. But you're smart, baby, so take a tip. Stick close to home. Don't even use the phone. You're a real nice, shiny item. I'd like to keep you that way.
Thanks. I'm going to take your word, Junior. But what does it mean?
Trouble. Just as soon as I can stir it up. Good night. From Norma's and the time that had gone by, I figured my best bet was Gerard's place, but I was wrong. It was deserted, so I took the next best, which was Alan Parmalee's The Pearls. It was well after 2 o'clock when I got there, and the club was closed, but the lights were on, the offices upstairs. I parked, slipped around to the back, and up a flight of iron stairs to a metal door at the top. I pressed my weight against it and very gently turned the knob. Then tugged softly, and it swung open without a sound. Voices in the same square of orange light on the floor said that Parmalee's office was open again. So I eased my gun into my hand and moved until I could see him. A pair of jackals coming to terms over
Since
the
I
carcass
know
of
your
a
little
fawn.
secret, Mr. Gerard, the proposition I'm offering you is perfectly fair.
What is it?
First, that you stop seeing Norma Lacasso. And I mean stop.
Go on.
Second, that you deliver $5,000 here to me by the end of the week. You must have got a lot of insurance on your wife, Gerard. Double indemnity, too. Am I asking too much?
Blackmail leaves me no alternative.
You're so right.
How did you find out that she's not Margaret Vesey?
Ha! Beautiful break. When you started seeing Miss LaCasa, I began checking up on you, and 2 days ago, that checking up led me to the strange woman you called Margaret Vesey and a character named Tompkins. Ever hear of him?
No.
An itinerant gardener was looking for work at your place. Also, Gerard, an itinerant gardener who knew your Margaret Vesey, who knew her as someone named Grace. And Grace Gerard, lest we forget, was your wife. When he called her Grace, it scared her. She couldn't do it, but I could.
So I see. Where is this Tompkins now, Parmalee?
Oh, don't worry about him. I sent him away. He'll keep his mouth shut. He used to be a gardener on the wealthy side of Vancouver where your wife lived. Small world, eh?
Very small world.
Now, wait a minute, Gerard.
I'm going to kill you, Parmalee. I knew something like this would happen someday. My wife was getting her memory back. She was beginning to remember things, to realize that she wasn't really Margaret Vesey at all, that Margaret Vesey had died in the accident. And tonight, I pushed her out of an open window. Doctors practically assure me that she'll be dead by morning. She won't be missed, and neither will you, I'm sure.
Excellent for your belly, Gerard, if you move 1 inch. You, Parmalee, come around here. Wait me at desk. Come on.
This time I'm glad to see you, Marlowe. You're the lesser of 2 evils.
That's great. Well, it was a sweet story, fellas. Between you left out only one thing, the picture. You got it from the little album because you needed some tangible proof, didn't you, Parmalee? And it cinched the deal because the accident happened on the 9th of July. But Gerard here had his picture taken with a supposed hitchhiker on Vancouver's hottest day, which was July 3rd. 6 days before he claims to have met the girl.
Picture?
How'd you manage the master stroke, Gerard, the switch in identities in the first place? Come on, talk! What are you...
It was a mistake. Both Miss Vesey and my wife were in the car at the time of the accident. The car burned. Then, somehow or other, later at the hospital, Margaret Vesey, who died, was identified as my wife, Grace.
And since her memory was gone, you made the switch complete and called your wife Margaret Vesey and left it like that. You know, Gerard, I hope you make a break for it. Just once before we get to headquarters. Let's go. You too, family, move.
All right, but you'll have a hard time sticking me, Snoop. I haven't done anything.
Oh, yes, you have. Attempted extortion, and as of right now, you just incited a rat.
Dr. Gray to receiving ward, please. Dr. Gray.
She's in here, Mr. Marlowe.
Sure it's all right if I see her now, Doctor?
After what you've just told me, I think it's a good idea. Her condition has changed somewhat. She's responded better than I expected, but she can use some fighting spirits and spunk. Maybe you can give her that. We can't.
I hope so.
Don't take too long, that's all.
Hello, Grace. I'm Philip Marlowe, remember me?
What? Yes, I think I do, Mr. Marlowe. Glad to see you.
Oh, good. I just stopped by to tell you that I have all the answers to those troublesome questions in your mind. You don't have to be afraid of them anymore. You got nothing to worry about now except getting well.
Thank you. Oh, hazy back there. I can't remember where I've been.
Now, you've been away, Grace, for a long time. But now you'll be going home soon to your friends. Believe that. I'll run along now and come back tomorrow when you're feeling better. We'll have a long talk then.
Wait. Who is Margaret Vesey?
Girl you knew once, briefly. And what I'll never forget. I went to sleep one night on my divan.
I don't remember.
You will. Don't think about it now. Just think about home in Vancouver. We'll be there soon, I promise.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. It's lovely in Vancouver.
Yeah. That's what the weatherman says. Good night, my dear. When I finally got home, the air in my apartment was thick, full of stagnant fear and stale tobacco smoke. So I went over the window to open it up. There I stopped because I remembered standing at that same window earlier that evening. Standing there thinking how happy I was that the world was out there. And how happy I was to be inside, looking out. And then I saw again the 5 deep scratches on the casing. Inside looking out, huh? There was a guy once, a long time ago, who said something like, "No man is an island entire of itself." Yeah, about 300 years ago he said that. Any man's death diminishes me because I'm involved in mankind. Yeah, sure.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Ed Begley, Lillian Bayef, Paul Dubois, Jay Novello, and Harry Bartell. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Oran. Be sure and be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a wrestler on the skids, a quick change artist in an alley, and a girl with an eye for angles. All met destruction because 100,000 easy bucks caught him in a stranglehold, which none of them wanted to break.
Next time you're in the woods, make sure that cigarette butt, that match, or that campfire is completely out. Only you can prevent forest fires. This is Paul Masterson speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola. P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Hoodlum's hero. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated.
After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity. Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola.
Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best and twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to Counterspy.
Snowstorm sure comes in handy, huh, Jigger?
Yeah, Benny. Hey, which freight car is it?
It's one after the next.
Benny, I hope you got that railroad bull's beat figured out right.
I always get everything figured out right, Squirt. Remember that.
Okay, sure, Benny, sure.
And what are you shaking in your pants about?
I'm just a little scared. Look, it's the kid's first job, Benny.
Who's asking you an opinion, Jigger?
What? Nobody, Benny.
Then keep your trap shut. Okay, here we are. You take the chisel, Jigger.
Right.
Squirt, you the hammer.
Yeah.
Use the burlap over it to keep it quiet.
All right, Benny.
Pry up the lock. I'll get on there with the crowbar. It's starting to give. A couple more whacks will do it.
Okay, Benny. All yours.
Right. I'll have this lock off and nothing flat. Okay. Push the door back. Let's get in there.
Okay.
Give me the flashlight, Jigger.
Here you are, Benny.
Them's the crates. I will see if they got those fancy precision tools in them like I was tipped off. You hold down the end of the crate, Squirt. Jigger will pry up the top. Right, Jigger.
Right, Benny.
There they are. A whole mess of super-duper tools.
Boy, you bring us a couple of good bucks, huh, Benny?
Just like the man said. Got the gunny sack, Squirt?
Yeah, right here, Benny.
Okay, pass one to Jigger. You two get them filled up fast. I'll start on another crate.
Okay, kid, let's you and I make like Santa Claus.
Yeah. Hold it.
What's the matter? Shut up.
I heard somebody outside. Somebody walking in the snow. Nah, I guess it was nothing.
Come here, Jiggy. Let go of my leg. Let go. Jiggy, what are we going to do?
You're coming with me out of here.
Fat chance of that, copper.
You crazy kid. Put that knife down.
Sure, copper. I'll put it down. I'll put it down, and you... Benny? Jigger? Over here behind the hallway stairs, Squirt.
Where you been, Squirt?
My mom and Papa right down the parlor. Let's go downstairs.
Okay.
Benny wants to know where you've been for the last 3 days, Squirt.
Why didn't you show up the next morning like you were supposed to? Don't you want your cut on those tools, Squirt?
No, Benny. Why not?
Shut your face, Jigger. I'm handling this.
I'm afraid, Benny. I don't want to do anything like that again.
What's to be afraid of? I got rid of the merchandise. Everybody forgot about that railroad dick getting knocked off.
Just the same, Benny.
Just the same, you ain't pulling out.
Benny, look,
You're staying in, you understand?
Benny.
You're in till I say you can pull out.
Benny, please, no more.
No more. I'm going to slap that face of yours around so I make sure you know what I'm talking about.
That's enough of that.
What's the idea? We were just staying...
Come with me. You and these 2 kids with you. Let's go.
Well, where are we going?
You're going to headquarters.
And this is headquarters, Benny. How do you like it? No clippers in the back, Muggsy.
Yeah, Mr. Laredo, sure.
Well, I asked you kids how you liked
It's okay, Miss Laredo. It's real okay.
Gee, your own barber chair and everything.
Yeah. Hey, who's the silent kid?
I am? That's Squirt.
Maybe Squirt ain't impressed.
Sure he is. Ain't you, Squirt? Ain't you?
Yeah, sure.
So you all think a lot of Slick Laredo's headquarters, huh? Well, you should. A lot of business goes on in this office. Big business. I guess you kids thought it was the cops when I had you picked up, huh?
Yeah, you had me fooled, Mr. Laredo.
Yeah, and scared?
I ain't ever scared. Of nothing.
Tough kid, huh?
I get along.
I like a kid who's got guts. Just like I was when I was a greenhorn. How much Joe give you for the tools, Benny?
Tools, Mr. Laredo? I don't know what you're getting at.
Smart mouth, too. Kid's okay, eh, Muggsy?
Yeah, boss, okay.
Now, look, Benny, I know you took the tools to the fence. Joe told me all about it. Tough about that railroad bull, huh? Little off the top, Muggsy.
Yeah, boss, sure.
I had my eye on you and Jigger here for a long time.
Hey, Benny, he's been watching us.
Benny, how would you and Jigger and Squirt like to come in with me?
Come in with you, Mr. Laredo?
It's slick to you, Benny.
Well, Slick? What's your proposition?
Hey, Muggsy, how do you like this kid? Pretty sharp, huh?
Yeah, boss, sure.
The proposition, Benny, is drawing account on 10% of all you take. No penny ante stuff like freight yard hauls either. I set the deals up for you, and I protect you.
Gee, Benny, that sounds swell to me. What do you think, Squirt?
Who asked you 2 characters for an opinion?
Well, Benny?
Okay, Slick. It's a deal. Now, about that 10%.
What about it?
I like to look forward to promotions.
Oh, real sharp kid, huh? We'll talk about promotions after your first job. It's set for Tuesday night, bookie joint over on 3rd Avenue. I'll line it out with you tomorrow, okay?
It's okay with me.
And, Benny.
Yes, Slick?
Get rid of that knife you carry. You're in the big time now. I got a special gun for you. Okay, Muggsy, go easy on the sideburns, huh?
Yeah, boss, sure.
From David Harding, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington, to Commissioner of Police Robert Denfield, Bay City. Replying to your recent request for assistance in regard to rise of juvenile delinquency in your city, my assistant Harry Peters and I will arrive your city tomorrow morning. We'll meet you at headquarters.
Write down this corridor, Mr. Harding. We've turned the whole sub-basement of our police headquarters here into a special line-up room for juvenile cases.
See, Commissioner Denfield. To separate them from the older and hardened criminals, huh?
Yes. I got the idea from one of your Counterspy bulletins. I asked you to come down here, Mr. Harding, so you could see firsthand this city's juvenile delinquency problem.
Well, that's why we're on this tour, Commissioner Denfield. See what the Counterspies can do to help.
Oh, here we are. We can sit right here on the back of the room. All right, Myers, you may begin. Mr. Harding, I think you'll be shocked by the youthfulness of our offenders.
Well, after the conditions I've seen in other cities, Commissioner, I'm a little beyond being shocked.
Oh, there go the lights down. They're ready to begin.
James Valenti, alias Joe Valley, alias the Sheriff. Age 18, 5 feet 8 inches, 138 pounds. Charged with unlawful entry. Previous offenses: assault, carrying arms without a permit breaking and entering. Step down.
He started at 15, Mr. Harding.
A running start, I'd say, Commissioner.
Sidney Ratter, alias Sullen Sam, alias Nuts, age 19, 5 feet 11, 172 pounds, charged with felonious assault. Previous offenses, assault with battery carrying concealed weapons. Step down.
19 years old.
Where did you hear about the next one, Mr. Harding?
Anthony Romano, age 17, 5 feet 7 inches, 153 pounds, held for arraignment and first-degree murder charge. Step down.
Killer at 17.
As a result of gang vengeance, Mr. Harding. Have you seen enough?
Yes, plenty.
Hold it, Myers.
All right, Commissioner.
Mr. Harding, some days we get as many as 30 juvenile offenders.
Well, Commissioner, I've seen cities where the rate was even higher. But in many cases, we've been able to effect a marked decrease. However, it's not a thing you lick overnight.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Harding. And I know, too, the fine work you're accomplishing with your junior counterspy organization. I hope you can help us.
Well, we'll do all we can. I'd better get upstairs to my assistant, Harry Peters. He should be about finished going through your files. Well, Peter, come up with anything?
Dave, looks as if you're right again.
You mean you found a likely Fagin in the files?
I've got a line on one rackets boy in this town who sure looks as if he's it.
Now, go ahead.
I'll read you my notes. Salvador Laredo, nicknamed Slick, because he's fastidious about his dress and appearance. 31 years old, 12 arrests, no convictions.
I can see where the Slick fits for other reasons.
Over half of his arrests were for contributing to delinquency of minors, such as sale of lottery tickets, working numbers racket, gambling and betting in pool halls and bowling alleys.
Anything else on him, Peter?
Nothing except that he was a former dead-end kid who worked his way to the criminal top.
I'm afraid that's much more than nothing, Peter.
What do you mean, Dave?
Well, I mean that kids who get off on the wrong foot are easily attracted to a racketeer like Laredo.
Yes, I didn't know what you were driving at. Kids with the wrong slant would make an idol of a character like that. Do anything for him.
So we have the same old problem, trying to make those boys understand that it's unhealthy to respect a lawbreaker. Well, Peters, we'll put him under 24-hour surveillance. We'll keep at it until Slick finds out he's not as slick as he thinks he is. What time is it, Chicken?
2 minutes to go, Benny. Hey, Benny, what if a cop sees you in the alley?
You going chicken on me again, Squirt?
No, Benny. Just the way things are now with us working for Slick Laredo and you and I with a gun and all. Look, Benny, what if you have to use that gun?
So I know how to use it. Even better than a knife. And if you ever try anything funny, Squirt, I'll show you what I mean.
Hey, Benny, can we move in now, huh?
No. Slick said the bookie in that shop there don't finish counting his take till 2 a.m. Slick said to hit him right on the dot at 2. That's when we're moving in.
Hey, Benny.
What is it?
There's somebody down there in the other alley.
I don't see nobody.
I'm sure. I saw something move.
It's just a cat, you dumb cluck. Ought to paste your face into giving us the jumps.
It's 2 o'clock, Benny.
Okay, let's go. Right, here's the back door. Now, you stay behind me when he opens the door, Jacob. Remember the code knock?
Yeah. 3 long and 2 short.
Mm-hmm. Now, you, Squirt, you stick right here. Keep your eye peeled.
Yeah? What do you want?
Just a stick-up, pal.
Huh?
Reach and keep him there.
Why, you crummy little punk.
Get him up like I said, or I'll blow your stupid brains right out of that fat face. Up! All right, now back up. Come on, Jacob. Close the door.
Right.
All right, where's the bundle, fat face?
Bundle?
The dough to take for today. Where is it?
Okay. Over there in the safe.
So go on, open it.
Sure.
You're being too easy, fat face. If you're thinking of pulling a fast one, forget it.
I've seen too many trigger-happy kids like you to try anything fast. I know better than to...
Hey, get up the gun!
Give me that gun or I'll break your arm right off.
Yeah, fat face, I'll give it to you. Right now.
Let's get out of here, Bennett.
I'm finished.
All right, fat face, you asked for it.
No, don't, not again.
So I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to you if I could.
In a moment, back to Counterspy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola. Have you heard about those tests by that famous laboratory? Have you heard the latest news in the Pepsi-Cola story?
Yes, there's big news about Pepsi. The cola you've always known was most delicious. The cola you've always known was best value is now shown to be the cola of proven highest quality. That's right. The U.S. Testing Company Incorporated reports you get more quick food energy ounce for ounce in delicious Pepsi-Cola than any other nationally known leading cola drink.
Yes, your Pepsi is really tops. Taste the tops, is the tops, and gives the most. So go ahead, enjoy that extra zing and bounce delicious Pepsi gives you. Insist on it wherever you may be. When you stop at the fountain, make sure you say, Pepsi, please. When you stop at a stand, make sure you say, Pepsi, please. And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big 12-ounce bottles. Pepsi 6 bottles serve 12 refreshing glassfuls, twice as much. So save money and get the best. Come on, sing the Pepsi song with us.
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola.
And now, back to Counterspy.
Counterspy Field Office to Peters, Special Squad Car X3.
Peters, go ahead, Dave.
What's your location, Peters?
Wentworth Avenue between 5th and 6th. Cruising.
Well, Peters, I just got a call from Commissioner Denfield about Slick Laredo. I'll meet you at the corner of 11th and Millwood. Get there as fast as you can.
Will do, Chief.
Peters, the name of the murdered bookie is Johnny Sandusky. That mean anything to you?
Yes, Dave. Sandusky's name was on one of those Laredo reports I turned into you. He was one of Slick Laredo's biggest rivals in this town.
So was Vince Fresno, until he was mysteriously murdered 2 months ago.
Get the picture, Peters? How can you miss it? Laredo's out to consolidate its position as top racket boy.
That's it. We know from our surveillance reports on Laredo that he wasn't within 5 miles of the store where the murder took place early this morning. So the question is, who does Laredo's dirty work?
You think it might be some kid, Dave?
Well, that's possible, in view of the fact that Slick Laredo is notorious for exploiting minors.
What's your plan, Chief?
Well, an old but reliable one, to capitalize on criminal pattern. You can almost be sure that Laredo isn't going to stop eliminating his competition until he can wear his crown without worry.
Well, according to our reports, Laredo still has 2 big rivals outstanding. Georgie Troy and Ken Easton.
Yes. So I've asked Commissioner Denfield not to have Laredo picked up for questioning in Sandusky's murder.
I don't think he got away with it,
I have an idea it'll encourage him to proceed with his elimination tournament with a little less caution.
In other words, Dave, build up his ego.
That's right, Peters. Build it up for the big letdown.
Danny, you shouldn't call me here at the house.
Squirt, me and Jigger are still waiting for you down at the candy store. What's the stall for?
My mom's right in the next room. I can't talk now.
You don't have to talk. I'll do the talking. Slick Laredo's expecting us over at his headquarters. And Slick's like me. He don't like to be kept waiting.
Yeah, but Benny, I don't feel so good.
You'll feel a lot worse if I have to come there and get you.
No, Benny, please, don't do that.
Okay, then, Squirt. You got just 5 minutes to get here.
Feels good, Woodsy. keep working on that shoulder a little.
Yeah, boss. Sure.
Great thing to rub down, Benny. Keeps you right in the paint.
Slick, you said we were going to talk business.
I'm the one guy who can mix business with pleasure. That right, Muggsy?
Yeah, boss. Sure.
Some vocabulary Muggsy's got, huh, Benny? But Muggsy ain't as dumb as he sounds. The less you talk, the less trouble you get into. Hey, Muggsy?
Yeah, boss. Sure.
Benny, I had Jigger and Squirt wait outside because I wanted to talk to you alone. I had one of my smokes on the table there. I got him special blended for me.
No, thanks. Slick, you still haven't said anything about our 10% for the job the other night.
10%? What 10% are you talking about?
The 10 you What are you trying to pull?
I changed my mind about the 10%.
The deal was 10%.
That was the deal. Now I got another.
Look, there was some trouble getting that dough. You know, I had to knock Sandusky off.
That's the way things go sometimes. Well, turn over so you can work on the other side, Muggsy.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Look, Slick, me and my boys delivered.
Sure you delivered. I like the way you did it.
Well, then why cut us down?
Who said I was cutting you down? I'm upping the percentage.
What?
To 25, Benny. What do you say to that?
25? Maybe that's okay. Hey, what's the catch?
How do you like this Benny, huh, Muggsy? On his toes, always looking for the angle, huh? Got what it takes, huh?
Yeah, boss, sure.
No catch, Benny. I like the way you operate. You got guts, know what to do, and it's got to be done.
That's right, Slick. I'm no slouch.
Now, Benny, I got another job for you. Call Jigger and Squirt in here, and I'll line the proposition out.
Dave, Agent Braden just radioed his report to our patrol point.
Any activity at Ken Easton's bookie shop, Peters?
Nothing so far, Dave. Report says it's quiet as a mouse over there.
All right, Peters, but I'm willing to bet a good part of my pension that there will be activity soon, either at Easton's or Georgie Troy's place across the street.
I'm beginning to fall asleep on my feet, Dave.
Yeah. A little done in myself, Peters. Almost 2 a.m.
Well, looks like tonight's not the night, Dave. You may just as well...
I can know it.
Well, what's up?
That boy coming out of the alley across the street, under that Pepsi-Cola sign. See him?
Yeah. The alley right next to Troy's place.
There he goes back in again.
Let's be the lookout.
Let's go, Peters. We'll grab him first.
Let go, will you? Let go of me.
You're staying right here, youngster.
Well, I didn't do anything.
You whistled when you saw us coming. You gave your friends a signal to make a run for it.
No, I didn't, mister. I was just whistling because
You got away, Mr. Harding. Ducked over a back fence.
All right, Peters. We'll take this one back to the car. Now, look, Squirt. Telling me the truth will only do you good.
Please, Mr. Harding, I told you what I was doing in that alley.
Mr. Harding said the truth, Squirt.
I know quite a bit about boys, Squirt. I've dealt with all kinds. I can tell pretty quickly just what kind of a person a boy is at heart. You're frightened. That's why you're not telling me the truth.
But
And it's not because you're afraid of me. It's someone else.
Mr. Harding, let me alone, will you?
You're protecting someone else, not because you like him, but because you fear him.
He's got nothing to fear now, Squirt.
He'll kill me if I talk. I know he'll kill me.
Whoever it is, Squirt, I promise you he'll never get the chance.
Is it Slick Laredo?
Slick? How did you know we were...
Then it is Laredo.
No, he's not the one I'm scared of.
But you have been working for Laredo.
Come on, Squirt, answer. It is Laredo, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Harding. We were working for Laredo.
I promise you, Squirt, you have everything to gain if you'll tell us the whole story.
All right, Mr. Harding. I'll tell you everything.
What'd you come back here for, Benny? You're supposed to follow orders.
I want to talk to you, Slick.
So talk. Alone. Vamoose, Muggsy.
Yeah, boss, sure.
So now we're alone, Benny.
I want to talk to you about the job tonight.
The job we didn't finish pulling.
Didn't finish?
Because we didn't get a chance.
What are you driving at?
The cops are outside Georgie Troy's place.
What?
They grabbed Squirt. Jigger and me lammed over a fence just in time.
Will Squirt talk?
Sure he'll open. Squirt's yellow from top to bottom.
We better blow out of town.
You're staying right here, Slick.
What? Hey, what's the idea of that?
I'm giving his gun back to you, Slick.
Back?
Right in that sneaky face of yours.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Crazy or something?
Yeah, like a fox. Before I beat it out of Georgie Troy's place, he tipped me off to your angle, Slick.
Angle? I ain't got any angle.
You didn't care about the dough we got for you in the halls. That's why you gave us 25%. All you cared about was getting the competition out of the way.
You can't believe Troy. He'd tell you anything.
You were just using me to torpedo Sandusky and Troy. The next haul was to be set up at Ken Easton's joint, wasn't it, Slick? Easton was to be next, huh? And then when I got rid of Easton for you, I'd get the kiss off.
Ah, Benny, you got it all wrong. I wouldn't do a thing like that to you.
You're a stinking liar. I'm going to give you the same kind of a break you were going to give me. I'll give you...
Nice work, Muggsy.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Good thing I had that buzzer signal button on the side of my desk. Imagine a little punk like that trying to outsmart Slick Laredo.
What do we do about him, boss?
It's going to give me a special pleasure to take care of him right now. Hand me his gun.
Here you are.
Goodbye, Benny.
Drop that gun, Laredo.
Boss.
Drop it or my next shot will be your finish.
Okay. Don't shoot again.
Keep the other one covered, Peter.
Got it, Mr. Harding.
Harding.
That's right, Laredo.
How's Benny, Peter?
Just a crack on the head. He'll be coming around any minute, Chief.
All right, Peter. While we're waiting, we'll explain to Slick Laredo just how bad an investment young hoodlums can be.
Well, that takes care of the hoodlum's hero. Now let's take care of the refreshments. Bring on those big Pepsis and have delicious Pepsi-Cola all around. Tastes good. You just can't match Pepsi's fresh, tangy flavor. And there's plenty for two of you in Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles. Get Pepsi by the carton. It's 6 bottles, but 12 drinks. So save all that money and enjoy that extra zing and bounce delicious Pepsi gives you. Remember, Pepsi's proven highest quality, yet it gives you twice as much.
Pepsi-Cola is a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too. Pepsi-Cola is a drink for you. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Tuesday for the exciting Case of the Fabulous Formula.
The discovery of a new defense secret and the brutal liquidation of the inventor sent your counterspies on a trail of violent death. The stakes, an important government secret. The enemy, one of the strangest we have ever faced. Listen on Tuesday to
The Case of the Fabulous Formula on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks D. Loeb, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight.
it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure, Murder by Fire, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Alarm. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick solved the mystery of who killed Jenny Baker and why, and what was behind the fire that destroyed Oscar Warren's button factory at midnight. But first, let me tell you something. Millions have learned from experience that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to walls. Now, millions more are finding that the three great Linex home brighteners brings amazing new beauty to floors, woodwork, and furniture. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we start today's story, Nick and Patsy are watching a big factory fire in the downtown district. Suddenly, Nick calls to the battalion chief. Chief, there's a woman trapped up there on the top floor.
You're crazy, Carter. The boys reported all clear several minutes ago.
I don't care what they reported. There's a girl up there. I just heard her scream. I'm going up and get her.
You're a fool to go in there. But if you do, be sure to get that gas mask of yours on tight, or you won't come out again. These button factory fires are full of poison gas from the celluloid and peroxide.
Makes no difference. I've got to find out about that girl, Chief. So long.
Hey, Bill. Yeah. Get one of those 2-inch nozzles over here. Rush it up the big ladder, up to the top floor. Cover Carter while he's inside there. He's a fool, but he's a brave man. Get to hurry.
Nick, are you all right?
Yes, Patsy, I'm all right.
Here, let me get your gas mask off. There.
Thanks, Patsy. I'm okay.
Nick, the ambulance is coming.
It's no use, Chief. She died in my arms on the way down.
Oh, Nick.
A poor kid. Yes, Chief, it's not only first-degree arson, it's first-degree murder as well.
Murder?
Yes, Patsy, just as sure as I'm standing here.
What's going on here? Who's that you got there, Nick?
I don't know, Riley. Just found her on the top floor of the building.
Huh?
Tied up and burning to death.
You mean somebody deliberately left her there to burn to death?
I do. Found and gagged and shot up in a closet.
But, Nick, why didn't somebody hear her before she got burned so badly?
Look here, Patsy. See these ugly red burns on each side of the dead girl's mouth?
Yes, what are they?
She was gagged. That's why she didn't cry out sooner. She couldn't. Not until the gag burned away.
Oh, Nick, she must have suffered agony up there.
Somebody hurt? Yeah, somebody's hurt. Who are you?
I'm Oscar Warren. This factory was mine.
Oh, so it was yours, was it?
Yes.
Did you ever see this girl here before?
Let me see. Oh, yes. That's Jenny. Jenny Baker.
And who is Jenny Baker?
Our bookkeeper. What happened to her?
The same thing has happened to your building, Mr. Warren.
Burned to death?
Right.
But I don't understand. What was she doing here at this time of night? We weren't working overtime or taking inventory or anything. Why was she here?
That's only one of the things you don't know, Mr. Warren.
Warren, how did you happen to know there was a fire here?
I didn't know.
Then what are you doing here?
I've been at the movies. On my way home, I stopped to pick up a bundle I left at my office this afternoon.
And where's your home?
Up in Washington Heights.
And where did you go to the movies tonight?
In Union Square.
So you come all the way from your home in Washington Heights to go to see a movie in Union Square.
Oh, yes, but I...
And on the way home, you stop at your office, which is a couple of miles out of your way, to pick up a bundle.
It's a fine story.
Look, if I left the bundle in my office, where else could I go to pick it up?
Did you start this fire here tonight?
Why should I start a fire in my own factory?
Answer yes or no. Did you start this fire and why?
No, I didn't. Why should I?
Same reason any other firebug has. To make money out of the insurance company.
But I
Your
tell
firm
you...
been making money this year?
No. Business isn't so good this year.
Yeah, but now that you can get your insurance money, everything's okay, I suppose.
Look, why should you accuse me of things like that?
Listen, Warren. The factory has been burned down, and a girl has been killed, and someone is responsible, and we're going to find out who.
Hi, Nick.
Sorry I'm late, Riley. I hoped to get here before you started questioning Warren, but I couldn't make it. What have you found out?
Yeah, it's been like pulling teeth, Nick. But he's told us that the dead girl, Jenny Baker, was office manager and bookkeeper for his firm for the past 7 years. Knew more about customers and accounts than he did. Invaluable, he says. The only thing wrong with her was that she's been going out recently with his partner, Alfred Hoffman.
So what if she did go out with this Herman?
It's a crook. I know.
Easy now, Mr. Warren. None of that. Now, you see, Nick, Warren and Herman just didn't get along so good. Couldn't agree on how the business was to be run.
Mr. Carter, a couple of months ago, a lot of funny business started. Some shipments were made that hadn't been ordered. Then money was borrowed on the shipments. Other things, too.
Yeah, they had arguments, too. Lots of them, Nick. About a week ago, they finally had a fist fight.
Yeah, and I licked him, too, the crook. Then we called the partnership off.
Which one of you is getting out of the partnership?
I'm buying him out. Well, as soon as I get the money together.
Yeah, with the money you're hoping to collect from the insurance company, you mean?
This is a serious accusation, Lieutenant Riley. Very serious. Why, my client's reputation would be ruined if these charges of yours were made public.
Stop sounding off that way, Hamilton. You're not in court and your client's not in jail yet.
Strikes me, Hamilton, that if you were to tell your client what a jam he's in and advise him to tell us what we want to know, he'd be a lot better off. That fire was incendiary, no mistake about that. And his bookkeeper died in it.
Yeah, his alibi ain't even good for a laugh.
Absurd, ridiculous. Mr. Warren's spotless reputation over a long period of years.
Forget your speech for a minute, Hamilton. See if it can help your client explain a couple of points here.
See here, Lieutenant. I don't need any instruction from you as to my duties as a lawyer. Though perhaps I could instruct you in your duties as a public official.
Why, what do you mean by that crack?
It's plain enough who set the factory on fire if it was set.
Oh, and who do you think did it?
Alfred Herman. He threatened to do it a week ago and threatened to kill my client, too, if he got the chance.
You say he threatened that a week ago?
Yeah. Mr. Hamilton's telling the truth, Mr. Carter. Herman said I'd live only just long enough to be sorry I'd kicked him out of the firm. Which I didn't do, really. We agreed I should buy him out.
But you say you haven't paid him yet?
No, I haven't had the money yet.
Well, will you get enough out of this insurance company, if you get anything at all, to pay off all your creditors, including Herman?
All the creditors, maybe, but nothing left for Herman.
Then it hardly seems logical that he'd spoil his chances of getting money from you by putting you out of business.
Yeah, why would he want to do that, Mr. Wise Guy?
Have you ever heard of revenge? Many men will pay more for revenge than for anything else.
Riley, I think I'll have a talk with this Alfred Herman. Where does he live, Warren?
1335 West End Boulevard.
What does he look like?
Slender, blonde, young-looking, clean-shaven. You know, a ladies' man.
All right, I'll find him. See you later, Riley.
Apartment 3D, you said, didn't you, Nick?
Yes, this is it.
What do you want to get out of Herman, Nick?
First, I want to see if he has an alibi. Ring again, Betsy.
Okay. Well, guess he's not in.
No, I'm afraid you're...
Well, what is it?
I smell gas.
Gas?
And it's leaking around the door to Herman's apartment.
You think there's something wrong?
I'm going to find out. Where's my pick lock? Oh, here it is. This is easy.
Oh, good.
There. Yes, there is gas in here. Stay outside, Betsy, while I take a look in the kitchen.
All right, Nick, but be careful.
I'll be all right. Yes, it's coming out of the kitchen here, all right. Phew. Have to get the window open first. There. That'll let some fresh air in here. Now, trying to kill yourself, are you? Well, not this time, my friend. Come on over to the window. There. I got you just in time, didn't I? Well, you'll be all right.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, but don't come in till the gas clears out some.
All right. Is it Alfred Herman you found?
Looks like him from the description I got. He's coming around now. All right, breathe deep. Get some fresh air into your lungs in place of all that gas.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it?
Stop being sorry for yourself. Breathe deep.
Oh, why should I want to live? Money stolen, business taken away. Now my girl's dead.
You know how she died? What agony she went through?
Yes. I saw her when they took her away.
How'd you happen to be there?
I went to the plant to meet her. She asked me to.
What was she doing there so late?
Checking over the books to find out how much old Oscar Warren had stolen from me these past months. That's all she was staying with the old crook for. As soon as she got the goods on him, she was going to leave. And we were going to get married.
You like to prove that to a jury?
I don't care what happens now. Jenny is dead.
True. But would you like to be convicted of her murder?
Murder? You mean the fire was set?
It was. Here, let me help you up. Yes, it was set by someone who knew enough about the button business to gather up all the shavings of celluloid and put them where they'd start burning the best.
When was it set?
Around 9:30 to 10 o'clock, as near as we can figure. You have an alibi for that time?
Well, yes, I spent the whole evening with Dottie Baker, Jenny's sister.
Where?
At their apartment on Royal Avenue.
You fond of Dottie?
Yes, I am.
Maybe you'd rather marry Dottie than her sister.
Why, if you weren't a cop, I'd kill you for saying that.
I'm not a cop. I'm a private detective. If this
You've got no right to say that. Jenny's the only girl in the world for me.
You sure?
Am I sure? Here, look at this.
What is it?
Here, in my hand.
All right.
Up to the eyes! Here's something else for you.
Nick, what are you doing?
Here's one for you.
So Nick fell for the oldest trick in the world of crooks. Red pepper hurriedly snatched from the kitchen table and thrown in his eyes when he was off guard, then slugged and knocked out. And Patsy knocked unconscious in the apartment hall as Alfred Herman makes his getaway to parts unknown. Where does all this leave Nick? We'll see in just a moment. If you youngsters have ever tracked in slush, mud, or snow when you just finished cleaning the floor, you know how exasperating it is. But it can be a lot less trouble when your floors are protected by Linex self-polishing wax. For Linex self-polishing wax resists water so that it's removed in a jiffy. Linex self-polishing wax resists dirt, too, keeping it on the surface so that it's easily cleaned away. And although Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on without tiresome rubbing or polishing, it resists wear as well. What's more, when worn spots appear, it may be renewed at any time without re-waxing the whole floor. Yes, Linex self-polishing wax is a splendid finish for any floor, wood, tile, or linoleum, giving a beautiful satiny appearance. And it's the non-skid finish. The underwriters' laboratories have proved that fact. Get Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. We left both Nick and Patsy unconscious in the apartment of Alfred Herman, partner in the button factory, in which Jenny Baker was burned to death. Herman has vanished. As we pick them up, they're on their way downtown in Nick's car. It's early evening. Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, thanks, Nick. That cup of coffee made a new woman out of me.
I feel more normal myself than I did a while back. What a sap that Herman made out of me.
You ain't kidding. Where do you suppose he is now?
Somewhere miles away from here, no doubt.
Your trip to his place didn't accomplish much, did it?
No. Except for saving his life, it accomplished absolutely nothing.
That's right.
I went through everything in the apartment. Found nothing that interested me in the least.
Not a clue in a carload. Net result of the trip. One bump on the head for you where he hit you with the iron skillet. One sore jaw for me where he punched me. Ouch.
Well, I hope I have better luck where I'm going now.
Where's that?
I want to have another look at the burned factory now that the fire's died down enough so I can get in the place.
Oh, is it safe?
Framework of the building is still standing. Only the contents were burned. Not all of them.
Well,
there's a hot fire and a short one.
That's it, just ahead there, isn't it?
Yes. Now, Patsy, I'm going in. But I want you to wait in the car.
Oh, but
I have a hunch something's wrong in there. I want you out here so I can have a friend on the outside. Now, wait here for an hour. If I don't come out by then, call Riley.
You mean you think there's still someone in there?
I don't know what I think, Patsy. I'm just playing a hunch coming down here at all. And my hunch says be careful. You stay here and watch.
All right, Nick, but do take care of yourself.
Don't worry, Patsy. I like me well enough to do that very vigorously. Be seeing you. Floor's up here, still warm. Whoever started this fire did a very careful job. Contents of the stock room burned completely. The office not hit so hard, except for the office files. Strange. It's a safe door should be standing open that way. This must have been Oscar Warren's desk. I hardly touched this corner. That's odd. Bell's off the telephone box. Was taken off so it wouldn't ring. Aha, I see. Well, guess I'll just take this bell box with me. Take out these 2 screws, and They're a poor shot. Try these. Took a couple of shots at me and ran. If it wasn't so dark in here, I might stand a better chance of seeing which way. There's that a shadow or...
Anybody there?
Get your hands up and keep them up. And keep coming toward me.
All right, I'm coming.
Got a flashlight?
Yeah.
Turn it on yourself. I want to get a good look at you.
All right. Here.
Why, you're Dottie Baker, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Dottie Baker.
You look just like your sister. You tried to kill me just now?
I didn't try to kill anybody.
You have a gun?
No. I wouldn't even know how to fire one.
Did you hear the shooting?
Yes, that's what scared me so.
What are you doing up here?
I came to look for evidence that my sister was murdered.
And what makes you think Jenny was murdered?
She was afraid someone was going to kill her. She wouldn't tell me who, but she knew someone had been juggling the stockroom inventories and the shipping records. That's why she was here last night, trying to find out what was going on. But she was afraid something would happen to her before she got the proof.
And it did. But I've got the proof.
What?
Look here. See these metal bands?
Yes.
They're on the cartons of merchandise that were burned. And they prove that there were only a few of them in the stockroom when the fire started. It's the oldest trick in the business. Remove most of your stock, then have a fire, and claim it burned up all your stock.
But where are the cartons of stuff that they took out of here? If you could only find them, they'd prove who did it, wouldn't they?
They certainly would, Daddy. And I think I know where to find them.
But how could you know that?
The bell box for the telephone on Mr. Warren's desk told me. Come on.
Where?
I'm going to take you home first. And I'm going hunting for those missing cases, because the man who juggled the books and removed the cases was the man who killed your sister and set the fire.
Oh, I hope you're right, Mr.
Carter, Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Oh, now I know you'll find the murderer.
Well, I hope you're right. Oh, by the way, you seen Alfred Herman lately?
Oh, yes, he spent last evening at our apartment, waiting for Jenny to get through at the factory. Why?
Oh, curiosity, Dottie. Just curiosity. One of a detective's most important weapons. All right, come on. Let's get you home. Now, listen carefully, Betsy. Judging from the light on the second floor there, although Mr. Oscar Warren should be in bed, he's still up.
Which makes it more dangerous for you.
Yes. But I'm going to have a look in his basement just the same. I'm sure I'll find the missing cartons there. And if I do, the case is over. So I'm going to let myself in while you keep a lookout here. I can't tell you what to look for, so just keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Now, listen, Patsy, we're up against something very dangerous in this case. So take care of yourself while I'm gone. I thought so. Must be nearly 100 cases piled up against the back wall of this basement, which will send Mr. Oscar Warren...
Now, shotgun! Get your hands up. Turn around and face the wall.
It'll be hard to make my death look like an accident right here in your own house, Mr. Warren. They'll get you if you try it.
Why, it's Mr. Carter. I thought you were a burglar. What are you doing here in my house without permission?
Looking over your stock of buttons. You have a permit to store this inflammable stuff here?
Look, Mr. Carter, I told you Herman was pulling some funny business. These boxes are each supposed to contain $200-300 worth of buttons. Look, I cut one of these cases open. You see? They're full of junk, rubbish. Herman steals the buttons, fills the boxes with this stuff. Then he ships them, and we got to make good. 25,000 we lost already.
Why didn't you have him arrested?
I couldn't catch him doing it.
It's no go, Mr. Warren. Alfred Herman has an airtight alibi. Have you?
I was at the movies.
All right, Mr. Warren, you...
Stop! Fire! There's fire all over the place.
Yes, there must have been a firebomb. Out this way. The outside door's unlocked where I came in. This way.
I can't see. The straw.
Here, I'll get you out. Come out.
I thought I was a goner, Mr. Carter.
If it hadn't been for Nick, you would have been. Are you all right?
I think so. Lost a little hair, that's all.
Nick, there's still someone in there caught on fire.
Warren, the breakfast in the house was empty.
What? I can't understand.
I'll see who it is.
Nick, this house will be standing more than a few minutes longer. You'll be caught.
I'll ring it. Just do it.
I admit you saved my life, Mr. Carter. I'm very grateful. What's the idea of insisting that I go down to police headquarters with you?
Because that's where you belong, Hamilton. I know now that you're the one who bound and gagged Jenny Baker and then set fire to the factory.
What? You're crazy. That's absurd.
You! It could be. Of course. Yes. It was you, not Herman. You had a key. You could get at the stock in the books. And I owe you money, too. So it was you, my lawyer.
He's no lawyer, Mr. Warren. I looked him up. He was disbarred some years ago.
It was you, Dan Hamilton, who got me to bring these cases of scrap celluloid to my house. You said it would be evidence against Herman.
This is ridiculous. Why, at the time the police say the fire started, I was at headquarters reporting Herman's threats against Mr. Warren.
I'll bet you set off that firebomb in my basement to kill Mr. Carter and me.
I'm quite sure he did. But he didn't realize how fast the fire would spread, and he almost got caught in it himself. Going through Mr. Warren's papers, weren't you, Hamilton?
What? This is all too fantastic, Carter, but if you insist on my going along with you, you won't mind if I call my office first, will you?
Who'd be at your office at 3:30 in the morning?
Well, the cleaning woman. I could ask her to tell my secretary where you're taking me.
So you want to call your office, do you? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go to your office instead.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I'll have call later.
No, I think we'll go there now. Patsy, drive to Mr. Hamilton's office on Broad Avenue. And hurry. All right, Hamilton. Open the door. And no tricks.
Very well.
Nick, look.
Alfred Herman.
Yes, Herman. And very dead. Bullet hole right through the heart. And a gun in his hand.
Suicide. But why in my office?
No, Hamilton. Not suicide, but murder. Murder number 2 for you.
But you can see that
no right-handed man could shoot himself so straight in the heart. And there were no marks of powder in his hand, as there would be if he'd fired the gun. He must have known more about you than I thought he did for you to kill him.
All right, Carter, let's go down to headquarters. We're wasting time here.
Now, not so fast, Hamilton. You're too anxious. I want to look at your telephone bell box. Don't move, Hamilton. I'll shoot if I do.
Well, what about the bell box, Nick?
Look here, Bessie. And you too, Warren.
Hey, what's that arrangement, Carter?
He takes the bell off, sticks a piece of emery paper on the clapper of the bell. Then he fastens a blue-tip match where it'll be lighted by the emery paper on the clapper as it vibrates against the tip of the match when the bell rings. The match sets fire to this oil-soaked rag, which leads to this wastebasket full of paper and excelsior. So when he phones his office, he sets fire to it. The body is burned up, together with all the papers and files that might incriminate him.
Is that how he set fire to the factory?
It is, Patsy. I have in my car the bell box from Warren's desk at the factory for proof. Hamilton probably called the factory from the police station, which would give him an ironclad alibi.
Mr. Carter, so far you haven't found one bit of proof to connect me with this thing in any way. Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Why the rush, Hamilton? Have I missed something? Well, then, let's take a good look around. Behind the desk. Under. So that's it.
Dottie Baker, under that big desk.
Gagged and tied up so she can't move. Just the way he left Jenny in the factory.
All right, Dottie, just a minute.
He did it. That Hamilton, I saw him kill Alfred.
He's lying.
I saw him do it. I came in just as he shot him. So he tied me up and left me here. He was going to burn the whole building up when he could get where he'd have an alibi. He said so.
I guess that does it, Hamilton.
I should have killed you outright instead of waiting. You and your sister. Both of you got in my way.
Hamilton, it It won't take you as long to die in the electric chair as it took Jenny Baker to die in that flaming factory you left her in. But you'll be just as dead in the end, which is as it should be. All right, come on. Let's get down and turn you over to Riley. I've had all I can stand of a skunk like you. In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But now, a tip on relaxing. Everybody enjoys relaxation. And you know yourself how much easier it is to relax in surroundings that are pleasant. Your home can be more pleasant every day in the year when you rely on the 3 great Linux home brighteners to keep it inviting. That's the way to keep your home sparkling with cleanliness and beauty. Your fine furniture, for example, always looks its gleaming best when you use Linux Cream Polish, the furniture aid that gives a handsome luster in half the time. You see, Linux Cream Polish removes the cloudy accumulation of dust and previous polish in one quick application, actually cleans as it polishes, giving your furniture new beauty and saving you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. Linux Cream Polish does away with messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches, too. And no oily film remains on your furniture to attract additional dust to make additional work. So be sure to ask your dealer for Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture. You'll find all 3 great Linux home brighteners, Linux Self-Polishing Wax, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Clear Gloss Varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Remember to ask for them by name. Linux. It's spelled L-I-N-X. Linux. Ask for it now. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what do you think next week's story will be exciting?
I know it'll be exciting, Cal. It's a simple little story to start with, but it gets into a mad tangle of murder before we're through with it.
Usually it's Nick who gets himself in danger of his life. But this time it was yours truly who got in the way of the killer and nearly added to the total score.
An old lady, rich and eccentric, was dying without leaving a will. And there were 6 claimants for the $3 million she was leaving. Some of them extremely money-hungry.
And extremely ruthless, too.
Well, what do you call it, Nick? Death by ricochet.
Oh, the mystery of the abandoned gravel pit.
For full details of an exciting few hours, join us next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. See you next week at the same time. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death by Ricochet. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Abandoned Gravel Pit.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began and ended with a confession. A confession to the crime of murder.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I have a little boy 3 years old, and he eats Wheaties without any sugar or cream on them. Just plain, like peanuts. Now, this isn't necessary for you, of course. You can put sugar and milk and fruit on your Wheaties if you want to. But they are good enough to eat plain. They're crisp, they have a nut-like taste. They're all by themselves for flavor. And they give you all their whole wheat goodness in every crispy bite. So if you choose to sit on the back steps eating Wheaties out of the box, it's your very own business. We won't complain. You'll still get that whole wheat and all the nourishment in it. Eat Wheaties any way you like it. But eat them often. So good. Wheaties. Breakfast of champions, that is.
You can't keep a finger on a city's pulse without having some of its sweat and tears rub off on you. But sometimes the difference between turning a corner or going straight ahead, opening a door or passing it by, is all that separates safety from danger, horror from happiness, or life from death. Tonight the difference lay in whether I should or should not get a shave before starting on my nightly tour of duty. I decided on the shave. Usually I go to a barber shop on the 5th floor of the Conway building in the heart of the Loop. By the time I got there, however, it was after 6 and the elevator operators had all gone. 2 of the lifts were still operating on a self-service basis, so I got in one and pushed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator was almost to the 4th floor level when a sudden yelling drew my attention to the little window in the elevator door. I pressed the emergency stop. A tall, thin-faced man had been lunging at someone out of vision. If there was ever murder on a man's face, it was on his.
I saw you talking to the FBI. You told them. I didn't. I was only trying to help you.
I brought the elevator down to the floor level without stopping to think what I might be getting myself into. When the doors opened, I saw them rolling around the corridor ahead in a desperate struggle. The tall man was on top, his left hand flailing at the other's face with a briefcase, while with his right he was trying to drive a long, thin blade into the other's chest.
Help! Don't! Harlan, please!
Hey, drop that knife! The human beanpole saw me coming and scrambled to his feet.
So he told you to, huh? He told you.
Look, pal.
I'll kill him.
Take it easy.
Take your hands off me. I'll kill you.
He slashed at my face as I threw up my arm. The point of his blade snagged in my sleeve and jerked out of his hands. He darted for the elevator, and I ran after him in the best tradition of Frank Merriwell saving the game for dear old Yale. My form may have been all-American, but my flying tackle was all wet. His heel caught me in the head, and I fell on my face, lost in the stars.
Are you hurt?
Oh, no, I'm just stupid. Every time I try to borrow trouble, I always find my credits full.
Here, let me help you up. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, thank you. I'm all right. How about you?
No, he didn't hurt me.
Well, he was sure trying. He a friend of yours?
Will you come into my office and dress that bruise on your cheek? I'm Dr. Reichel.
Well, I'm Randy Stone. You better give the police a ring right away. That fella's a maniac. Who is he, anyway?
Oh, he's one of my patients. That's my office over there.
One moment. Let's not forget our evidence. This knife he dropped.
Well, it isn't a knife. It's a letter opener. He took it off my desk.
A letter opener?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's different. What was he trying to do? Open you with it?
Oh, now, please, come in. I'll put something on that bruise and try to explain.
Thank you.
Let's see, a little methyl. It should pick that up.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how deeply I appreciate what you did.
Oh, it was nothing. He was only trying to kill you.
Will you hold still a moment? There. You see, the man is my patient. A disordered personality.
Are you an alienist, Doctor?
Yes, my field is psychiatry.
Well, from what I saw, your patient is more than a disordered personality. He's a homicidal maniac.
And I'm Mr. Stone.
Well, aren't you going to call the police? Or do I have to?
Oh, please. No, what happened was just an accident.
An accident? This hole in my sleeve wasn't made by Moss, Doctor. He tried to knife me, too, remember?
But only because he identified you with me. Now, it's not too unusual in a case of this sort for a patient to transfer his persecution complexes against the doctor who is treating him.
Oh, yes, but...
But what happened tonight is entirely my fault.
I was so encouraged over certain other developments that I overlooked the extent of his immediate hysteria.
So, what happens if he comes back and kills you? Do you get a medal?
No, he won't try. Not again. I can assure you. But all I ask is that you don't report this incident. To have him arrested would destroy my chances of curing the poor fellow. Now, you won't, will you?
Well, okay, Doc. You probably know what you're doing, I hope. Who is he, anyway? What's his name?
Ah, now, Mr. Stone. Please. I'm sorry.
Okay, Doc. They say a guy is only as big as the things that annoy him. And he's kind of tough when the annoyance is 6'4" and has a knife that makes him even bigger. Well, it just goes to show you. A few seconds earlier, a few seconds later, I'd have gone right up and had a shave from a barber. As it was, I arrived just in time for a close shave at the hands of fate. She was at my elbow again, I guess, when I took the elevator back down into the lobby. Only this time, fate was in the flesh, and a lot of it.
Oh, excuse me. Hey, did you drop this here?
What?
This briefcase. I was cleaning him back when I see you come in. When I come out, this briefcase is lying by the elevator. I just finished cleaning, so I know it's not here before. It's yours?
Harlan Matthews.
Huh?
I'm just looking at the name stamped on the leather. No, it isn't mine, but I know whose it is. It's one of Dr. Reichel's patients upstairs. I'll be glad to go up again and bring it to him.
Oh, thank you. I'm late finishing here already.
Harlan Matthews. I'd heard the doctor call him Harlan. It was the same man and the same briefcase he'd been using to bash Dr. Reichel over the head. As the elevator doors opened on the 4th floor, the doors of another elevator slammed shut and started down. I found Dr. Reichel's office locked and the light out. Obviously, he'd just left. I went down to the street level again, but the city had swallowed him up. I looked inside the briefcase. It contained a heavy album of foreign stamps belonging to Harlan Matthews. A phone book in the corner drugstore showed 2 numbers for Matthews, his home and his business. I tried his home.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Harlan Matthews.
Oh, he's not in. Is there any message?
Is this Mrs. Matthews?
Yes.
Your husband left a briefcase in the Conway building.
The Conway building? Have you seen him there? This isn't Dr. Reichel, is it?
No, Mrs. Matthews. My name is Stone. However, I did see your husband at Dr. Reichel's office just a little while
Well,
ago.
I just phoned there.
Well, you must have just missed him.
Well, where is Harlan now? He's coming home, isn't he?
Have you tried his office?
But there's no answer. Isn't he coming home?
Well, that I don't know. Dr. Reichel may be able to tell you.
Oh, I've been trying to get him at his home for the last 2 hours. He never keeps his office open this late. I just called him on the bare chance that he might be there.
Oh. Mrs. Matthews, why does your husband hate Dr. Reichel?
Oh, well, Harlan is sick. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, then, what does he imagine?
I don't know. He won't tell me. It's since the war. It's something to do with the war, something that happened. I don't know what it is. He's sick.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Matthews. Well, I'll drive over with the briefcase. I just called to be sure that somebody'd be home. The Matthews lived in a small apartment on the north side. I barely touched the doorbell before I heard her footsteps, almost running to open it.
Oh.
She was a faded little woman just this side of middle age. Behind her in a crib, a baby was crying. Mrs. Matthews, I'm Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone, I need help.
What's wrong, the baby?
No, it's Harlan. He just phoned. He's at his office. The way he talks, I think he's going to kill himself. Please. You're a friend of his, aren't you? You've just got to stop him.
All right, where's your telephone?
Why?
Well, the police can get to him a lot quicker than we can.
No, he warned me that if I sent Dr. Reichel to the police, he'd kill them and himself.
Well, okay, then, let's go.
Oh, my baby.
If we're not too late already.
Oh, I can't. My baby is so sick. I just can't leave her.
All right, Mrs. Matthews, it's all right. You stick here. I'll handle it. Harlan Matthews' business address was a third-floor shop in a third-class shopping district. The dry goods store on the street level was still open for business. Its long awning still hung over the sidewalk in memory of the recent May Day sunshine. The windows above it were all dark, except one on the 3rd floor. The lettering on it read, H. Matthews, stamps bought and sold. I climbed 2 flights to the 3rd floor landing. The doors of the stamp emporium were half open. Inside, Harlan Matthews was seated at a desk, his thin, bloodless face seeming to stare straight at me. But the light was in his eyes, and I knew he couldn't see too much. Not until I got inside, anyway. Hello, Mr. Matthews.
Yes? What is it?
I found a briefcase with your name on it.
Huh? Well, where is it?
Your wife has it. I gave it to her.
You came here just to tell me that?
Well, not entirely.
Oh, I see. She sent you here.
Well, look, Mr. Matthews, you have a... Keep your hands on the desk. Don't do it. Drop it. Drop that gun.
Let go, you fool. I'm using the gun on myself.
You're not using it on anybody. Drop it. Drop it. I'll take that. Sorry I had to hurt you, Matthews, but you're a lot better off alive than dead, believe me.
Why, so you can arrest me?
Arrest you? What makes you think I'm a cop?
Don't think I'm so blind that I didn't recognize you when you came in here. You tried to jump me at Reichel's office tonight. Waiting out in the corridor. You think I didn't know what was going on? That Reichel had ratted on me.
You've got the doc all wrong.
Oh, I have, have I? As if I couldn't see through this stupid act of yours. You and Dr. Reichel trying to help me too, aren't you? All I have to do is talk, don't I? Just relax and talk. Well, what would you like to hear?
Look, friend, you don't have to tell me a thing.
Yes, why repeat what you know already? Dr. Reichel's already told you everything I ever confided in him. What do you want, a written confession that I shot Captain Training in the back? Well, I did. Write it down. I'll sign it. Is that what you want?
If you don't mind...
Details? You like details?
Look,
May 6, 1943, 2 days before we took Tunis. Out patrol. Write it down. I hated him. He was a lousy dog, arrogant, insulting. All right, there it is. Motive, time, place, everything. You satisfied?
No, I'm just tired. If you feel like talking, talk to the police, not me. I never saw either you or Dr. Reichel before tonight. My name is Stone. I'm with the Star. If you doubt it, pick up the phone and find out.
The papers? Reichel told the papers?
Well, you get this in your head and you'll have it in a nutshell. Reichel never told anybody. All I know is what you've just spouted. You sit here like a broken-down ham, dramatizing yourself, dreaming up things that never happened, making like a martyr, feeling sorry for yourself, leaving your wife at home worried sick about you. You got a family to think of. Now, go on and get your coat. I'm taking you home.
I guess maybe you're right. I've been acting like a fool, haven't I? I'm sorry.
You'll feel lots better in the morning, Mr. Matthews. Now, come on, let's go.
Yeah. I'll put things away first. May I have my gun?
You better let me keep it for a while.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Mr. Stone. Not anymore. This note on the table, I was writing it to my wife when you arrived, telling her goodbye. Well, I changed my mind about dying.
Well, we all have our bad days. Shall we go?
Yeah. My gun, please. Oh, it's all right, really.
Well, okay. Here, I've taken out the cartridges. Souvenirs, you know.
Thank you. I'll put away these catalogs. Would you mind closing that window for me?
I walked over to the big window facing the street. It was wide open from the bottom. I reached up to close it just as a soft footstep sounded close behind me. And Matthews pushed me over the sill toward the street below.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, this talk about breakfast of champions is the real thing. Jackie Robinson does eat Wheaties. So does Tommy Henrik. So does Mel Parnell. So does Bob Feller. And so does a gentleman named of Mr. V.O. Hill, 1445 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C. Now, Mr. Hill is not a nationally famous figure, but he is a champion just the same. On January 7th of this year, he was playing golf at the Rock Creek course. At the 11th hole, Mr. Hill made a 148-yard drive against a pretty stiff wind and made a hole-in-one. You think he wasn't a champion for a while there? Brother. And I'm standing here telling you Mr. Hill eats Wheaties. He does. Says he eats them regularly. They're whole wheat, you know. There's a lot of energy in whole wheat. It's the kind of energy you need, whether you're dealing with a baseball bat or a golf club or a vacuum cleaner. Get your Wheaties come breakfast time and see if you don't have a better morning. Wheaties, milk, fruit. Breakfast of champions. It's for you, too.
And now back to Night Beat, and Randy Stone.
Life, they say, is a continual process of getting used to things we hadn't expected. Like, for instance, getting pushed out of a guy's office window. I hadn't figured Harlan Matthews was that far off the beam, but that, of course, was my fault. From a character as neurotic as Matthews, I should have expected anything. I guess I was out more than a couple of minutes because when I came to, a cop had evidently just arrived on the scene. Voices crowded through my head against a backdrop of pain. I stared up at the moon shining brightly through a huge rip in the awning, and I tried to push myself up to a sitting position. The cop bent over me.
Easy now, easy. I'll call an ambulance.
Wait a minute. Get Matthews.
Who?
Harlan Matthews, stamp dealer, 3rd floor. He pushed me.
Matthews, huh? Just wait here.
I took inventory of my legs and arms and found them in usable condition. I climbed to my feet. People crowded around, their voices blending in an unintelligible jumble of questions. I staggered through them toward the cab. Their faces swarmed about me, white and staring like faces in a nightmare. I reached out, found the door handle of my car. I opened it and got in. I sat there for a while, trying to reassemble my wits. My head throbbed with pain and my mouth was dry. I wanted a cold drink more than anything I could think of. So I found my keys and drove to the first drugstore I came to. It was the sight of the phone that made me remember Mrs. Matthews. She'd be anxious to know what happened. I had to tell her something. I rang her number.
Hello?
Mrs. Matthews, it's Randy Stone.
What happened? He didn't...
No, I got there in time.
Oh, thank God. Where is he?
Well, I thought he'd be home by now.
But he isn't. When did he leave?
Not long ago.
Well, when you left him, was he all right?
Oh, yeah, he was just swell. You ought to see me.
What?
I'll tell you what. I'll call Dr. Argyle right now and tell him the situation. He should be...
I got a call from Dr. Argyle just a little while ago.
Yeah?
That is, it came through a message service. They want Harlan to call Dr. Argyle right away. I've called the doctor's office to find out why, but the doctor's not there. He's not at home either.
Well, why does Argyle want to see him? Didn't they tell you?
No. The message just said that it was very important.
I invested another nickel in the call to Dr. Reichel's office. There was no answer, so I sat down at the counter and had a cup of coffee. I felt somewhat better by now, although my head still throbbed and I still found it hard to unscramble my thoughts. I went back to the phone booth and called Dr. Reichel's home. Perhaps he'd returned by now.
Oh, what is it, please? Dr. Reichel residence?
Has Dr. Reichel come in yet?
No, Dr. Reichel not here now.
Look, has there been anybody at the house to see him within the last hour or so?
No visitor. Too late. You call tomorrow, maybe. Yes? Goodbye.
I checked with Mrs. Matthews once again to see if Matthews had returned yet. He was still missing. However, since my last call, the police had dropped in. They wanted to talk to him about pushing someone out of a window. Someone who'd driven away from the scene without leaving his name, address, or license number.
You were with him, Mr. Stone. He couldn't have done it.
Oh, yes. Utterly fantastic. You'd better try to get some sleep, Mrs. Matthews. I'll ring you if I locate him. Good night. I headed out toward Dr. Reichel's residence on the northwest side, wondering just how foolish I was not to send the police out instead. Matthews did more than just pass from mania to depression. He'd made the round trip. The doc had been looking for him, but now he could be looking for the doc. I stepped on the gas. It was quite a drive to Dr. Reichel's home. When I got there, it turned out to be a sizable estate with an impressive driveway curving through the moonlit grounds. The dark hulk of a battered sedan stood parked near the head of the walk that led to the veranda steps. I pulled up behind it. I got out, and I gave it the once-over. I touched the top of the radiator. It was still warm. A parade of maples lined the paved walk. Ahead, the house stood dark and still. I lifted my hand to the doorbell.
Don't.
Well, hello, Matthews. Kind of thought you might be around.
What are you doing here, Mr. Stone?
When I hit the pavement, I kept bouncing until I finally landed out here.
I hardly expected to find you quite the same as when I left you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm smarter. Next time I get that gun you're holding, I'll know enough not to give it back to you.
Next time? There isn't going to be a next time, Mr. Stone. Not for you, or for your Confederate, the doctor.
Yeah, of course, you could be faking. I took the cartridges out of that thing once.
Yeah, so you did. I might have forgotten to reload it. Why don't you try to take it away from me and find out? Well, come on. Is it loaded or isn't it? Make me show you.
Well, if I did, it might arouse the neighborhood, don't you think? You might not be able to hang around here waiting for Dr. Reichel.
Yes, Mr. Stone, I've already thought of that, or you'd have been dead by now. Unless, of course, the gun isn't loaded. I'm willing to let you force me to show you. All you have to do is take one step toward me. Just one step, Mr. Stone. One single step. And you'll know the answer.
Before I do, maybe you could give me some other answers. Answers to a few things I still don't understand.
Indeed? What, for instance?
Well, for one thing, I still don't understand just what good it'll do you to kill either Dr. Reichel or me.
You know the answer to that, you and him both.
I wish I did.
He said he was my friend. It would help me if I talked, so I told him. Then I saw him talking to the FBI man at the federal building, and I knew I'd made a mistake, that he betrayed me.
If he had, would you be free now? Figure it out.
I have. They're just waiting to round up some witnesses who saw me shoot Captain Claney.
You're wrong, Matthews. You're dead wrong. Reichel hasn't told anyone at all, and he never will. Same goes for me.
I only wish to heaven that were true, because if it were, I'd never have a better reason for killing you than now, before you do have a chance to talk. But unfortunately, I'll never be sure that you haven't talked.
Well, kill me, there's one thing you can be sure of. Star billing in an execution party.
Really? But right now, it's you who are the star, Mr. Stone. Or maybe this gun isn't really loaded after all. Come on, find out. Give me an excuse for pulling the trigger. There it comes. Back. Against the wall. Stay where you are. Right there.
A cold wind rustled the maples as the big car came to a halt at the head of the drive. Hidden by the trees, its lights blinked out. By the veranda rail, a dozen feet away, Matthews crouched, gun raised. The trees hid whoever it was coming up the walk as the moonlight and shadow danced among the leaves.
Come on, Reichel, come on. Keep coming, come on.
Matthews.
A little closer, a little closer.
In another moment or two, his target would be out of the shadow of the trees into the bright moonlight. Matthews!
Huh?
Those men with him.
Oh,
hiding among the trees, see? They're moving.
Where?
There.
Huh?
That shadow there, and over there, and over there. Can't you see them?
Yes, yeah.
They're covering him. He knows you're here.
I'll kill him.
They'll get you first. You haven't a chance.
No.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
They'll never get me. Never.
He thrust the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger 6 times before he ever got to it.
They'll never get me. Nobody.
But, Mr. Stone, you mean he was trying to ambush me with an empty gun?
Yes, Doctor. Then he tried to blow out his brains with it.
Oh, poor fellow.
Looks to me like he's gone off his trolley, but for good. Look at him lying there, groveling in the dirt as though he were trying to hide.
Or dig himself in. Yes, he's living a moment of the war all over again. Harlan, stop it. Stop it.
Genusia, May 6, 1943.
Well, how did you know?
He told me. I guess Captain Claney got his revenge after all.
What do you mean?
Well, he shot Claney in the back and thought he got away with it, but look at him now.
Oh, Mr. Stone. This whole nightmare in the poor fellow's mind started when he observed me making an inquiry at Army Information Headquarters here. I was trying to locate the one man who could cure him.
Who?
Why, Captain Willard Claney, of course.
What's that?
But the reason I arrived here so late is that I've been wandering about looking for Matthews. I wanted to tell him that I finally succeeded. I found Claney.
You mean that...
The man's alive and well, working in a bank in Spokane. I spoke to him tonight on long distance.
Well, that's one for the book. Matthews must have just wounded him and then thought that he...
Matthews didn't even hit him.
He didn't hit him?
Doctor.
Wait a minute. Harlan. I think he's aware. Harlan. Do you hear me?
Dr. Reichel.
Did you hear what I said? Captain Claney is alive. You didn't kill him. Do you understand? You did not kill him.
You're lying.
No, I can prove it to you. Now, we can call him up. You can speak to him yourself. He's alive.
No, I shot him. I shot him.
You thought you shot him, Harlan, but you missed. You missed.
No, I saw him drop. I saw him, and he dropped.
Oh, yes. Okay, he dropped all right. But not from your bullet. No. When I spoke to him on the phone tonight, he said that the only wound he received was a shell splinter in the chest. Why, he doesn't even remember a sergeant named Harlan Matthews.
What? You're joking.
No, Harlan, it's the truth.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, huh, Doc?
Well, for him, there's still a long, hard road ahead and plenty of work to do. But at least, Mr. Stone, we've reached the beginning.
Well, dawn is just around the corner, and the city lights are going out street by street, like the lights in some people's minds. Yes, they say the truth is a great mental healer. And I guess it is, if you can bear to face it. Okay, so let's face it. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Whole wheat. Flakes of golden whole wheat. Sounds pretty good, just like that, doesn't it? Everybody knows you need whole wheat, and Wheaties make a very nice way to get it. Breakfast time, lunchtime, any time is the time for Wheaties. Easy, too. Just open the package, pour those flaky little flakes into a bowl, sugar 'em, cream 'em, and be happy. That's Wheaties you're eating. Breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get some.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irwin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harlan Matthews was played by Jeff Corey. Jeanette Nolan was Mrs. Matthews, and the doctor, Ben Wright. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the premiere of the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know, it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned for Christopher London over most NBC stations.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Walk this way, Diamond.
If I do, well, I tell my friends. Hey, this is the morgue.
Yeah, wise guy.
You should feel right at home here, Otis.
Oh. Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. What goes here?
I want you to take a look at someone. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. He was murdered, huh?
Yeah, shot. Right in the back.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective. starring Dick Powell.
Yeah, you want something?
How do you do? Are you the manager of this little haven of rest?
A boarding house. I run it.
I heard you both times.
What do you want, huh? What do you want?
Information. You move.
You nuts or something, huh? You nuts?
I'm looking for a girl.
What's the matter? Read the sign. It says rooms for rent. Rooms. Beat it.
You know, if you ever get around to running at 33 1/3, you'll save a lot of breath.
Smart guy, real smart guy. Now, I got to work.
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Here's $5 if you can tell me about a girl named Elaine Tanner.
For $10, I couldn't tell you a thing. Don't know her.
She lived here?
So it's a secret from me, a secret. Now...
Here. Take a look at the snapshot. A man and a girl. Do you know the girl?
Mister, I got maybe 10, 20, 30 different people every month. They come, they go, they pay rent. That's all I care. They pay rent.
All right. Did this girl ever pay rent here?
Maybe I remember her face. I never remember no names.
Is anybody living in her room now?
Why you want to know? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Bud. The girl is my sister. When we were little kids, my mother and father ran away from home to become acrobats in a circus. This broke up my sister, and she left, too. Now, Mama and Papa are back, and I want the whole stinking family together again so we can take the light out of the window.
Sure. For $10, maybe I'll show you her room.
All right, you're in business. Now, here's your 10.
Thanks.
The fingers are mine.
This way, down this way.
How long does she live here?
Oh, not for long, maybe 2 weeks.
Then what?
Then comes an old guy one day. Yeah, an old guy, and...
And what?
She goes away with him. And you know what else?
Yes, I know what else. The old guy was the same guy in the snapshot I showed you a minute ago. He was with a girl.
Sure. Okay, look around. She ain't in any of them drawers, she ain't. Or that cupboard, she ain't.
She ain't no place. Now, tell me, did she leave anything here at all?
Just junk. Newspapers, magazines, newspapers.
So she was a bookworm. Well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. Let's get out of here fast.
Who are they shooting at?
Who's in that house next door where the shots came from?
People.
Thanks.
They're shooting at you.
Know anybody who wants to get rid of you?
Nobody. Oh, mister, please go now.
Look. Here's $20 more if you do me a favor.
I do you one favor and get shot at. Who knows what'll happen for 20, huh? Who knows?
Twice as much fun. Now, look, go through the stuff she left here.
I told you there wasn't nothing.
Well, go through it anyway. If you find anything that might give me a lead, call me up. Here's my card.
Richard Diamond, private detective. Hey, it says you're a dick.
Strictly private. Now, is it a deal?
$20 now?
There'll be more if you find something for me.
Okay. No, please beat it and don't come back here no more. Window glass cost go.
I knew it wouldn't do me any good to look at the house where the shots came from, because whoever played me for a clay pigeon would get out fast. Now, only one person knew I was likely to visit that boarding house, the man who sent me there. And his name was Morris Clinton. Vocation, multimillionaire. Avocation, or hobby, wolf. And an old one at that. But why should he take a shot at me? Thinking like that, figured out to a heart-to-heart talk with Clinton, so I went to see him. But if he knew anything, he played it straight.
Suited you? But that's ridiculous.
Well, I agree, Clinton, but look at my side of it. This morning, you sent your chauffeur to my office to bring me here. Then you hired me to find a girl for you, a girl named Elaine Tanner.
And she wasn't there.
Right, she wasn't there. Just an empty room in a boarding house.
That's all the information I could give you, Mother.
I'll even buy that. I've worked on less information before, but here's my point, Mr. Clinton. I was shot at. I'm used to it, but I don't like it.
I told you, I know nothing about that. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, I know nothing about it.
I do believe you. We'll just say someone doesn't like my poking around that boarding house. Have you got any idea who that might be?
No, I haven't. I swear it.
Okay. I'll wrap it up right now. As I said, I've been shot at before, but you've been so pleasant, Mr. Clinton. From here, the price goes up.
You don't want to go on with the case?
Not at these prices.
All right, forget it then. I gave you $100 this morning. Keep it. And forget you ever saw me.
Oh, you're so sweet. It'll be a pleasure.
Diamond, just a moment.
Yeah?
What has happened is
between you and me?
Oh, yes, but yes. Oh, I will have to report those shots.
What?
Sure. The police don't like to have people taking pot shots at each other. It makes for confusion in a big city.
Wait, Diamond, wait.
Something else, Mr. Clinton?
I have my own reasons for not wanting anyone else involved in this. I'm sure you and I can come to an agreement.
Oh, well, it's just possible, Maury, that you and I may not see wallet to wallet.
What would you say if I offered you $1,000 bonus to keep on the case?
Offer or suggestion?
I'll make it a deal.
Put it on paper. A check.
Can I trust you?
Okay, Clinton, if you feel that way about it. Post date the check. A week from today. If I don't show up with Elaine Tanner by then, the check is yours again. Uncashed.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Clinton. I'll keep in touch.
Where are you going now?
Back to my office to wait for a phone call from the little guy at 118 Parker Avenue. Oh. Well, hello there. Did you hear everything you wanted to?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was just coming in to ask Mr. Clinton if I should drive him anywhere this afternoon.
Oh?
Victor, come in here.
Right away, Mr. Clinton. Excuse me, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, sure. So long, Christopher. The minute I left Clinton and Chris, I began to get that lousy feeling again. The only thing that made me feel anywhere near normal was the thought of the $1,000 that would be mine in 7 days. For $1,000, I'd stand up for target practice for the big mole. I didn't have much to go on, just the knowledge that old man Clinton wanted me to find Elaine Tanner and that somebody, who up to now had proved to be a bad shot, didn't want me to find her. With that peaceful thought in mind, I sat in my office hoping for a call from the little manager of the boarding house on Parker Avenue. I'd been waiting about an hour, and then... save your knuckles and use a fire axe. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Christopher. All your driving finished for the day?
Mr. Clinton sent me to see Mr. Diamond.
This is the second time today. What's he trying to do, make dear friends of us?
Not exactly, Mr. Diamond. He wants that check back.
What?
He's changed his mind.
Oh, from what I know of him, it needs it.
He wants to call off the whole thing. Something happened.
Elaine Tanner show up?
No.
Oh, and he sent you to get the $1,000 check back.
That's right, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I know an easier way. Why doesn't he just stop payment on the check?
I'm only carrying out Mr. Clinton's orders.
Are you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, it seems a little offbeat, Chris. This morning he hires me, then he fires me, then he hires me, now he fires me. Monotonous, isn't it?
May I have the check, Mr. Diamond?
Not before I call Clinton and ask him a few things.
You just don't seem to understand, do you?
I want Mr. Clinton to explain.
Take your hands away from that phone.
Oh, gun. I know how I hate him.
No need to be afraid of this one unless you get stubborn.
Let's give Clinton a ring.
Keep your hands on top of the desk, palms down.
So we're going to play table tilting, maybe?
And stay sitting.
Listen, Chris.
How do you like your hair parted, Diamond? On the side or right in the middle?
When I opened my big blue eyes, my office was dark, and the neon light on the hotel across the street flashed the news that it was dark outside, too. I'd been out cold for a long time. When the room stopped spinning, I reached out, grabbed a piece of it, pulled myself up, went to the water cooler, splashed myself alive. I started toward the light switch when... This time I was going to be ready. I got behind the door and waited.
Hey, what's the idea? Hey, let go!
Oh, for the love of Mike Otis. Sergeant Otis.
Well, who you expect? Gorgeous George, maybe? Go my neck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Otis. I guess I just can't resist you.
You crazy shamus. Hey, it's dark in here.
It was a lot darker a couple of minutes ago. Hit the light, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got enough troubles, and the first thing I see when I wake up is you.
Holy mackerel. What you been doing with your head, Diamond?
I got mixed up in a handball game.
Oh?
Yeah, some friends needed a ball. It's hard work, but you get used to it.
Oh, got worked over, huh? Well, them bum jokes you pull catch up with you sometimes.
Yeah, I would... Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
I come to get you. Lieutenant Levinson wants to see you.
Well, go back and describe me. That's all he gets tonight.
I think you better come, Shamus. It's important.
I think you better go, Otis. That's important.
Now, look. Lieutenant Levinson sends me over to get you. There's something he wants to ask you.
All I know is name, rank, and serial number. Now go back and tell Walt I don't want to play games.
Shamus, I got news for you. Murder ain't a game no more.
That's all Otis would tell me, but I didn't like the way he kept looking at me all the way to see Levinson. Then we got to headquarters, not to Walt's office, but down the long marble corridor that led back to other places.
He wants me to bring you back here, Diamond.
Where to?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, you heard of it.
I heard of it. What's this all about?
You'll see. In here, Chalmers. Lieutenant.
Back here, Otis.
Come on, Diamond.
Hello, Rick. Nice.
Well,
how's the other head look?
I'll let you know when it speaks to me.
Yeah. Meantime, I want you to take a look at someone.
In here?
Yeah, in here. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. The poor devil.
What do you know about him?
Well, he was manager of a boarding house, cheap walk-up on Parker Avenue.
That we know. What else?
He was murdered, huh?
Shot right in the back.
Hmm.
Rick, unless I knew you were tied in, I wouldn't have you here. You want to talk about it?
Somewhere else, Walt.
Sure. Come on.
Before I answer any more questions, Walt, how'd you tie me in?
He had one of your business cards in his hand. He was shot while he was standing at the phone in the hallway of that boarding house. Did he call you, Rick?
I didn't get a call from him.
Got any idea why he wanted you?
Maybe, maybe not. All depends.
On what?
Walt, listen.
I will in my office. Wait outside, Otis. And I'm busy. Get it?
Sure, I get it.
Wait a second, Rick. Now, here's a gun. 38 police special. Take a good look at it.
I've seen it before. It's mine. How did you get it?
The ballistics report says this gun killed the little guy back there.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
Yeah, and they were all yours.
Will you have Otis come visit me and bake a cake with a file in it?
Oh, cut it out, Rick. I know you didn't kill him, but I've got to tell the commissioner something. He's funny that way.
I was in my office when the guy was shot. I was out cold.
You got any proof?
For you or the commissioner?
For the commissioner, you egghead.
Listen on the way.
To where?
Have Otis bring the car around front. We're going to make a call on a guy named Morris Clinton and his errand boy, Christopher. On the way out, I told Walt the whole thing, how Christopher caught me off base, put me out, and then must have taken my gun to kill the little manager. But neither of us could come up with an answer to why. Why murder to keep me from finding Elaine Tanner? What was the connection between Clinton, his chauffeur, and the girl? I thought maybe Clinton would give her the answers when he learned there was a murder tapping at his door.
So you want to see Christopher, Lieutenant Levinson?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clinton.
Oh, no, that's all. I'll call him.
Real loud, Mr. Clinton.
Of course. Christopher? Christopher!
You're sure he's here, Mr. Clinton?
Yes, I am, of course, Lieutenant.
Call again.
Christopher! Christopher!
I don't think he'll hear you.
Why not? I'm not deaf, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, is that Christopher?
Yeah, this is Chris, all right. And I owe him a haircut.
Now, lay off, Rick. I'll handle this. Christopher.
Yes, sir?
Where were you about 2 this afternoon?
Why, right here, working on the car.
Correction. Working on me.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come on. Let's have it straight.
Mr. Clinton, what about this?
Christopher is right, Lieutenant. Yes, he's right.
Oh, you're scared stiff, Clinton, and you're lying.
I'm not. I wanted to go into town to keep an appointment.
And the fuel pump on the car was stopped up. I had to take it apart.
Oh, sure. And while you fixed it, Clinton stood right over you.
As a matter of fact, he did watch.
And it took all afternoon to fix it.
No, but when it was finished, it was too late for Mr. Clinton's appointment. He decided not to go.
How about that, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Christopher hasn't been out of my sight all afternoon.
That's good enough for me. All right, Diamond, let's go.
What? Are you crazy?
No, that's why I'm putting the cuffs on you. I thought there was something fishy about your story. Gun taken away from you. People coming to see you, hiring you, firing.
Walt, your stomach has gone to your head.
Never mind my stomach. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Put the cuffs on this Shamus.
Cuffs? On him?
Close your mouth, Otis. Put the cuffs on.
Walt, what in the world?
Diamond, I've been waiting for a chance like this to comb you out of my hair for good. Otis, the cuffs.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. All right, Shamus, hold them out.
Mr. Clinton, thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Diamond.
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to close your mouth.
Oh, I gotta breathe.
Oh, shut up and come on.
Walt.
Outside, Diamond. Get going.
You big bubblehead. What's the idea of making like a cop with me?
I kind of liked it. How'd I do?
What?
Good performance, eh?
Good performance. Oh, you big ham. You great big ham.
Well, Lieutenant, are we going to put the Shamus in the jug?
Shut up, Otis. Take the cuffs off him.
What?
Here, Otis. Start working.
Oh, you're right, Rick. Clinton was scared stiff, and for some reason he backed Christopher's alibi.
Walt, I've got an idea.
You better have. If I don't have something to tell the commissioner, I'll have to give up my ideas about a pension.
I'm going back to that boarding house.
Why?
Well, the manager was going to call me. It's just possible he got a hold of a lead on Elaine Tanner, but Christopher killed him before he had a chance to tell me.
Well, that makes sense.
Have you got a man there?
Yeah, a happy.
Oh, good. I'll see you later.
Rick.
What?
Please. For the sake of my stomach, don't slip up. You're my only suspect without an alibi.
Thanks, Walt. See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Walt.
What?
Bottoms up on the bicarbonate.
That's all the stuff there was in the basement, Diamond.
Oh, thanks, Mahaffey. Everything neatly bundled but this one pile. The little guy must have gone through it.
Got any idea what you're looking for?
No, give me a hand, will you?
Sure.
Newspapers, magazines. Mahaffey.
Uh-huh.
No one's been in here since the murder?
Nobody. I've been on the door.
And the manager had nothing on him.
Only your card.
That's funny, very funny. He wouldn't have tried to call me if he hadn't found something. Maybe he came across something in this pile of stuff. Didn't take it out and then...
Find something?
Yeah. This sheaf of withholding tax statements.
Mm-hmm. The kind that come on the bottoms of paychecks.
Made out to Elaine Tanner, paid by the Blue Falcon nightclub.
That ain't far from here.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember a kid that named Tanner. Yeah, used to work here in the line.
Thanks, bartender. Where's she now?
Well, Mr. Me, I know from nothing about her, but she was good friends with one of the dolls in the line, gal named Gladys.
Where can I find this Gladys?
Dressing room, straight back, turn left.
And knock on the door, huh?
Well, they dressed that way for the show anyway.
I'll keep both eyes closed.
Sure, straight back like I said, then first turn left.
What you want with her, handsome? Why'd you get off here?
You tipped me, sweetheart, but give me a rain check.
We'll wait for rain. But, why do you want to see Elaine?
Well, maybe I ought to tell her about some oil wells that came in.
Yeah? You don't look like the type talks about oil wells.
Honey, don't let the tassels on my shoes fool you.
Oh, you're cute. Yeah, I know where Elaine is.
Want to give?
Information?
Sure.
Oh, you've got a one-track mind.
Maybe I can't switch it over yet.
Okay, so I'll get a couple of days older meanwhile. Anyhow, I never did like her. So, I don't mind letting you know.
No what, Gladys?
Well, maybe a month ago she quit this job. This dump.
All right, she quits. Go ahead.
Yeah. But before she quit, she's acting funny. Like the night we're going home together, walking along.
This is the last time I take this walk.
So, gonna fly to him from work?
I'm quitting.
Well, if you like to eat grass, go ahead.
I won't eat grass. You had a real mink coat, Gladys?
I coulda, but his lawyer settled out of court.
I'll have one. I'll do all right.
You thinking about that guy Clinton who comes in the club?
Uh-huh.
Honey, there's wolves and there's wolves. Want to pick one with teeth.
He likes me.
Sure. Every time he sees you, he's got to push his eyes back in his head.
Chris is working for him. His chauffeur.
So this is news, so what?
Money. Lots of it.
Shakedown? Oh, now look, honey, they can give you trouble for that.
Not a shakedown. This is safe and sure. Chris figured it. He figured it, and I...
And what?
Nothing. Just forget it. Come on, let's get some coffee.
And that's all she says.
Uh-huh. Now, where can I find her?
Oh, I'll tell you where I think she is. Here's the address. I wrote it down.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll see you again.
Yeah. See more of me.
Is that possible?
This costume's for the first show. We save up for the second.
I'll be here for the last show.
Oh, what you said. So long, handsome.
A little while after Gladys gave the address, I was buzzing at an apartment door. I kept my fingers crossed and then uncrossed them when the door opened.
Yes?
Hello there, Elaine.
Who are you?
Well, the name's Hangtooth. Elmer Hangtooth.
Who?
Oh, I better come in.
Hey, what's the idea?
Can't hear a thing you say, honey. My hearing aid just shorted out.
Now listen, wise guy.
Oh, Elaine. Chris sent me.
Chris?
Yeah. He said to tell you everything's okay. The heat's off.
How about that private eye?
Diamond? Richard Diamond?
Yeah, that's the one.
Honey, you'll never be any closer to him than you are right now.
I was afraid he'd quit. Hey, when's Chris coming?
Soon, I hope.
Oh. I've never seen you before. Have I?
Well, you're young, and life's full of surprises.
Uh-huh. I like surprises.
Nice.
Chris work you in on the deal?
Yeah. I did him a favor. Took care of Diamond. Like doing it, too. Well, by the way, what goes with you and Clinton?
Honey, we had a common interest.
Oh.
Books, dearie. Books. He had one I wanted. When I finished with him, I could have walked out with the furniture.
Yeah, I guess you could, baby. I guess you could.
Think so?
Why not?
What did you say your name was?
Well, the name's Appelknocker, Harold Appelknocker.
What? That's not what you said before.
Oh, so you have been listening. The real name is Diamond, Richard Diamond.
I see a kidder, huh?
Well, if that makes you laugh, this ought to bring back Mahjong. Here, take a look at my license. My membership card, the Hopalong Cassidy Club, my Flash Gordon beanie.
You dirty shamus, you stinking cop.
Easy, baby.
Let go of me.
Easy.
Let go, you dirty. Let go of me.
Let her go, Diamond.
Chris.
Jackpot. Chris and Elaine all at once.
Diamond, get your hands off her. Get him off. That's better. Now, Elaine, before I fill him full of holes, tell me what he's doing here.
He said you sent him, Chris.
Sure, he would. Elaine, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, hand me a cushion from the sofa.
Want to take a nap, Chris?
I'll laugh at your funeral, Shamus. Hold a cushion over the gun. Nobody hears the shot.
Better not, Chris.
Elaine, start out. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Got the book?
Yeah.
What book?
Shut up. Get going, Elaine.
Chris, let's talk this over.
Funny, you just finished talking, Diamond.
Chris!
Elaine, what's the matter? My book. Give me to me.
Clinton, Duff, get out of the way.
Diamond, you...
Chris.
Well, I owed him that partner's hair.
Chris.
It's all right, Elaine. Just creased. I wouldn't think of depriving the hot seat of such a good customer.
My book. Where's my book? I want it. Give me my book.
Sure, Mr. Clinton. But I'm afraid you'll have to explain to the police first. A telephone call to the 5th Precinct brought Walton Otis to my rescue. Otis used the siren. Loved it. I told Walt the book old man Clinton kept screaming about had me a little confused, that I wouldn't be able to relax until he found out just where it fitted in the case. He promised to find out the answers as soon as he took Chris, Elaine, and Clinton back to the 5th Precinct. I told him to call me at Helen's.
Rick, what about that check for $1,000? Is it any good?
Well, the check's post-dated. I doubt if Mr. Clinton will honor it now. It's too bad. We could have celebrated.
So all you got for your trouble was $100 a day in expenses.
I'll get it. Grant's Tomb, the general speaking.
Rick?
Yeah? Walt?
Yeah. You sitting down?
Why?
You can tear up that check Clinton gave you. He won't honor it. He's mad about having to go to jail.
Oh, I was way ahead of you about the check. Why did Clinton go to jail? What did he do?
You know that book he was yelling about?
What about it?
Well, it's an original Sir Francis Bacon manuscript.
How would you know?
I hate to admit it, but Otis told me what it was. You know, Otis is excuse me, Lieutenant. It's bibliophile. Shut up, Hammerhead.
Okay, so I worked for nothing.
Rick.
Yeah?
The book was worth $30,000. It was stolen 18 years ago from the Fine Arts Library in Washington. Old man Clinton bought it from a fence. That's why he couldn't go to the police.
Oh, so Chris and Elaine hijacked it, huh? Probably had a sale for it.
Rick, there's a $1,500 reward for that book.
So what?
It's yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Walt. Helen, put your ear next to the receiver.
Oh, all right.
Walt, say that again.
Say what again?
What you just said.
Did I say anything?
Well, sure you did.
Are you sure?
Oh, now cut it out, Walt. Say it again about the reward.
Oh, that. There's a $1,500 reward for the book.
Thanks, Walt. Bye.
Bye.
Well, baby.
Well, we're going to celebrate after all. $1,500. Oh, Rick, that calls for a real celebration.
Sure.
Well, don't go away, darling. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Oh, Rick, there's a new song on the piano. Why don't you try it?
Okay, I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. Well, that's pretty silly, but... My baby kissed me goodnight, and I am glad to relate that by the time I got home, I was feeling great. I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me good night. Next morning I awoke and scrambled my shoes. I shined up an egg, then I toasted the news. I buttered my tie and took another bite, and all because you kissed me
good night. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said good night and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me. Good night. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said good night and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I lifted the preacher, called up the phone, spoke to the dog, and threw your ma a bone. It was midnight, and yet the sun was shining bright, and all because you kissed me. Good night.
Oh, that was lovely, Rick. Well, how do I look?
Oh, my, wonderful. What is you dressed up for?
For the celebration.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, where are we going, Rick?
Oh, the Blue Falcon nightclub. We'll be just in time for the last show.
The Blue Falcon. Oh, but why pick that place?
Oh, but they've got a wonderful floor show.
Yes, but the costumes are... well, they're nothing.
Oh, what you said.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Ted Osborne, Gene Bates, and Paul DeBob. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Ezio Pinza, dynamic singing star, plays his first starring dramatic role today on Theater Guild on the Air, with Madeline Carroll and Linda Darnell co-starred. And you'll also want to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and the Adventures of Sam Spade right before Theater Guild. Don't forget, Ezio Pinza on Theater Guild on the Air today. It's all great entertainment today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been?
I've been tasting the bitter with the sweet at Miss Wigginson's School for Girls, sort of a special course in homicidal apiculture.
Apiculture?
Mm-hmm.
There were apes involved?
Effie, where is your Latin? Apis, apianus, for pertaining to bees.
Oh, bees, of course. It was a bee caper?
It was a beekeeper caper.
Oh, that's funny, Sam. That's a honey.
Effie, put these words down in your little book. Honey, sweetness, hives, combs, etc. Never mention them again.
What?
Keep things humming, sweetheart, and I'll be right down to drone my way through my report on the queen bee caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, during the summer, when you spend so much of your time out of doors, it's important to pay special attention to the care of your hair. To keep it right in place, to help keep it from getting dry, use America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Use it every day. If you've never tried it, ask for it in the 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle, and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
To be or not to be? Humble.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hiya, Sam. How's tricks?
Oh, Effie, really, this jargon, this patois. Don't you think it's about time we spoke like educated people?
You know best, Sam.
Every time I visit one of our institutions of learning, I find out something I didn't know.
Oh, Sam, that's incredulous. Well, you just know everything.
Yeah, I guess I do when you come right down to it. The bee, for instance. Bees are a genus of insects of the Hymenopterus order.
What?
Hymenopterus. Living in society is composed of one queen, or perfect female, a few males, or drones, and an indefinite number of undeveloped females, or neuters, which are the workers.
That's me, I suppose. A neuter.
Well, that's for you to say.
Of course.
And you know what else about the bee?
What, Sam?
Confidentially, it stings. Date, July 10th, 1949, to Miss Elizabeth Cowley, Miss Wigginson School for Girls, Seacliff Drive, San Francisco. I wonder about girls sometimes. And that's bad, Effie. Bad.
Oh.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Queen Bee Caper. Dear Miss Cowley. I was singing a medley of sorority drinking songs as I opened the wrought iron gate, walked up the garden path, past those cast iron deer, and presented myself at the big brass bell pull beside that massive paneled door that stands guard between the outside world and your sheltered inmates. A little housemaid wearing dimity let me in and led me to your office. I sat on your chintz-covered sofa and looked at your drapes with their thriving beehive motif and waited for you with my back half-turned to the open door. Yeah, hello, how are you?
All right, girls, break it up now. Go on. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Run along now. You'll be late for physical ed. Go on, quick.
Miss Cowley?
No, I'm not Miss Cowley.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I was just hoping.
You're Mrs. Spade, aren't you? Laurie Thomas. I'm Miss Cowley's assistant.
Nice day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to move. I'll lean over you.
Mm-hmm.
Put this report on her desk.
Sure.
Miss Cowley will be here in just a minute.
Thanks. So warm in here.
Next time, wear a mailman's uniform and a 50-year-old stoop. You'll find the temperature's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am.
See that you do, then. Oh, sorry. There seems to have been a misplacement of some of the hockey. Would you check on it, please?
Oh, surely. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Spade.
I'm Elizabeth Cowley. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spade, I'll be painfully frank with you. A thief is at large in my school.
Oh? Well, you probably have a good answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Why not call in the police?
I have a good answer, Mr. Spade. My girls come from San Francisco's finest and wealthiest families.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Wigginson has had an untarnished reputation for more than 3 generations.
I'm sure.
As headmistress, I must handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I already know the thief. Are there any questions?
Well, only one timid one. Who is it?
I regret to say a faculty member is to blame. Glory Thomas. She was in here a minute or two ago.
Oh, really? Well, why, Miss Thomas, you find any of the loot stashed away in her room?
Well, no. No, not exactly. I haven't recovered any of the stolen articles, but I'm sure Glory's responsible. I'm certain she's the thief.
You're just sure?
I thought perhaps you might establish definite proof against Glory.
You mean you want me to frame her?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. You misunderstand me.
I don't think so, Miss Cowley.
Oh, dear, I was afraid this would happen. I told Ursula, but then
All right, I'll ask. Who's Ursula?
Mr. Spade, I think I can trust you. It was Ursula who instructed me to call you. Ursula Cavanaugh. You know the name.
The Ursula Cavanaugh, inherited all the real estate, lives in Cavanaugh Towers penthouse, hasn't set foot out of there in 20 years?
Yes. Mrs. Cavanaugh is our school's benefactress. She is, of course, on the board of trustees. She is, moreover, a dear personal friend.
I see.
Oh, yes. We were classmates together here many years ago. Ursula's quite unlike myself. Married well, though a widow now. Rather aggressive. Frankly, she wishes to have Glory Thomas discharged. But her connection with the dismissal must not be known. Now, I don't suppose I can ask you to take the assignment now.
I'm a detective, Miss Cowley, not a frame-up artist. I had to have my name called up from the lobby, and then 2 elevator trips later, I faced her on her penthouse terrace. Ursula Cavanaugh looked like a 1910 stock company lead out of Charlie's Aunt, smoking a black Italian stogie and gripping a cane like a shillelagh. 2 men were on the receiving end of her black snake whip of a tongue. A youngish guy, stockbroker type, and an individual in a morning coat who looked practically nude without a butterfly net.
Oh, you're a fool and a nincompoop, Jelinek. I lost all patience with you ages ago. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also dishonest. Don't mind telling you that when the board of directors meets on Thursday, I intend to instruct them
Really,
to have...
Miss Cavanaugh, I've tried not to discommode you in any way. I endeavor in every detail to fulfill my responsibilities as manager of this hotel.
Don't interrupt me.
Auntie, I think you've got Jelinek and me all wrong. Now, the truth is...
The truth is, Gerald, you're both a pair of thieving scoundrels. Now get out, Jelinek, before your weasel face ruins my digestion.
Very well, madam. I remain at your service.
No backbone, no spunk. And as for you, my dear nephew...
I think I'll toddle along, Auntie. I ought to get back to the office.
Control your little impulses, Gerald. I admire a little larceny in any man, but not at my expense.
I was beginning to think I'd become invisible in that rarefied penthouse atmosphere. She hadn't even blinked at me while Jelinek slunk back to the lobby and Gerald toddled along to his office. The terrace was a riot of bloom. I don't know much about flowers, but she must have had them all there. Off to one side, a little man in a blue smock puttered around a wooden structure on a stand. I'd become aware of bees humming amidst the flowers when she finally spoke to me.
You're Tom Spade, aren't you?
Sam, ma'am, the fun-loving Spade.
Picked your photograph out of the other detectives. Looked like you got spunk. Why'd you come here?
Curiosity. I met Glory Thomas out at Miss Wigginson's. I liked her. I wanted to see the type that would strong-arm her out of a job from a safe distance.
Spunky. Come over here, Mr. Spade. I want to show you something. Piggott.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll do for now. Work at the other end of the garden for the time being.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Piggott, my gardener beekeeper. Most taciturn individual. You know what this is?
Well, I didn't, but now I can see it's a beehive.
Yes, my own beehive. Fresh honey from a tea and fruit cake every afternoon.
Fine old tradition.
Observe this hive, young man. Honeybees are the most intelligent of all insects, surpassing even the ants. And why? Because one female controls a community of many, many thousands.
I'm against it.
Yes, Mr. Spade. The queen bee reigns supreme. The males are drones, quite useless. The female workers perform all necessary labor. No waste motion. No dissension.
Well, some of my best friends are drones, and I just can't stand
I think you understand me, Mr. Spade. I wish Gloria Thomas removed from San Francisco for an excellent reason. My nephew, Gerald Long, the young man who just left here, has developed absurd romantic notions about her.
Yeah, so you want the romance busted up, but if you try to break it up openly, your nephew might get stubborn and even marry her. On the other hand, by framing her as a thief, you ward off the affair until you can figure out some other dirty trick.
I knew you'd understand me, Mr. Spade. I admire bluntness in moderation. Well, what do you say to joining forces with me?
Just one thing, Mrs. Cavanaugh. Nuts. Next morning, I put through a call to Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. It had been my intent to talk to you, Miss Colley, to tell you I'd left my hat in your office, but somehow I found myself talking to Glory Thomas. And somehow our talk resulted in a cocktail date at the 10 o'clock Scholar Bar and Lounge.
I shouldn't have come, of course.
Oh, exam papers to grade, no doubt?
Stacks and stacks?
Soft velvet-type hands. Well, what's this, Emma?
Stain. I teach our girls chemistry, among other things.
How about me taking on a night school class for the other thing?
You're crazy. You don't need any education.
Well, I can always use a postgraduate course.
You're really crazy, Sam. I needed this.
We'll make a night of it.
Maybe.
Gerald won't object, huh?
What's that mean? Who have you been talking to? That hateful old woman?
Mrs. Cavanaugh wants to put the boots to you, Glory. She called me in to frame you.
I could kill her.
Oh, easy now, Glory.
Don't talk to me. I thought I could take it. I thought I could be patient and wait while Jerry ironed everything out. But not now, though. I hate that selfish, domineering old woman. I hate her nephew, and I hate you.
Well, that'll do to start with, honey. Now let's get down my list. I hate...
Oh, let me go. I've had all I can take for one night.
Wait a minute, Glory. Hey, you forgot your bag. Hey! She disappeared around the corner as I came out into the street. It was starting to rain. As I stepped off the curb, I slipped and turned my ankle. As I limped onto Montgomery Street, I saw her disappearing into one of the tall buildings on my side of the street. It could have been the Kavanaugh Towers. I step and a half into the lobby thereof a few minutes later. As I came in, Jelinek, the manager, was getting off the elevator. He swatted himself several times in the neck and then went into a door marked private. No trace of Glory in the lobby. I looked in the bar. She wasn't there, but Albert Piggott, the beekeeper, was having a stinger.
Oop. Now I'm beginning to feel good. Hey, who's this? I know that. Why, it's Mr. Spade. Sit down, Mr.
I don't have
Spade.
time just now, Mr. Piggott. Tell me...
Sit down.
Easy.
I'm fired. Have you heard? I'm fired. Just a worker out of work. Turned out by the queen bee.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Piggott. I imagine Mrs. Cavanaugh wasn't too easy to work for.
I told her to keep away from the bees when I wasn't there. Well, she's gone and disobeyed me. One of the workers must have stung her. She's got a temper, you know. Ooh, my. Must have smashed the eye with her stick. Bees were all over. And then she fired me.
When was this, and why did she fire you?
Just now, maybe half an hour ago. I knocked, and then there wasn't any answer, and then I let myself in. It was all dark. I couldn't even see her. Heard the bees, of course, but couldn't... Ooh, I'm sorry. And I said, Mrs. Cavanaugh, you disobeyed me. And in this voice, this awful voice, she said, Mr. Piggott, you're fired. Get out. This awful voice from the dark. And Mr. Piggott, mind you. Never before, just Piggott this and Piggott that. And hey, where are you going? Hey!
I didn't bother to stop at the desk to get myself announced. I took the passenger elevator and then operated the penthouse elevator myself. No hands. Nobody answered my ring. The door was unlocked. I went inside. Crossed through the empty apartment to the terrace. The rain had just stopped and the sunset cut a sudden shaft. First I heard it, the humming of swarming bees. Then I saw the overturned beehive. Then I saw Ursula Cavanaugh sprawled back in her chair, her stick and Italian stogie on the floor, while the bees clustered greedily over the fruit cake and honey set out on the table. I wondered if those most intelligent of all insects had the answer to Shakespeare's question, "O death, where is thy sting?"
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Queen Bee Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Miss Wigginson. Miss Cowley speaking.
Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't have gone to see Mrs. Kavanaugh.
I didn't make any promises, ma'am.
Ursula was quite upset by your visit. Called me after you left her. Quite angry about it, Mr. Spade.
Oh?
She wanted to see me today. Our weekly half-day holiday, you know. But I simply couldn't face her. I'm sorry if I sound... I finally managed to doze off after everyone left for the afternoon. Have you called before?
No, this is the first time. I'm at Mrs. Kavanaugh's place right now.
Indeed. Does Ursula wish to talk to me?
She can't.
I beg your pardon?
It might be a good idea if you'd come over here, Miss Cowley. Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead.
What was that?
Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead. And since you're her oldest and closest friend...
Yes, Mrs. Spade. I'll come immediately.
Well, you came on over, Miss Cowley, but meanwhile, nephew Gerald Long arrived, also Piggott, whom I called down at the bar, and who sobered up with remarkable rapidity on hearing the news. Gerald was shaken up by his great aunt's demise. We waited for the family doctor to arrive and watched Piggott entice the bees back into the hive. You turned up soon after and tried to soothe Gerald's nerves. The hotel manager, Jelinek, also flooded in. The doctor diagnosed cause of death as shock from formic acid, the secretion bees inject into the bloodstream with their stingers. We all stood around thinking our various thoughts as the doc voiced this verdict. Piggott was the one who voiced an epitaph.
She really knew nothing about bees, you know. The queen bee was all important, she thought. But there's always a rebel in every hive. The queen bee is always deposed sooner or later. The worker bees go on and on, but the queen bee can't reign forever.
After that, we all left and went our various ways. Poor old Piggott shouldn't have said that, but he must have been a lot drunker than he seemed, because he was found next morning in his garden in Marin County beside his overturned beehive, a victim like his late employer of fatal bee stings.
That'll make you a fool if you think you'll get away with this.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Long. I've been bullied long enough. I don't intend to lose my position here now Mrs. Kavanaugh's gone. I've taken all I could stand from her, and I don't intend to let you walk all over me.
I'll do whatever I think needs to be done, Jelinek. So if you're trying to insinuate
I
that
can
I
cause
haven't...
you as much trouble as you caused me, maybe more. With what I found out about you now.
Now, dear. Go on, beat it before I break... How did you get in here, Spade?
Door was open.
Well, if you're here to collect any kind of bill, I want to know what services you rendered.
Nothing's rendered yet. But I figured you might like to know that Aunt Ursula was murdered.
Murdered? You can't say that. Not my hotel.
Shut up, Jelinek. You need proof to back that up, Spade.
I've got it. Piggott.
What? Piggott's dead.
How do you know?
His doctor just called me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I know your aunt was murdered. I've just been out to Marin, had quite a session with that doctor.
Well, where's your proof, man? Who'd want to kill her?
Well, oh, stop it. Practically everybody who knew her.
Really, now, I must protest this disrespect to the members
Shut
of the...
Go on, Spade. Go on. Start getting specific.
Well, specifically, Piggott's doctor, because of what I suggested, examined the dead man again, found the mark of a hypodermic, plus the fact that a concentrated solution of formic acid killed Piggott. Piggott's next-door neighbor said he'd been stung as often as 10 and 12 times a day. That meant he'd built up a certain immunization to bee sting.
Are you suggesting that someone murdered him with an injection of commercial formic acid?
I thought I'd made that fairly clear.
And what would the motive be?
To keep him from talking about his employer's murder.
I see. Well, is that all?
Yeah, except that his neighbor told me somebody answering your description called on him this afternoon.
Mike? Oh. Well, yes, but, Spade, look here, I can explain that.
Allow me. Hello.
Gerald, hello, darling. I'll be through in about an hour. I just got to check supplies in the chem lab, and then I'll be home and show you what a cook I am. You better be pretty
I'm sorry, just a second. Here's Gerald. For you, Gerald. Your wife.
Oh. Hold on a second, honey. Spade, look here now. You can't drag her into this thing.
When did you get married?
Yesterday afternoon.
Husband and wife. No testifying, huh? Well, I don't think I'll need your testimony. Jelinek's face fell 4 inches into his ascot tie as he heard himself lose exclusive hush money rights to the above information. Pausing only to enjoy a hearty laugh at his discomfiture, I went on to my next and final port of call, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. This time there was no girlish tittering as I entered, Miss Colley. No dewy young Amazons clutching hockey sticks in their grubby little hands. For a very good reason, as you told me.
My girls are dismissed for the day, Mr. Spade. Because of poor Ursula, of course. Really disrupts our routine. First our weekly half-day holiday yesterday, and now today.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Miss Thomas in the chemistry lab she is, I think.
Very well. I'll take you to her. She knows nothing of our first meeting.
I've talked to her.
Oh, well, in here.
Yes? Oh. What do you want?
Thought we might talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, we could talk about this hypodermic needle.
Put that down. I'm using it for an experiment.
Or, how about a formula, HCOOH or CH2O2?
What? That's formic acid.
Mm-hmm. Miss Colley, you said yesterday was a half-day holiday. Did Miss Thomas stay here in school?
Why, no. She rarely does on Wednesday afternoon.
That's why Mrs. Cavanaugh had a visitor, didn't she, Glory?
Did she?
After you ran away from me?
All right. I did go up to see her. I was so mad about what you told me. I intended to hand in my resignation and give her a piece of my mind, and but she was dead when I got there.
Oh, Glory, no.
And I just got panic-stricken and ran.
Yeah, murder's a pretty scary thing.
Murder? What do you mean, Mr. Spade?
Mrs. Cavanaugh died from a hypodose of formic acid. Somebody familiar with chemistry would use that method.
Then that could mean...
Mm-hmm. The acid could be made up in this lab. The hypodermic could be this one here.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You say you were scared. You were so scared you ran all the way to City Hall and married her nephew.
So you found out?
Jelinek found out first. He intended to squeal the old lady, but she was dead when he got back. He knew her will disinherited Gerald if he married without her auntie's approval while she was still alive.
We married after she was dead. But that didn't matter. After I saw you, I told Jerry if he was any sort of man, he'd marry me, will or no will. He did.
And yet this morning he drove over to Marin County to see old Piggott.
You think he was trying to shield me? I tell you, she was dead when I got into that room. I don't know anything about Piggott.
One moment. I believe I recall that Mr. Piggott said Ursula spoke to him when she discharged him. Glory, you must be mistaken about the time you entered that room. She couldn't have already been dead because...
Yes, she could have and was. The killer was almost caught by Piggott. She hid behind the curtain in the dark and spoke to him. Miss Cavanaugh was already dead, but...
I see. Mr. Piggott thought it was Ursula's voice, but it was yours, Glory.
No, it was yours, Miss Colley.
What?
You committed both murders. You had access to the murder weapon. You had the half-day holiday to do it in.
Mr. Spade...
Even at that moment, the finishing school schoolmarm had to say Mr. Piggott.
Well, I'm not sorry for it. Ursula misused her power shamefully.
And now the queen bees deposed again.
Oh, you're brighter than most men, Mr. Spade. You, too, understood the significance of Mr. Piggott's remarks last night.
Yeah, I could have been a little brighter, a little sooner. You helped give yourself away when you asked me if I'd called you earlier yesterday afternoon.
Why, Sam? How could she?
Well, Cavanaugh bullied her since childhood. Then you came on the staff and your ability scared her. The queen bee being deposed and whatnot. When Cavanaugh wanted you framed, she saw a chance to get rid of both of you. She hoped her murder would look like an accident, but if it was recognized as murder, you'd be the logical suspect.
Oh, you're much too clever, Mr. Spade. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's up to those drones at homicide from here on in. Period and a report.
Sam?
Yes, Evie?
How come Gerald went out to see Mr. Piggott?
Well, Gerald didn't care about the will, but he didn't want to boot a fortune out the window either. Glory hadn't told him she'd seen his aunt, so he called on Piggott to find out when Piggott last saw Auntie alive. Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, Sam.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Good night,
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigank. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you transcribed by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting